Real quick before we begin, this video contains discussion of an adult video game series containing sexual violence and should be viewed by adults only. I've done my best to steer the lecture you're about to watch away from any sexual subject matter and made sure to avoid any explicit imagery. You've been warned. By the way, if you hate yourself, try counting how many times I say "like" in this video from this point onwards. Well, hello there, class. My name is 49 Gigabytes, and I'll be your professor for today. Now, before we begin, I should mention that this entire lecture was actually done live, in front of an audience. But, unfortunately, there was a technical issue during the event, which resulted in me losing about the first hour of footage. So this section you're watching now is happening several days in the future. I did manage to recover the audio from the first hour of the lecture in pretty good condition. There's some minor audio glitches, and there's a lack of any desktop audio from the classroom itself. So I'll be uploading a separate video that you can go watch, which will be in the description below. For the purposes of this full video, we're going to be doing this many days in the future after the live lecture has already been completed. So, you might be wondering, what is this lecture about, Professor 49 Gigabytes? I'm very curious to know. This lecture is about a video game series called Rance. As you can see, Rance, this is Ranceverse 101. Rance is like, oh my god, there's a lot to explain about Rance itself. We're mostly going to be focusing on the lore of Rance today, but I'll give you a nice breakdown of what exactly Rance is. Rance is a series of adult video games that's made by a company called AliceSoft. That is capital A, capital S, all one word, AliceSoft. At the time the series was made, they were known as ChampionSoft, and they ended up changing their name later on to AliceSoft. Now, Rance is a series of hentai games. Yes, let's get that out of the way immediately. These are hentai games. They are adult video games. They're intended for only those of ages 18 and over. For the most part, the games are like JRPGs. They like different genre between the games, but you can essentially think of them as like traditional turn-based JRPGs like as a whole. Like the original Rance 1 is a very basic JRPG that was released decades ago. It is very old. The series itself rivals games like Final Fantasy and frickin' Ultima in age. It is incredibly long running. I believe it's about 30 years old. If I remember correctly, AliceSoft itself is about 32 years old. And the Rance games, like, during the time when the Rance games were released, like, this was a totally new thing. The eroge industry over in Japan was very small at this time, so Rance was like a big breakthrough title. It's considered a super classic. And Rance is, like, on top of rivaling, like, Final Fantasy and Ultima in age, as far as H games go, it is one of the oldest ongoing H game franchises ever made. Ah, man. There's also, if you can see behind me, I actually have listed, there's, two separate lists of games. We have the old timeline, and we have the new timeline. And the old timeline consists of, like, a lot of the older games. You have, like, the original Rance 1, 2, 3, etc. And that goes all the way down to a game called Kkulf-Kkulf Rance. And Kkulf-Kkulf Rance is, like, at the time the Kkulf-Kkulf Rance was released, AliceSoft was having, like, a financial crisis, and they thought that Kkulf-Kkulf Rance was going to be their last Rance game, so they decided they were going to incorporate all of the ideas that they had for Rance into this last final game, and it became something of, like, a Fire Emblem Awakening situation where the game blew up, it became a huge success, and it, like, completely saved the company and resurrected the franchise. And Kkulf-Kkulf Rance is still one of the best-selling hentai games of all time. To this day, it is one of the best-selling of all time. So these games are like a big deal in the eroge industry over in Japan. Oh man. Alright, so as far as the games themselves go, I've already mentioned that, like, for the most part, you can essentially think of them as traditional JRPGs. But, like, the plot of the games is really interesting. The reason that I'm talking to you about Rance today, despite it being a hentai game, is that it has incredibly fascinating lore. So, like, the games themselves, like, the plot we're not really going to be talking about for today. Like, you have all these games, and all of them have their own separate plots. Two different timelines. You have the old and the new. The new timeline is the one that we're going to be discussing today, but the games themselves and the stories in the games, we're not really going to be touching on. We're going to be focusing on everything leading up to the very first Rance game in the new canonical timeline. Rance 01. That is the point we're going to be getting up to today. We're going to be discussing everything leading up to it in the Rance universe's history. Oh my gosh. Okay, so. Yeah, this is gonna happen a lot, trust me, especially when I do this live. I'm reading from a script because there is simply too much for me to remember off the top of my head. So, I'm going to lose my place. Oh man. As far as like the games themselves, probably the most notable thing about the Rance games is that they have like really wildly varying shifts in tone. Like at one point they're like really silly, stupid humor, and then another they're like really dark and kind of like there's a lot of scenes that are definitely intended to like make you feel uncomfortable. It's a very like it's a hentai game, but it's not really like when you think of a hentai game, and we're going to discuss this a little bit later. You think of like really you're just playing it for the adult scenes, and the game itself doesn't really matter. Rance is the complete opposite of that. The adult scenes are completely secondary, and the game is the core focus. Okay. So, Rance himself, so the title character of the Rance games is called Rance, R-A-N-C-E, Rance. That is why the series is called that. He's the protagonist that you play throughout all of the games, all the way from the first game of the old timeline to the last game of the new timeline. And we're actually not going to be talking a whole bunch about Rance himself today, because he is like most of what you would want to know about Rance occurs in the games themselves. So we're going to be talking about the history leading up to like Rance's first big adventure in the games. Oh my gosh. Rance, as a character, he's like a parody of the traditional JRPG protagonist. He's like this total piece of shit. He's really funny because of it. He pretends to be this like upstanding, amazing hero, and he's constantly talking about how he's the best hero in the world. There's a really great image that I love of like Rance declaring in one of the Rance games that like he's a heroic hero with a heroic harem. It's very funny. But in actuality, like he's a total piece of shit. He's motivated entirely by his like desire for personal gain, and he uses like eventually later on in the series he uses his status as being like this legendary hero to do whatever the hell he wants. He just gets away with anything. And there's a running gag throughout the entire series where Rance always starts at first level at the beginning of each game, because he spends the interim period between games doing nothing. He's just this lazy piece of shit. He just sits around doing fuck all, like, during the, like, break between each of the individual Rance games. And if you're wondering, like, how does he lose levels? That's actually leading into an important topic of levels, like, the way that levels and experience work, and, by extension, the huge can of worms that is the Rance universe that we are going to be opening today. Oh, man. Obviously, you guys already heard the warning in the beginning, so you know what to expect. For the most part, I'm going to be trying to steer away from topics of, like, just hentai stuff, and we're going to be focusing almost entirely on lore, characters, story, etc. I hope you are ready. So, the Ranceverse. I call it the Ranceverse, but that's not an official name for it. Everybody in the Ranceverse lives on this flat, geocentric world called the Continent. The Continent is this huge landmass. It doesn't have any oceans. It has like this one very large lake with an island in the center. It has like a waterfall that spills out over the edge of the continent. Because the world of the continent is flat, you can actually travel to the edge, and like if you drop off the edge of the continent, it's basically just like dropping off into a black void. The whole continent is englobed by this invisible barrier, and it physically prevents anybody from leaving. It extends about 15,000 meters into the sky, and like, it's bizarre how this works. If you fall off the edge of the continent and hit the bottom of the barrier, it will actually cause you to loop all the way back up to the top of the barrier, sort of like, you know, like warping, like video game glitches, that type of thing. So you'll hit the bottom of the barrier, teleport up to the top, and then you'll fall all the way to your death once you hit land again. Oh, man. So the continent has a single sun and a single moon, and it has day and year cycles that are basically identical to those of our real world. And the lake with a waterfall that keeps spilling over the edge of the continent, it just like mysteriously supplies itself with more water, which is due to the influence of these sort of godlike beings. They're called the Holy Beasts. The Holy Beasts are technically gods, but it's not clear exactly where they stand in the hierarchy, which we'll talk about a little later. The entire purpose for the existence of the Holy Beasts is to literally carry the continent on their backs. They hold the continent aloft in space. There are 5 Holy Beasts, but only 4 four of them hold up the main continent. The fifth one holds up a small section of the continent that he was actually responsible for breaking off, which is called Japan. That's Japan in all capital letters. Listen, we'll get to that later, okay? That's Japan in all capital letters, straight up. Oh my gosh. So, as far as the fifth holy beast goes, that's holding Japan. At first, like, because the other four holy beasts are responsible for holding up the main continent, they make the fifth holy beast, like, basically useless. He doesn't really have a purpose. It's not clear exactly why the fifth holy beast was made in the first place. It might have been to, like, originally to hold up, like, the center of the continent in addition to its four edges, but this was apparently not necessary. So, the fifth holy beast doesn't really have a purpose. He just fucks off, he does his own thing, and, like, eventually he gets so bored of not having any responsibilities that he goes on a rampage in the southeastern part of the continent, and it causes this absolutely massive earthquake, which is called the Eastern Holy Earthquake. And that earthquake makes a chunk of the land split off from the continent so large that the fifth holy beast burrows into it and becomes its support. So, that gives him an actual purpose. And as we've mentioned before, now that landmass is home to the country of Japan. And Japan is connected to the continent by this massive bridge which is called the Tenma Bridge. And the Tenma Bridge was built by Amaterasu, the goddess of hell. Like, she builds the bridge as a way of apologizing to the Japanese after, like, she, like, fucks up somehow, which causes these glowing portals to hell called hellholes to appear in Japan. And so, like, as an apology, she does a bunch of things to apologize to them, but the primary one is building the Tenma Bridge and connecting the Japanese to the mainland. Oh my gosh. I mentioned that, obviously, this is Japan in all caps. That's the only thing that differentiates it. But there's actually multiple translations of a lot of stuff that we're going to be talking about today. So, like, there's two main translations. There's the primary fan translation, which is the one that we're going to be using for today's lecture, and there's also the official translation, which applies to most of the MangaGamer releases. I personally do not like the official translation. We're going to be using the fan translation, like, entirely today. We're not going to be using the official translation at all. In the official translation, Japan is called Nippon, but like, it's bizarre why they chose to do this, because in the games themselves, like the original Japanese versions of the games, Japan is literally written, like, in English as, like, Japan all caps. You can even see it in some artwork. Alright, there's also other annoying parts of the official translation, like the changing demons to fiends, and like for example, the Demon King is changed to the Archfiend. It's a little silly, so we're not going to be using it for today. Alright, so that huge lake that I mentioned earlier is called the Sea. It actually becomes an ocean for a short period of time once every 10 years during an event called the High Tide, or the Flood. And during this, there's a huge mass of water that flows out from the sea, and it creates an ocean around the entire world. This event does not last very long. It lasts around 2 weeks on average, with some variation. It can be a little longer, a little shorter. And after this time is up, the sea is spontaneously drained again. So it goes back to just, like, spilling over the continent and being like a little waterfall. Oh, man. As far as I'm aware, it's stated that the ocean that's created around the continent extends around its edge for about 20 nautical miles. The world itself is split into a whole bunch of different factions. Almost the entire western half of the continent belongs to the monster realm, whereas the eastern half of the continent, called either the human realm or the human territories, is split between a bunch of different various human nations. The main human nations that are existent in, like, the present day of the Rance world are the Kingdom of Leazas, the Helman Empire, which during the events of the games it's called the Helman Empire, but for all of today's lecture we're going to be calling it the Helman Republic. There's the Magic Kingdom of Zeth, the Free Cities Alliance, which is also just called the Free Cities, and Japan, which we've already discussed a little bit. Other nations that include Shangri-La, which is a bit like, it's a small independent nation hidden within the Kanani Desert, and it's only accessible by casting secret enchantments, which open up passageways through the sands. And in addition to Shangri-La, there is a Kalar nation called Pencil Cow, and that is located in the Crystal Forest, which surrounds the Soaring Dragon Mountain, which is, like, the Soaring Dragon Mountain is this giant-ass mountain that looms over, like, pretty much everything else in the world. It's like, if you look at the map of the continent, it is easily visible. It sticks out like a sore thumb. As far as the K'lar themselves that form the nation of Pencil Cow, they're an all-female society of elf-like people. They live in complete isolation from human society, and they eventually grow up to be either angels or devils, which we'll talk about a bit later. At any given time in the Ranceverse, the population of the world usually hovers around 300 million. Okay, so that was a fucking lot, right? So, now we're gonna get into the explanation of how all of this came to be. So, we are at the beginning. In the beginning, there's this really cool-looking 2-kilometer white whale guy with 72 wings, and his name is Ludo-Rathuum. He's a god, and he spent like some undetermined amount of time floating in the empty void of space. He's just floating there for an indeterminate number of eons. He essentially just stands around doing nothing until one day he realizes that he's incredibly fucking bored and lonely. So he decides, fuck it, I'm gonna create life. So, first and foremost, Ludo-Rathuum and many of the other important gods in the Rance world are beings that are formed entirely from raw souls. And raw souls are a fundamental form of energy. They take the form of glowing intangible orbs that allow for intelligent life. Literally every single soul that exists originates from Ludo-Rathuum, and the sole exception to this is like beings from other parts of space that he didn't create himself, like alien entities that visit the continent and shit like that. Most normal mortal beings have only a single soul. So like, for example, you and me, we're humans, we just have one soul. But beings with multiple souls that are not gods do exist. So like, you have the gods, they're formed of like billions of raw souls, which Ludo-Rathuum, for example, he's formed from exactly 10 billion raw souls. But there are non-gods who are also formed from multiple souls. So for example, there's the dragons, they're formed from multiple souls. There is like certain types of demons, namely the Dark Lords and the Demon King. They're outliers that their souls are like assimilated into these things called either demonic blood souls, which are comprised of multiple souls, or their soul is assimilated into this thing called the demonic blood pool, which is comprised of like a whole shit ton of souls. And I will explain all of that later. So, it's also stated that apostles go through a similar process. Apostles are basically like, you have the Demon King, you have the Dark Lords, and then apostles are the next step below the Dark Lords, and we will also explain them later. They go through a similar process, and they're like presumably also comprised of multiple souls, just like a Dark Lord with a demonic blood soul. But it's unclear whether or not this is actually the case. You can essentially think of a soul as like a storage device for the data of a living being. Like physical appearance, levels, skills, memories, personalities, anything you can think of about whatever person that soul is attached to is stored within that soul from the moment of the person's birth all the way until their death. Ludo-Rathuum's body, I've already mentioned, it is comprised of exactly 10 billion souls prior to the creation of other intelligent life forms. And about half of those are not currently in circulation in the present day, and are still a part of Ludo-Rathuum's body. So by the time we reach, like, the first Rance game, Ludo-Rathuum is going to be comprised of about 5 billion souls. He'll have used about half, just splitting them all among different things. Okay. We don't, like, totally understand all of how this works, so we don't really know whether or not the souls that comprise the bodies of gods like Ludo-Rathuum are, like, being actively used to store data on those gods, and, like, if those souls can be, like, cleaned and disseminated among other living beings. And there's a bunch of other stuff that's confusing about souls, and we'll touch upon a lot of that later, because it's a bit of a rabbit hole. Okay, let me go ahead and scroll. Alright, so Ludo-Rathuum decides to create life, and to do that, he splits off this massive number of raw souls from his body. First, he creates the Holy Beasts and uses them as a literal foundation for the continent, as we've discussed. They carry the continent on their backs and hold it aloft in space. After this, he splits off approximately 1 billion souls from his body, and using those souls, in approximately 3 minutes, he creates the entire continent. So he does this, and he's like, alright, that was cool, but fuck doing all this shit myself. That's whack. So he splits off even more souls from his body in order to create new gods that are known as the Three Supreme Gods, and he designates the Three Supreme Gods as being the primary architects for the continent. In order, first, he creates the Supreme God, Planner, and you should remember that name. It is very important. Planner is a very central figure in the lore. After he creates Planner, he creates the Supreme God, Harmonet, and finally he creates the Supreme God, Roven Pan. From this point onwards, Ludo-Rathuum creates this alternate dimension. It's another plane of existence that's called Transcendent Space, where he and the Supreme Gods reside, and which the Supreme Gods like govern and design the world, and he uses Transcendent Space as like a space where he can sit and watch everything, and while the Supreme Gods do all the work. He creates the entire world, he creates the Supreme Gods, and he just tells the Supreme Gods to just do everything, and just sits and watches the fun at his discretion. Oh, man. Alright. Very important thing that happens during all of this. When the three Supreme Gods are initially created, Ludo-Rathuum is like, assumedly he's not very adept at creating things. You know, this is his first go at creating intelligent life. And he ends up accidentally leaving behind excess souls during the creation process. Those leftover souls end up transforming into a whole new being named the Devil King Rathuum. His name is just Rathuum. He's not to be confused with Ludo-Rathuum. Ludo-Rathuum is the creator god, Rathuum is the Devil King. Alright, so Rathuum, because he's essentially made up of leftover waste from the creation process of the Supreme Gods, he's weaker than the Supreme Gods, but he's still essentially like a super powerful god. He's about as strong or stronger than the 8 gods of eternity, and we'll get to them later. Once Rathuum comes into existence, the very first thing that he does is create a hiding place, which is safe from the gods, in which he can bide his time and slowly gather his strength, which is yet another plane of existence called the Devil Realm. So he creates the Devil Realm, and he takes parts of his body and uses them to create a wife for himself named Terra Utinio. So he mates with Terra Utinio, which putting an end to this creation story's theme of asexual reproduction, and Terra Utinio gives birth to 3 children. Those children become the 3 Devil Princes, and they essentially govern the entire Devil Society. Rathuum creates a small number of basic devils from his flesh, and he commands them to breed. Once his race grows to a size that he's comfortable with, he gives everybody an extremely important prime directive. Collect souls through any means possible and return them to my castle. You know, he drops the mic, he pieces out, he returns into his castle, and his castle is called Procyon Castle after one of the 3 Devil Princes, and he uses it to hibernate indefinitely until his servants have finally collected enough souls for him to awaken and supplant the creator god Ludo-Rathuum as the ruler of the world. Alright, so, now the 3 Supreme Gods have to figure out what the fuck they're gonna do to make the continent interesting for Ludo-Rathuum. At this point, the continent is just, it is just a mass of land. There is nothing on it. They have to, like, try and figure out, like, what the hell they're gonna do to make it interesting. Okay, first and foremost, Planner decides that before they can continue with anything, he needs to decide on a set of universal laws which govern their world. And he does this with the express purpose of making the structure of the world as dramatic and entertaining as possible for the creator god. The Planner scenario. The importance of the Planner scenario cannot be understated. It is essentially the main antagonist of the entire series, and what we have been leading up to this entire fucking time. Remember when I said Rance loses levels between games? That is a part of the Planner scenario. Levels are essentially meant to be like a power limiter for all living beings that are a part of the scenario. Or more accurately, level caps are the power limiter, whereas levels are the power itself. Every single soul that's part of the Reincarnation Cycle, which we'll get to a little later, is assigned a level cap, and an individual with that particular soul cannot exceed that level cap. Levels themselves, they're motes of power that are granted to living beings, and levels are acquired by exchanging experience points with beings known as level gods. In the hierarchy of the gods, there's like 13 ranks, right? And 13 is the lowest, 1 is the highest. And most level gods are relatively low ranking. Like, a good chunk of the level gods we meet throughout the series are, I believe, 7th level. I'm not sure if that's entirely true. I know specifically there's one 7th level level god, which is, or excuse me, 7th class level god, which would be Harmonet's alter ego, and I'll explain him a little bit later because he's not super relevant to what we're talking about currently. But yeah, so there's level gods, which are like, because they're low-ranking gods and humans are required to interact with them in order to gain levels as a part of the Planner scenario, it's like one of the few avenues of communication that the mortals have with the gods. Alright. So, the moral of the story here is that levels and experience points on the continent are a real thing. People in the Ranceverse know about levels and experience and communicate directly with level gods in order to exchange their experience points, which they earn specifically by killing other beings, for levels. Oh man, in fact, speaking of killing other beings in order to gain experience, monsters, which are another part of the planar scenario, exist for pretty much the sole purpose of being XP fodder for the protagonist race to kill. Oh man, it's not like, you know how in Dungeons & Dragons, like, you can gain experience by killing things, but you can also gain it by, like, just doing other cool stuff. The Ranceverse does not work like that. You have to kill things in order to gain experience. Like, levels and level caps themselves have some interesting properties. Some creatures gain experience points super slowly or super quickly, but lose them just as slow or fast, and, like, which, like, happens, as we mentioned, if you just do nothing for too long a period of time, then eventually you will start losing levels and experience. And, like, level caps themselves actually can be raised or lowered through artificial means. Like, for example, a level god is capable of raising your level cap if you do, like, specific tasks for them. And there are, like, spells and artifacts that can, like, artificially raise or lower your level cap. Alright. The planar scenario itself, there is a lot to the planar scenario, but the first thing that I want to discuss regarding the planar scenario is something that feeds into what the Supreme God Rovan Pan decides to do. The first thing he does is he creates the Round Ones. The Round Ones are designated within the planar scenario as being the protagonist race. Over the course of history, there are a total of 4 protagonist races. There's the Round Ones, there's Dragonkind, there's Humanity, and there's the Squidmen, in that order. So, if you're curious about Squidmen succeeding Humanity, this happens in the epilogue of an alternate ending to the final Rance game. It's around 50,000 years into the future, and the continent has been overtaken by the Squidman Empire, which is like this modern civilization. It has paved roads and highways, and Rance visits this place after he's sealed in a cryo chamber, and eventually 50,000 years into the future he gets unthawed from it. It's located on the crashed mothership of this alien species called the Horus, who are not native to the continent. And Rance, he goes and visits the Squidman Empire 50,000 years into the future, and he discovers that humans are no longer the protagonist race, and now they are treated as being monsters. So he's mad about it, and he decides he's going to declare war on the entire Squidman species, which includes the Squidman Empire, the Helman Republic, and the KKK Kingdom. Alright, so Rovan Pan, he creates the Round Ones as the very first protagonist race, and the protagonist race themselves, they're a pretty self-explanatory part of the planar scenario. They are the dominant, intelligent species of the continent, and they serve as the protagonists in an eternal battle between themselves and the antagonist race. And the antagonist race, essentially, monsters are the antagonist race, but for the most part, they are a part of something bigger, called the Demon King system. So, the demons are not their own unique race. Instead, they're monsters that act as, like... Okay, so the antagonist race, they are the monsters that act as servants to this guy called the Demon King. And the Demon King is an extremely powerful being. He's pretty much impossible for any normal member of the protagonist race to defeat. He's so powerful that he's more than capable of wiping out the entire protagonist race on his own. The Demon King himself is not a unique being. He is a member of another race who has become host to this malicious entity which Planar creates called the Demonic Blood Pool. Like, when a creature becomes a host to the Demonic Blood Pool, they gain, like, incredible power. They become the reigning Demon King, but it drives them crazy. They're filled with this just all-consuming, uncontrollable hatred of the protagonist race. And, like, they're just overwhelmed by this completely insatiable bloodlust. It's possible to suppress those urges if either the Demon King has a very strong will, or if their power is weaker than, like, that of a particularly strong Demon King. This, like, as we discuss the Demon Kings later on, we'll talk about, like, what Demon Kings are really strong and what Demon Kings are really weak and how that affects the Demonic Blood Pool's influence over them. For the most part, weak Demon Kings are affected by it less, really strong Demon Kings are affected by it more. Okay. Oh man. Despite this, even like the most passive and level-headed, wow, okay, we're getting started early with the tongue twisters. Even the most passive and level-headed individuals eventually become more and more susceptible to the influence of the Demon King's blood over time. And eventually it gets to the point where they just literally lose their minds. The blood pool itself is like, it's an amalgamation of multiple souls, and it carries the data of every Demon King that it has inhabited. And their souls are like assimilated into it. it. And even when it does not inhabit the body of another being, it has the ability to use the power of all the demon kings it has acted as previously by drawing up the data stored within the souls that make up its existence. Because as we mentioned before, it's made up of a whole bunch of different souls, and part of that is like the demon souls that it assimilates into itself and copies the data of from each of the individual demon kings over the course of history. Oh my goodness. Alright, so, for all intents and purposes, the demonic blood pool is the Demon King, and the person who has it inside them is either engaged in, like, constant psychological warfare, just trying to maintain a sense of free will, or they've just completely given themselves over to the influence of the pool. It is technically possible for a person to revert back to their original self if somebody else takes on the role of the Demon King via ritual, which assumedly means that either their original souls return to them, or, more likely, they get a new one with all of their data copied onto it, which I alluded to just a second ago. I guess something similar probably happens if a Dark Lord or Apostle becomes a normal person again. We do learn, actually, later on in the Rance games that it is possible for a Dark Lord to revert back to their original self, which is interesting. We don't really understand exactly how it works. Speaking of Dark Lords and Apostles, let's explain those. Dark Lords are servants to the Demon King. Much like the Demon King, they are not their own race, but they're creatures of other races who have inherited some of the Demon King's blood. For this to work, the Demon King has to still be alive. If, like... if a Demon King dies, and another creature consumes the Demon King's blood, they become the Demon King, even if they just, like, accidentally swallow a little bit of the blood. But if a Demon King is still alive, and he willingly imparts his blood onto someone else, then they become a Dark Lord. So, a Dark Lord, they're super fucking strong, they're practically untouchable by human beings. But they still only have a small fraction of the Demon King's power. Because the demonic blood pool, which transforms their souls into demonic blood souls, is like one singular being, it connects the Dark Lords to the Demon King and makes it so the Dark Lords are unable to disobey his commands. They're totally subservient to him, but they aren't affected by the mindfuckery of the blood pool. The amount of blood that they inherit from the Demon King is too small to have any sort of mental influence on them. So, like, they have to follow the orders of the Demon King, but they're perfectly capable of having their own opinions about those orders. They're completely mentally sound. Alright, so, there's Apostles. Apostles are made almost the exact same way as the Dark Lords, except Dark Lords have to pass their blood on to other beings instead of the Demon King himself, in order to create Apostles for themselves. Technically, like, for the Demon King, like, making Dark Lords, of which they can have a maximum of 24, weakens him. But this is incredibly minor, and it is almost completely unnoticeable. On the other hand, Dark Lords, for every Apostle they create, they are severely weakened. They have way less of the Demon King's blood to spare for others. They can create an unlimited number of Apostles, unlike the Demon King, who can only create 24 Dark Lords. But their control over those Apostles gets weaker the more they make. There's also Lesser Apostles, but Lesser Apostles is just the title. They don't actually gain any power or anything like that. They're called Lesser Apostles because they swear oaths of loyalty to Dark Lords. Alright, long story fucking short, the Demon King is not only super powerful himself, but he controls an entire army of extremely powerful servants, and they serve as the primary enemy for the protagonist race, which is the primary way in which the planar scenario is designed to create chaos and strife for the continent's inhabitants, thereby entertaining the creator god for eternity. For those among you who ask, why doesn't the Demon King just wipe out humanity? We will get there. Trust me. So, with the creation of the protagonist and antagonist races, the instatement of the planar scenario, and like a whole bunch of other stuff, mortal history finally begins with the year Kkulf-Kkulf. In the Ranceverse, there's different eras which are determined by the current reigning Demon King. So, you know, in real life we have like fucking AD, BC. This is like that. Which, like, era we're in is determined by who is currently the Demon King at this point in time. So, there are 7 Demon Kings over the course of history. There's like more Demon Kings later on in the Rance games, but we're not going to be discussing them today, especially because that's a very big spoiler territory. There may be 1 or 2 fun facts about them later on. So, the 7 Demon Kings that we're going to be talking about today over the course of, like, the vast majority of the continent's history are, in order, Kkulf-Kkulf, Avel, Ssulal, Nighcisa, Gele, and Little Princess. The Little Princess era is the one in which all of the Rance games take place, from Little Princess Era 1 to Little Princess Era 8. Alright, class. I do believe we have caught up to the part of the live lecture that we did, where, like, you're gonna know exactly what's going on, and we are going to segue into the actual live event that took place a few days before me recording this now. Okay.
Alright.
So, Franklin,
You
is
have to be
Franklin
there,
fully
man.
caught up now? Because I wasn't
believe
listening
so.
fully. Okay.
I didn't get to the
There's
protagonist races.
Oh.
So there's protagonist designated people and antagonistic designated people.
Yes. And, like, the antagonist race are basically the monsters, and then, like, the monsters, like, serve in monster armies to, like, the Dark Lords and the Demon Kings. The Dark Lords have, like, their own individual monster armies, and then the Demon King can control all of them if he wants to. And monsters themselves are, like, their own unique race, but the Dark Lords and the Demon King are created from other beings.
Explain the demonic blood pool, please, Professor.
Oh, okay, does Franklin not know the demonic blood pool?
We did not get to that.
What? There's a demonic blood pool?
Yes. So the
Is it
demonic
called the
blood
dead
pool.
pool?
The dead pool. Shut the fuck up. Okay. The demonic blood pool is like the thing that makes the Demon King the Demon King. Essentially, like, the demonic blood pool was created by Planner in order to, like, be the whole focal point of the Demon King system, which is a part of the Planner scenario. So, in order to become the Demon King, creature has to become a host to the demonic blood pool. So when they become the host to it, they gain, like, all sorts of crazy powers. They're insanely strong. They're, like, so strong that they're capable of wiping out the protagonist race, like, entirely on their own. But there's drawbacks. So when you inherit the blood of the Demon King, the demonic blood pool, like, it totally fucks with your mind. Like, it starts, like, taking control of your mind and manipulating you, so you have this, like, completely all-consuming, like, hatred of the protagonist race and, like, just completely insatiable bloodlust. So the demonic blood pool is constantly trying to manipulate you into, like, bringing, like, misery to the protagonist race. And, like, you can kind of, like, try and resist its control, but if you, like, you have to have either a really strong will, or, like, if you're not as powerful, because there are some Demon Kings who are more powerful than others, like, throughout the continent's history, like, less powerful Demon Kings usually have less influence exerted on them by the demonic blood pool. But, like, the longer that you have the demonic blood pool in your body, like, the worse it gets. It'll just, like, slowly start to, like, control you over time. It's not, like, direct, like, control, like, it doesn't literally take over your body, it just, like, influences your thoughts. Like, to the point where you just eventually, like, completely fucking lose your mind. Okay, so the Demon King has the demonic blood pool, and he's capable of giving his blood to other creatures and turning them into these things called Dark Lords. So if the Demon King dies and his blood gets consumed, then whoever consumes his blood becomes the Demon King, even if they just, like, swallow a little bit of the blood by mistake. But if the Demon King is still alive, and he willingly gives his blood to a Dark Lord, the Dark Lord, if he willingly gives his blood to another creature, they become a Dark Lord. And Dark Lords, like, they're servants of the Demon King who have, like, a fraction of his strength. They're still, like, they're not nearly as powerful as the Demon King, but they're still incredibly powerful. Like, no humans can, like, touch them at all, hardly. And, like, because they only have a fraction of the Demon King's, like, blood, like, turning their soul into, like, this thing called a demonic blood soul, like, the Demon King is capable of controlling them, because the demonic blood pool, like, even when you split it up into, like, among all these separate beings into demonic blood souls, it's still technically, like, one singular entity. So any commands the Demon King gives, like, Dark Lords have to follow. He's just, like, mind controls them, basically. And then, like, aside from that, like, Dark Lords, like, they don't have the same, like, mental influence of the demonic blood pool exerted on them that the Demon King does. Like, Dark Lords, like, the demonic blood pool doesn't affect their minds or anything like that. They're just forced to follow the Demon King's orders. And then Dark Lords are capable of doing this, like, giving their blood over to other creatures as well in order to create apostles, who are, it's like the same thing, basically. Like, they're, like, even weaker versions of Dark Lords. Like, when a Demon King uses his blood to create a Dark Lord, technically it weakens them, but they have, like, so much of, like, the Demon King's blood that it's, like, not even noticeable by humans. Like, they might as well not even get any weaker. It's like, it's that minor. When a Dark Lord makes apostles, he gets way weaker, because they have way less blood to, like, impart onto other creatures. So, like, if they create even a single apostle, they get way weaker. They can, like, the Demon King can create a maximum of 24 Dark Lords. The Dark Lords can create an infinite number of apostles, but, like, if they just, like, created a shitload of apostles, they would shoot themselves in the foot, since it makes them way weaker. And, like, their control over the apostles gets weaker the more that they create. So usually Dark Lords don't have that many apostles, if they have any at all. Okay. I think that should be, like, a pretty thorough explanation of the Demon King system.
Now on to the protagonist races.
Oh, boy.
Oh, right.
Oh,
that's...
yes. You have not had them explained to you.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Hold on. Just making sure we're still rolling. I'm gonna minimize that just to lessen the load on my PC. Okay, so the protagonist races. So, Rovan Pan, the supreme god Rovan Pan, as a part of the planner scenario, he creates something called the protagonist race. Over the course of history, there are 4 total protagonist races. In order, in chronological order, there's the Round Ones as the first protagonist race, then Dragonkind, then Humanity, and then the Squidmen. So the Squidmen, if you're curious about the Squidmen eventually succeeding humanity, that occurs in the epilogue of an alternate ending to the final game, about 50,000 years into the future, where the continent has been overtaken by the Squidman Empire, which is a modern civilization with paved roads and highways that Rance visits after, like, being unthawed from a cryo chamber located on the crashed mothership of an alien species not native to the continent known as the Horus. So after he is unthawed from the cryo chamber, and he discovers that, like, humans have been completely, like, dominated by the Squidman Empire and are essentially, like, treated as monsters in this, like, late future. So he declares war on the entire Squidman species, including the Squidman Empire, the Hannies Republic, and the Kkulf-Kkulf Kingdom. Okay.
Do they have lots of corn in their cha-cha-cha kingdoms?
I don't know. There's not much that's, like... This is, like, an alternate, like, just silly ending to the final Rance game, so there's not a lot known about this stuff. Oh my god. So yeah, anyways, Rovan Pan creates the Round Ones as the very first protagonist race, and, like, you already understand their part in the scenario. They're basically, you know, they're the good guys, they're, like, the main dominant intelligent species of the continent, and they're fighting the demons, the antagonist race. Oh my god.
How demonish.
Oh my god, okay, I think we're pretty much caught up now. I think we're caught up. Alright, so now everybody gets to hear new shit. Woo! Oh my god, okay. So, with the creation of the protagonist and antagonist races, the instatement of the planner scenario, and, like, a whole bunch of other shit, mortal history finally begins with the year Kkulf-Kkulf. In the Ranceverse, like, eras are determined by the current reigning Demon King, of which there are 7 over the course of history, whom I'll list by era. So, there's the Kkulf-Kkulf Era, there's the Avel Era, there's the Ssulal Era, there is the Nighcisa Era, there's the Gele Era, the Gele Era, and the Little Princess Era. And the Little Princess Era is the one in which all of the Rance games take place. So, after the Little Princess Era, there is more, but we're not going to be getting into that, because that's, like, super major spoiler territory for, like, the very last game. So we're not really going to be covering that today. We're just going to make our way to the beginning of the Little Princess Era and the very first Rance game. Okay, going back to the planner scenario, we need to talk about something extremely important. How did Rovan Pan and the gang give humans life in the first place? So, obviously, like, we know that humans have souls, that's what makes them alive. So in order to, like, disseminate souls among the general population, they come up with this really neato idea called the Reincarnation Cycle. So a certain number of souls designated as, like, the max population of the continent, which is, like, the 300 million that I mentioned earlier, are taken directly from the body of Ludo Rathuim and used to, like, give living beings intelligence. But there are complications with that. So what happens when those beings die? So, you see, because Ludo-Rathwum is made up entirely of raw souls, he can't absorb polluted souls back into his body, and, like, polluted souls can't, like, be immediately reused. To solve this, the Supreme God Harmonet creates something called the God's Hierarchy. So, like, it's basically like this in-depth social hierarchy that consists of, like, 13 different classes that, like, splits up all of, like, the different gods, which Harmonet creates directly from his body using raw souls. So from there, those gods get, like, assigned specific, like, classes, domains, duties, etc., and, like, they govern over all those, and, like, they have, like, their own individual responsibilities. One of those gods is the second-class goddess of Hell, Amaterasu, who we briefly mentioned earlier. And she and the other gods create Hell. And, like, Amaterasu becomes the ruler of Hell and creates these creatures called the Oni. And the Oni are responsible for cleaning polluted souls. So they, like, when a being dies, the soul of that being is taken, given to the Oni, and then they, like, clean that soul. So they totally wipe that soul clean of all of its pollution and all of its data so that it can be absorbed back into the body of the creator god. So they come up with that, but they need people to actually collect the souls of beings that die, and so that they can be, like, fed back into the reincarnation cycle. So they come up with an idea. Harmonet decides that angels will, like, be responsible for soul collection and distribution, but, like, there aren't enough angels, and he can't afford to just create, like, a huge number of angels just entirely from his own body. He doesn't have enough souls to spare. So instead, he decides to create a new race who can reproduce on their own and eventually turn into angels who, like, contribute to the management of the reincarnation cycle or become a part of the Angel Knights. And those are the Kalar, who we mentioned earlier. The Kalar exist for the purpose of eventually becoming angels that serve the gods. Like, so we mentioned Kalar have pointed ears. They're basically like the equivalent of elves on the continent, but, like, really the only similarity they have with elves is that their ears are pointed. They all have blue hair. Like, almost every single Kalar has, like, blue hair. And they're technically offshoots of the protagonist race. So, like, for example, like, in the era of the dragons, there was, like, Dragon Kalar, and then in the era of humanity, there's, like, Human Kalar, and then, like, in Round 1 era, there's Round 1 Kalar. We don't really know, like, in, like, the human era, like, over the course of human history, Kalar, like, they appear like elves, like I already mentioned, like, they're very humanoid in appearance, but assumedly during the other eras, the Round 1 era and the Dragon era, they, like, appeared similar to dragons in Round 1s, but we have no idea what that might have looked like. There's only, like, one Dragon Kalar that's still remaining, like, during the events of the Rance games, called Hunty Kalar, but, like, she doesn't have the original form that she had during the Avel era. Like, after the Avel era, she, like, gains a humanoid form, so we still have no idea what, like, original Dragon Kalar looked like. Okay. So all the Kalar have these crystals on their foreheads, and the crystals change color from red to blue depending on whether or not the Kalar is a virgin. So, like, Kalar with blue crystals, they have the ability, like, so they're an all-female race. I think we already mentioned that. And, like, like, non-virgin Kalar with blue crystals, like, the crystals get enchanted with the super strong magical power that allows them to use a skill called Cursecraft. And they can use Cursecraft in order to deliver, like, really debilitating, like, dying curses upon, like, men. Like I said, it's a dying curse, so if they die, they're able to deliver, like, super, like, bad curses. Like, they can just straight up kill you. Man. So the Kalar, they live in total isolation from, like, all of human society, and, like, they live in the Crystal Forest, in which they form a nation called Pencil Cow, where all of them reside. At any given time, there's, the Kalar population usually hovers around 2,000. Man, and we've already mentioned they reproduce by capturing human men and, like, using them as sperm banks. Oh my god. Okay, so... Oh yeah, I should mention, okay, so Kalar are practically immortal, because like I mentioned, their whole purpose is to eventually turn into angels. So, like, when they're, like, initially growing up, they, like, mature really quickly for, like, the first few years of their life. Like, within the first few months, like, after they're born, they mature to the point where they're, like, I forget exactly like the specifics, but like they mature up to a certain point, and then beyond there, like they start like maturing at a more normal, like human-esque rate until they reach like the ideal physical form, at which point they stop physically aging. And like eventually they reach this thing called the time of change, when they can become either an angel or a devil. And whether or not a Kkulf becomes an angel or a devil is dependent on their level of soul pollution, which we'll get into soul pollution in a little bit. Okay, let's see. So now that the gods have created the Kkulf, they have like this endless supply of like more angels coming into like the gods' hierarchy in the Heaven City, and they're able to like get a shit ton of angels to like manage the reincarnation cycle, like collecting and distributing souls amongst the general population and shit. Man, also, like, I mentioned that Kkulf can become devils. In Kkulf society, if a Kkulf becomes a devil, like, because their entire purpose for existing is to become angels that serve the gods. Like, so if a Kkulf becomes a devil, it's like this huge fucking disgrace. Like, the biggest, like, imaginable disgrace in Kkulf society. Like, you will get completely banished from Kkulf society if you become a devil. Oh my god. Is there anything I forgot to mention about Kkulf?
Soft tacos.
Soft tacos.
Yum.
Yeah, soft. That's it. That's what I was thinking of. Okay, I think that should be about everything about the Kkulf. Okay, so, like, I mentioned that with the way the reincarnation cycle works, like, essentially the souls of, like, beings who die are taken and, like, completely wiped of all of their data. So this, like, that obviously has really dark undertones of, like, humans having their entire existence, like, just completely, like, erased in this just never-ending cycle of death and rebirth. So, luckily for us, our great and glorious leader, Devil King Rathuim, is here to save the day and fight the good fight. Ludo Rathuim's out here just, like, ordering his servants to erase people from existence. Fuck that guy. You remember when Devil King Rathuim goes and says to collect souls by any means necessary to all of his followers. So they go and they make their mission to snatch souls out of the reincarnation cycle before they can be reclaimed by angels right underneath the nose of the creator god and give them to the Devil King Rathuim instead. So there's constantly souls that are being siphoned out of the reincarnation cycle and into the body of the Devil King. And also when they do this, like, they have no way of cleaning the souls. Like, they can't get rid of the soul pollution or the data in those souls because they have no Oni, they have no way to do that. So they just, like, give the souls to Devil King Rathuim in their, like, current state. So all of the data and pollution of those souls remains intact. Okay, let me scroll down. Oh, man. So let's see. Oh man, okay, I should explain soul pollution. During the life of a mortal, their soul gets polluted over time by, like, negative emotions like pain, sorrow, regret, etc. So the more polluted a soul is, the more it's incompatible with the body of the creator god. Every mortal soul gets polluted to some extent over the course of its life, which is why they need to be cleaned by the Oni before the creator god, like, absorbs them again. And it, like, varies between mortals. The average amount of soul pollution that a mortal gets is, like, 30 to 50%, like, in a single lifetime. With, like, the general rule of thumb for soul pollution being that you don't want your soul pollution to exceed your age. Like, it's also possible for soul pollution to decrease if, like, the negative feelings of an individual disappear. There are, like, some people who have the ability to, like, absorb the soul pollution of people, which we'll get to much later. So, like, if your negative feelings disappear, your soul pollution, like, decreases, and it also decreases the rate at which any further soul pollution develops. Like, also, soul pollution is not just, like, an abstract concept. If you have, like, too much soul pollution, it has severe negative effects on your mental state. If you get to the point where you exceed, like, 80% soul pollution, like, the vast majority of humans who get there will commit suicide. In extremely rare cases where a soul gets 100% polluted, it can never be cleaned by the Oni again. And, essentially, it's no longer a part of the reincarnation cycle. It becomes useless for the creator god. Interestingly, the level of pollution of a soul also influences the ability of gods and devils to actually, manipulate that soul. So the more polluted a soul, the more easily a devil can grasp it, and the less polluted a soul, the more easily a god can grasp it. So if a soul is 0% polluted or 100% polluted, it becomes completely invisible to either the devils or the gods. So like a 100% polluted soul, it might as well not even exist for the gods anymore. But like for devils, it becomes fully tangible. And vice versa. If a soul is 0% pollution, devils like don't even register its existence. Oh my gosh. It's also like, with like devils being able to more easily manipulate souls that have high soul pollution, it's actually stated that the Devil King Rathuum is made up of like entirely 100% polluted souls when he's originally created. It's not really explained why this is, but it's implied that like the excess waste left behind during the creation of the Supreme Gods was actually like all of the souls associated with the negative emotions of the Creator God at the time while he was bored and lonely floating in space. But that's purely speculation. There's not really any and there's nothing confirming that. Also, despite the nature of the reincarnation cycle, it's actually possible to revive somebody before their soul is collected by either a devil or an angel. So there's like resurrection magic that only works for a limited period of time after an individual's death. Although this probably wouldn't work for death via natural causes, kind of like D&D. Okay. So, we are about to talk about religion. On the continent, there are two dominant religions. There's the AL Church, short for the Alice Church, that is Alice in all capital letters, and there's the Tenchi sect. Now, there's a lot to talk about here, but we're just going to be focusing on something called the Human Administration Framework. So, we now know that devils are snatching souls out of the reincarnation cycle for the Devil King Rathuum to absorb. From Ludo Rathuum's perspective, that's bad. That is fucking bad. If he lets that continue, then eventually Rathuum is going to be able to supplant him as the ruler of the continent. So, there's also another important way in which the devils can collect souls. If a mortal swears his soul to a devil, that soul is magically plucked from the reincarnation cycle upon that mortal's death and absorbed into the body of the Devil King automatically. So, there's a bit more to this. Essentially, the Tenchi sect, which, like, the religion is called Tenchiism. That religion is created by a devil named Gepe. And Gepe was the chief advisor of this dude called Fujiwara Ishimaru. At the time, Fujiwara Ishimaru was the emperor of Japan. And he's this absolute fucking badass. He's one of the strongest men in the history of humanity. And he's literally the only third-level swordsman who has ever existed on the continent. So, his power was so incredible that he unites Japan entirely under his banner and then conquers more than half of the entire continent, which is why Japanese became and still is the world's most dominant language, and Tenchiism becomes the world's dominant religion. So, actually...
This is very different from what I thought this was going to be a Tenchi Muya and love joke.
Okay, so Fujiwara Ishimaru, who conquers the entire continent... Hold on, let me look at no passing.
Could you explain the third level
Yes.
sorcerer or swordsman?
So, like, sword combat is a skill. So, like, there's regular levels and experience points, which are their own thing, and then there are skills, which also have their own levels. So a skill can be either level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3, and the higher your skill level, the better you are at whatever the skill is, basically. We'll talk about it in a little bit more detail in a bit. Okay. So, Fujiwara Ishimaru, he conquers more than half of the continent and is like, and his goal is to conquer the entire continent, but that is not actually his ambition. Conquering the entire continent was Gepe's ambition. Gepe was the one who convinced Fujiwara Ishimaru to conquer the continent so that he could spread Tenchiism and like make it the continent's dominant religion so that he could like get mortals to swear their souls to devils. Like, most of what the Japanese know about Tenchiism is a lie. They don't know the true nature of Tenchiism. They have no idea that they are devil worshippers, and the rituals of the Tenchi sect were designed by Gepe in order to ensure the souls of its worshippers are taken from the reincarnation cycle and absorbed into the body of the Devil King.
How do you spell Gepe?
I will spell it on the board for you.
Thank you.
Is it kind of like the Pepe?
Pepe? No, it is not.
I would assume it's
Okay, pardon.
not.
Like this. Okay.
Don't be
So,
cringe.
Alright, so the creator god is getting, like, fucked from multiple directions. Devils are manually snatching souls out of the Reincarnation Cycle, and the Tenchi sect is spreading across the entire continent, making mortals, like, swear their souls to the Devil King. So, in response, the creator god, or rather Planner, who is essentially making all the decisions for him, at this point the creator god is just an observer and doesn't give a fuck. So, Planner decides the first thing that needs to happen is for Fujiwara, Ishimaru, and Geppei to be removed from the equation. So he orders the current Demon King of the era, Demon King Nighcisa, this occurs during Nighcisa Era 706, to go and kill Ishimaru and Geppei. Alright, so you remember how I mentioned before that the Demon King and the Dark Lords are incredibly powerful? So Nighcisa gets the order to go and defeat Ishimaru and Geppei, and he's just like, this shit is fucking beneath me. So he just orders Dark Lord Xavier to go and do it, like, for him. He's just like, I don't even need to bother with this shit. You go fucking destroy humanity for me. So Xavier, the Dark Lord, go on.
I mean, no, Xavier would be a good choice. He does have an entire school system of mutants.
God damn it, shut the fuck up. Okay, so Xavier goes and completely fucking decimates Ishimaru's entire army of 2 million soldiers, kills Ishimaru himself, though it's debatable whether or not Ishimaru would have won if he was capable of piercing the invincibility field, which we'll talk about the invincibility field later.
Oh boy.
He drives the Japanese back into the island of Japan, and eventually Dark Lord Xavier is finally sealed away by Geppei, who sustained such severe injuries during that battle that he dies only a few years later after Xavier gets sealed. And he makes the sealing ritual for Xavier, like, burned into the doctrine of the Tenchi sect before he dies, in order to prevent Xavier from, like, resurrecting and destroying Japan. Okay, so now Ishimaru and Geppei are both dead, and the Japanese have been, like, reined in, but Tenchiism is still dominating the whole continent. So, to put a stop to that, the gods decide they need to create their own religion in order to replace Tenchiism, which results in the creation of the Human Administration Framework. Until now, like, the only way that gods have fought the devils is to try and, like, hunt down the location of the Devil Realm and using, like, angel knights to combat the forces of the Devil Army directly. But now, they're like, okay, so the Tenchi sect is collecting souls by, like, having their religion dominate the entire continent. We can do the same thing, but better. So, they create a religion called the AL Church that we mentioned earlier. Much like Tenchiism, like, the doctrine of the AL Church is like a total sham. So, the doctrine, it's totally fabricated and designed by the gods in charge of the Human Administration Framework to trick humanity into worshipping and giving their souls over to the gods and making humans do their dirty work for them. Like, fighting against devils and doing that kind of shit so that the gods don't have to, like, worry about doing it themselves. So one big advantage the gods have over the devils with their religion is that they can have, like, limited communication with, like, their worshippers in the AL Church without, like, outing themselves as being bad guys. So the AL Church gets its name from the first-class goddess Alice, who's in charge of the Human Administration Framework, and she communicates with the Pope, who's, like, he's the leader of the entire AL Church. He's also called by the official title of Mulalalu. I can spell that because it's weird. Oh my god, man. I can't even remember how to spell it.
I'm just
Japan, and it's very, very interesting relationship with churches and religion.
That is pronounced Mulalalu.
Ew, they've got the French accent on it.
Okay.
Thanks Christianity. Thanks Catholicism.
So, this is like a complete mockery of, like, both Christianity and Catholicism. It's great. So, so the
Christianity
Pope
also fucked up Japan.
So the Pope communicates with Alice, the first-class goddess of and leader of the Human Administration Framework, and Alice has the sole purpose of manipulating humanity and keeping the world in a state that's amusing for the Creator God. So she's established as being this ruthless, cruel, and manipulative god who orders the Pope to, like, assassinate any individuals who might threaten to establish lasting peace on the continent. And in present, the AL Church is the world's dominant religion. Like, once the AL Church Church is introduced after Japan is defeated by the Dark Lord Xavier. They like create AL Church and spread it across like the entire continent. So AL Church like becomes the main dominant religion of this world, but Japan still like worships Tenchi. Like they still follow Tenchiism. They're part of the Tenchi sect. So, like, you have the biggest religion in the world, the AL Church, which is the vast majority of the continent, and then you have Japan, which is the Tenchi sect. And that is the second largest religion on the continent. Okay.
Question.
So, yes.
So you said like the main continent has a population of 300 million. What is like the population of Japan in that case if they're the second largest?
Japan, like, it's a part of that 300 million.
Okay. Do you know how big a part are now?
There are individual populations for, like, each nation, like, individual rough populations for each nation that are listed, but I didn't note those down. I don't actually remember them. I remember some of it. Like, I remember, like, Helman and Leazas both have a population of around 50 million, but I don't really remember the population of the other countries, aside from Shangri-La and Pencil-Cow. Shangri-La has a population of 1, which we'll get to later, and Pencil-Cow has a population of, like, around 2,000. I think it's exactly 2014.
Okay.
Okay.
Epic.
Epic Gamer Nation. Okay.
Woo!
Epic Gamer Nation should be an actual nation.
I think it should be also.
Okay. So, long story short, human administration framework is created by the gods, and they're responsible for tricking humanity into worshipping them in order to rein in the consequences of the devil worship for the reincarnation cycle. Okay. So, there's a few things in that that I glossed over, with like Fujiwara Ishimaru and everything. So, the first is Xavier's battle with Gepe. So, Fujiwara Ishimaru lost, but like, in actuality, he was ostensibly more powerful than Xavier. Essentially, the reason why he loses is because of this thing called the Invincibility field, which is like, it's this like skin-tight barrier that's capable of like just making the Dark Lords and the Demon King immune to like any physical harm. And we'll explain that a little bit more in a bit. Okay, yeah, so the Invincibility field, like, it is completely impenetrable, but it's only impenetrable to things that exist within the planar scenario. So the reason Fujiwara Ishimaru loses, but Gepe is able to seal away Xavier, is because Gepe is a devil, and devils are not a part of the planar scenario, so he's able to pierce the invincibility field of Xavier and use magic in order to seal him away. He's not actually able to kill him because he's not strong enough. And like Fujiwara Ishimaru and this like dude named Kurupi called the Youkai King, they get wrecked, so it's like up to Gepe to just like do something in order to stop Xavier from destroying Japan. Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Did Gepe become a devil and leave the scenario, or was he always a devil?
He was always a devil. Devils were never a part of the planar scenario. Okay, so, because devils and gods are, like, completely opposed forces, so, like, like, the gods are trying to do everything in their power to stop the devils, so they're not a part of, like, the intended universal structure built by the gods. Okay, so, there are a few other ways to get around the barrier, like, besides being a devil, and we'll get into those later. Like, during the time of Fujiwara Ishimaru, like, very little methods exist for getting around the invincibility field. Like, pretty much the only potential method that could be used would be to either, like, there's, like, this martial art that lets you redirect attacks back at people, so you can redirect the attacks of Dark Lords back at them to hurt them. And then there's also this thing called insect magic that might be capable of piercing the field. Quick aside about insect magic. Essentially, there's this thing in this world called insects. They're soulless creatures that are born from waste product soul particles that, like, begin to flake off of the holy beasts, like, sometime during the Avel Era. And, they're formed from soul particles, but they don't actually have, like, souls of their own. It's kind of, like, similar to the way that the continent is formed from souls. But, like, the continent does not have its own soul. The continent is not intelligent, so insects are kind of like that. They're just, like, their physical bodies are formed from soul energy. So, insects were a completely unintended byproduct of the holy beasts that the gods never intended to create, but they just, like, continue allowing the insects to exist, since, like, insects don't really represent a threat to the gods, like, despite them not, like, really being intended, like, despite their existence not being intended. And insect magic is, like, it's a process which allows a human called an insect user, also known as an insect tamer, to fuse an insect with both their physical body and with their soul. Because the user and the insect are, like, sharing a single soul, the insect gains intelligence, and the user gains the ability to use that insect as a weapon or, like, for other purposes. And there are, like, a few caveats to this. The user is capable of, like, housing multiple insects within their body at the same time, but if they have too many at once, like, the insects will, like, dominate their will and take control over their mind. Also, insect users...
hive mind.
A little bit, yeah. It's a little bit like that. I, like, keep losing my place. Also, the insect users eat not only, like, to just feed themselves, but, like, because the insects' like physical bodies are also a part of them, they have to eat in order to feed all of, like, the different insects inside of their body in addition to themselves. So if you're hosting, like, a shit ton of insects, you have, like, a huge, insatiable appetite. So there's a Dark Lord later on called Galshia, and he's capable of housing over 20 insects within his body, which is, like, a shitload. That is, like, if a normal human did that, they would, like, completely lose their minds. So he's actually capable of housing that many, and because of that, he's, like, constantly so hungry that, like, all of his decisions are motivated by just being, like, eternally fucking starving. Like, literally his stomach is like a black hole that's like a gate connected to an alternate dimension.
So that's how Kirby was born.
Kirby's actually an insect user? Is that what we're learning right now?
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. Alright, back to the point. So, it's not totally clear whether or not insects are actually a part of the planner scenario. On the one hand, they're like unintended waste products that were never meant to exist, but on the other, they're technically derived from the holy beasts which Ludo-Rathuum created. So it's not actually clear whether or not holy beasts themselves are a part of the... Oh, Franklin disconnected. Oh boy, what just happened? Hello?
Welcome back. Did you get round?
Everything went wrong.
How much did you miss?
About 10 seconds.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I'll go back a little bit. So it's not clear whether or not the insects are like a part of the planner scenario. So on the one hand, they're like unintended waste products that were never meant to exist, but on the other, they're technically derived from the holy beasts, which Ludo-Rathuum created. Like, it's not clear whether or not the holy beasts themselves are a part of the planner scenario. One assumes that their place in the world structure is similar to that of the gods of transcendent space. For reference, the gods that exist are split between, like, the gods of transcendent space, who reside within transcendent space, within, did I not put down the gods realm? So yeah, there's this thing called the Gods Realm, and within that there's Transcendent Space, there's Heaven City, and there's Hell. And the gods of Transcendent Space are obviously in Transcendent Space, which is Ludo-Rathuum, the Supreme Gods, and then the Eternal Eight. And then all the gods below that are the gods of the Hierarchy, which are like 1st to 13th class gods. Okay, so the gods of Transcendent Space are not technically a part of the planner scenario, so like the Creator God and the Supreme Gods, they're not a part of the planner scenario. They are above it, considering planner was the one who created it. So if the Holy Beasts are, like, similar in class to the gods of Transcendent Space, it's implied that, like, they're not technically a part of the planner scenario, but it's never explicitly stated, and it's real weird, because on the AliceSoft wiki, like, insects are listed as being a part of this planner scenario category, despite there being no explanation for this whatsoever. So, if there's any sort of, like, argument for insects, like, actually being a part of the planner scenario, it would be that, like, insect magic is technically considered a skill, and skills are a part of the planner scenario. But, like, maybe they're a part of the scenario, but, like, if you compare the insect user skill to the yin-yang skill, which, like, yin-yang is a counterpart to traditional magic that was invented by Gepei and, like, made a part of Tenchiism, is essentially, like, the Japanese equivalent to, like, elemental magic. So, like, yin-yang seems to be a part of the planner scenario despite having origins. So, like, it seems like essentially Gepe didn't like literally create yin yang, because otherwise it probably wouldn't be a part of the planar scenario. He probably just sort of discovered it and like taught humanity how to use it. So if we take that into consideration, it's more than likely that while insects themselves are not a part of the planar scenario, insect magic probably is. But like even then, the insect magic only became a thing after the creation of insects, which were never intended to exist. So it's a real big gray area. We have no idea whether or not it's part of the planar scenario.
Chicken or egg?
Waffle.
Thanks.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, also, I should mention with insects, you should not think of insects as real-world insects. They're a totally separate thing. They're like, for example, there's like an insect called a wan-wan, which is essentially like the continent's equivalent of a dog. And there's like insects that are called cows. They bear no resemblance to real-world cows. They're just called cows, and people ride them like horses. I'm not really sure how to explain their appearance, honestly. And they're pretty fucking funny looking. They're sort of like these amorphous, like, big-eyed creatures. Okay. So, basically, insects are kind of like the continent's version of, like, traditional animals, is what they are. Okay. So, another thing I glossed over earlier, skill levels. I referred to a few skills: sword combat, yin-yang arts, and insect magic. Technically, the skill for insect magic is called insect user, so you have, like, levels as an insect user. So, as I mentioned prior, skills are a part of the planar scenario. When a mortal is born and they are a part of the planar scenario, they gain a random set of skill levels ranging from 0 to 3. The vast majority of the skills that they possess are level 0. Mortal beings, like, they don't possess every single skill, so they have some skill levels, like, that they don't even have at 0, they just literally don't have them. But they always have, like, dozens of level 0 skills or more. Also, for, like, the vast majority of beings, they have at least 1 or 2 first-level skills. A skill exists for just about everything you can think of, from cooking and writing all the way to, like, pro wrestling and cursecraft. That's a real skill. Pro wrestling is a real skill that exists.
I love that.
Given that insect magic is a skill, we can assume that the pool of skills which people can learn is, like, dynamically updated as the world changes, whether it's with the input of planar or not. So, like, once humans become capable of doing new things or they advance technology, new skill levels come into existence for those things. Oh man, okay. So if a creature has a level of 0 in a skill, they can do whatever task is associated with that skill, but like not at a professional level. They're capable of doing it, but not like super duper well. They don't have any talent. So if a creature has a level of 1 in a
talentless
skill,
hacks.
yeah, talent is a legitimate thing in this universe. That takes the form of skills. Like, you can literally be born with talent. Okay, if a creature has a level of 1 in a skill, we can, like...
And getting called a talentless hack in this universe must be quite the insult.
Yeah, there are, like, some beings that don't have any first-level skills. There's, like, a very limited number of characters that have no, like, skills above level 0. Okay. If a creature has a level of 1 in a skill, they are experts at that skill, and they can perform that skill's associated task, like, super easily. Like, they're very talented at it. If a creature has a level of 2 in a skill, they're, like, a super genius who has the potential to be one of the best users of that skill in the world. So, if you're a level 2 cook, you're, like, this absolute fucking Michelin star chef. Alright, if you have a level of 3 in a skill, you are, like, a completely unmatched, like, super powerful prodigy with that skill who, like, can go down in history as, like, one of the most powerful people in, like, human history. So...
like Ishimaru.
Yes, exactly. He is, like, the greatest swordsman in the history of the continent, and he's the only one who ever had a 3rd level sword combat skill. Okay. Their power is so incredible that they're, like, they can die by excess of their own power. That mostly applies to people who have really high magic skill levels. Like, there's this one character called, Anise, or, like, Anise Sawatari, and her whole thing is that she's, like, insanely powerful, like, 3rd level magician, like, probably, like, has just the most raw magical power of any magician on the continent with, like, an insane amount of mana, but she sucks. Like, she's not capable of controlling her power. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, so, like, skills, much like your level cap, they're set in stone from the moment of your birth, and they can't be influenced in any way. Like, there's no way for you to raise or lower your skill levels, to my knowledge. Also, if you completely lack, like, even level 0 in a skill, like, if you just straight up don't have it, you're just, like, completely inept at it. You can't do it. Alright, let's see. Alright, so this whole time I've been glossing over these dudes called the Eternal Eight. So I'm gonna explain them. They're ranked just below the 3 supreme gods. They're like the lowest ranked gods of like the gods of transcendent space. And they're created by the supreme gods in order to govern over like specific laws of reality which take the form of elements. They're elemental gods. Oh man, my glasses are starting to hurt. Okay, so in essence, like each of the 8, so they're elemental gods, but all of them are like gods of opposing elements who just absolutely fucking hate each other, and like they have no interest in ruling anything. Like all they do is like, they exist just so that the elements that they represent can exist on the continent, but like all of their time is just spent like arguing with each other, and like their arguments are actually responsible for the continent's natural disasters. So, let's see. So not all of the members of the Eternal Eight... Go on.
This is basically the plotline of the, the cults of elemental evil.
So, you're right. Not all of the members of the Eternal Eight are known. We only know half of the members of the Eternal Eight. Of those that we do know, there's the God of Light, the God of Darkness, the God of Fire, and the God of Water. Obviously, like, fire and water oppose each other, light and darkness oppose each other, so those gods particularly fucking hate each other. And they're constantly trying to, like, undermine one another. But, like, very little is known about any of the gods. Like, any of the Eternal Eight, specifically. We know a little bit about the God of Light. He has this alter ego appearing as the first-class god. God, in all caps. That is the, like, literal translation. It is just God in all capital letters. That is his alter ego as a first-class god. And there's a point in the story where Rance, like, pisses off the God of Light because he steps on a plate that was made in tribute to the God of Light, and the God of Light gets really pissed with Rance, and he curses him so that whenever Rance looks at the sun, he sneezes.
Pettiness. My favorite thing that gods possess.
Yeah, there's actually an image of the God of Light that depicts him as being like this cloaked, robed figure that's surrounded by super intense light so that like you can only see like his silhouette. Alright, so despite the Eternal Eight being seemingly unimportant, like without them, their associated elements would cease to exist entirely. So like if there was no God of Light, there would be no light, which is kind of bad, obviously. You can't really have a world without any fucking light in it. And the same goes for the rest of the elements. Oh my god. Okay, so, I should, like, I kind of explained this, but I'll, like, explain, the, like, Transcendent Space in a little bit more detail. Transcendent Space is a part of the God's Realm, which is the alternate dimension that Ludo Rathuum created when, like, after he created the continent, he created the God's Realm, with Transcendent Space as, like, the specific layer of the God's Realm at the top, where he and all the other gods of Transcendent Space reside. And then, after creating the God's Realm, Harmonic creates the God's Hierarchy, and like, they need a place to house the rest of the gods, because the vast majority of the gods of the hierarchy do not know about the existence of the gods of transcendent space. They're completely unaware of their actual purpose. There are only a few gods that do know about it. So, for example, Alice, the leader of the Human Administration Framework, she knows about it, because she's a super high-ranking first-class god who's in charge of the Human Administration Framework, so she needs to know about it so that she can do her job. But, like, angels and, like, all the people doing the Reincarnation Cycle stuff, they have not a single clue about their actual purpose in the world structure. So the gods create Heaven City as a place for all of the gods of the hierarchy to live, so that they can, like, split their society off from that of the gods of transcendent space. Oh my god. And then, after Heaven City, you have Hell, which is, like, Hell specifically was created by Amaterasu and exists for the sole purpose of housing the Oni that clean, like, polluted souls so that they can be returned to the Reincarnation Cycle. Okay. Whew. There's actually, like, there are gates to the God's Realm that exist on the continent, but they're very few and far between. We'll get into, like, some of the specific gates that exist later. Also, I've said gates a few times. Gates are, like, portals to other worlds and, like, alternate dimensions, essentially. Just like, you know, like Gate from D&D. It's the same concept. Okay. So, At this point, we're just going to start, rushing a little bit through the remaining elements of the planner scenario. So we briefly mentioned monsters earlier. They exist for the purpose of being XP fodder for the protagonist race, and as servants for the Demon King and the Dark Lords of the Demon King system. So they are the antagonist race, essentially. Monsters are actually intelligent. They have souls of their own, and they can be either good or evil, with most monsters just attacking humans on instinct, or because they're in service to a higher power like the Demon King or the gods. So, over the course of history, monsters have been split into 3 separate generations, one for each of the protagonist races, leading up to humanity, not including Squidmen. We're basically done talking about Squidmen, because it's just a minor aside. So, the first generation of monsters consisted of, very few monsters. There was only, 3 or 4 monsters total in the, first generation of, the era of the Round Ones. And the primary monster, making up the antagonist race, were these guys called the Shellfish. And, the main thing that happened during the, time of the Round Ones was that the Round Ones and the Shellfish were, the, major enemies of the universe who, both fight each other, for dominance over the continent. But the Shellfish are really weak. Even weaker than the Round Ones, who are already pretty weak, so eventually the Shellfish get completely wiped out. In the modern day, they're totally extinct. And their shells, there are some people who collect their shells because they're super rare. Rance, actually, is an avid shell collector.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Not side questings.
Oh my god. Okay.
And a shellfish individual.
So shellfish get totally wiped out by the Round Ones, and after the shellfish get wiped out, eventually the Round Ones are deemed a failure as a protagonist race, and the next era begins, the second generation of monsters, and the reign of Dragonkind as the protagonist race. So with the second generation of monsters, they add some new monsters into the mix, and none of them really acted as the big enemy for Dragonkind because Dragonkind was too strong. They just spend all their time fighting the Demon King and basically ignore the monsters. Because the monsters are too weak to give the dragons any actual trouble. All they care about is defeating the Demon King. So none of the monsters act as the big enemy of humanity. The most important monster that was created during the second generation of monsters are these dudes called the Hannies. And I'll spell that for you. God damn it. Okay. Hannies. That is the name of their race. Okay, so, Hannies are kind of weird. A good way to describe them is, they're very similar in appearance to the gyroids from Animal Crossing. They have, these short cylindrical bodies with short, stumpy arms and no lower bodies, so most of them, hop around, and there's only, a rare few that are capable of, levitating in the air. Even in present day, Hanniwa are, numerous. There's a shit ton of them. There's way more of them than there are humans, actually. At least, I'm not sure if that's the case in the canon timeline, but in the old timeline, it's established in Hero Rance that there are, over 2 billion Hannies. So there's, a lot of them.
Wow.
Oh, man. Also, there's, Hanni, you know how we call humans humanity, right? The equivalent of that for Hannies is, calling them Hanniwa. That is, it's calling them, humanity or humankind. You say Hanniwa. Oh, man. And also, I can spell Hanniwa, and I can spell, a singular Hanni. Also, there's Haniko. There we go. So you have, Hannies plural, you have the Hanniwa, which is saying humanity or humankind, you have Hanni singular, and then you have Hanako, which are the female Hannies, and we'll get to them in a second.
OMG, Hanukkah.
Hanako from my favorite visual novel, Katawa Shoujo.
You just lost all credibility.
My role as a professor is being taken over slowly but surely.
Your tenure is taken away.
Take over, time to put you down.
Okay, so, There's a shitload of Hanni, and the Hanni have their own religious sect called the Hanniwa Temple, which is the third largest religion on the continent, and they worship this dude called the Almighty Hanni King. And the Hanni King is an absolute authority within Hanni society. He's their leader, he's their god, he's the leader of the Hanako's dedicated fan club, and there are, like, very few Hannis in existence that do not follow the teachings of the Hanniwa Temple. There's, like, a rare few Hannis that split off into the AL Church. Also, with, like, Hanako, we already mentioned Hanako are, like, female Hanni. So, like, basically, the Hanni King has, like, a dedicated fan club of, like, fangirls. And, female Hanni, they are pink and they wear bows. That is, like, the only thing differentiating them from male Hannis. Male Hannis are green.
Babby's first sexual dimorphism.
Alright, so...
Me having
the
a
Hanni
flesh
King,
over
he's
my
like,
head.
he's a regular white Hanni, like, he's a regular white Hanni, he's the only white Hanni, he's like super huge, and he wears a red crown and a cape, and he's like absurdly powerful. He's as powerful as like a first-class god, and he's immortal. Like, he is eternal, he's the one singular Hanni King that can never be supplanted. Oh, man. Also, Hannis are monsters, technically, but they're actually, like, to a degree, they're accepted as being regular members of human society. Like, it's not uncommon to see Hanni in human towns and cities and stuff, and, like, operating businesses and shops and shit. So, like, they're also, like, civilians of this world. They're not just, like, feral monsters that get hunted down. The Hannis out in the wilderness who attack people are feral Hannis. They have, like, little to no intelligence and just attack people on sight. And they, like, reside in, like, caves and shit, just, like, wandering around. So they're, like, they're the outliers of Hanni society. They're, like, the freaking unintelligent monster guys.
Feral ghouls versus ghouls.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they have, like, some super big businesses in the continent, and one of the biggest ones, and a really important part of the continent, is a business called Hanniwa Mint. So they're responsible for producing the entire world's currency, which is gold in all caps. That is the currency of this universe. There's a lot of things in all caps, if you haven't already noticed. And in order to produce gold, they break down these things called golden Hannis and converting them into gold. Golden Hannis are basically like these giant, like, ancient, like, statues. They have, like, no actual intelligence or anything. They're like these super massive, like, golden Hanni statues that can be broken down and converted into gold. They're like ancient relics that were, like, presumably left by the gods or something, or by ancient civilizations. Oh, man. Like, the Hannis, like, because, like, considering that they have control over the entire world's currency, like, they have a staggering amount of political power across all the different human nations. Like, even Rance, like calls their power, like, terrifying. Like, they have a stranglehold over the world. And it's funny because they don't actually factor that much into the lore, despite that.
What the fuck?
Oh, my god. Alright.
They're just like a megacorp.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Okay. So, like, as a whole, Hanniwa are, like, they're the mascots of not just the Rance series, but they're also, like, the mascots of AliceSoft as a whole. Like, they literally have Hannis painted on the floor of their head office in Osaka. Also, if you're curious about the origins of the Hanni King, he's actually an in-universe representation of the glorious leader TADA. Hanni King is TADA. So, oh my god. So TADA, he's the vice president of AliceSoft, and he's the one who directed, like, almost all the Rance games. He's the director of the Rance series, and at one point, like, he was the president of AliceSoft, but eventually he steps down from that position and becomes the vice president so that he can, like, devote his time solely, like, to focusing his energy on making the Rance games. So, not only does the Hanni King represent TADA, but all of Hanni society and the nature of Hannis themselves has its roots in TADA's real-life personality. As you can see, TADA is super into glasses, girls. I had these glasses specially approved by TADA just for this lecture. Trust me.
I see.
Oh my god. Aside from TADA, there's a ton of self-referential stuff in the Rance games. Like, I totally glossed over the fact that the aforementioned goddess Alice is an in-universe representation of AliceSoft itself. So, the dominant religion of the continent literally worship AliceSoft as a god. No big deal.
They looted the company.
Like,
I
in
mean,
general... Oh, go on.
I mean, the evil cult of
Not the first
electronic
time.
arts needs its competition.
Nah, fuck electronic arts. AliceSoft is the GOAT. fucking love AliceSoft. Okay. Anyways. So, like, the entire, like, universal structure of the continent and the Ranceverse is basically, like, is a commentary about the nature of, like, creating fictional worlds and intentionally injecting drama and strife into them for our entertainment as players. It's really fucking cool. I love this fucking game. Okay, by the way, while I'm on the subject of TADA, I might as well hit you with some trivia. So...
Oh shit. Oh shit!
I'm gonna hit you with some trivia right now. There's this character in the Ranceverse called Konami, and she, like, appears as a major character in, like, the vast majority of the Rance games. Not all of them, but the vast majority of them. And she's pretty popular. She's, like, one of the most popular female characters. She's, like, she's this ninja whose most defining trait is her ability to just, like, fail spectacularly at everything that she does, and she constantly gets given shit by Rance for being useless. So, at one point, there was a fan poll made by Rance's Western fan base asking people whether or not they would rather have a Konami sex ticket or a bullying Konami ticket, and the bullying Konami ticket won. More people would rather have a bullying Konami ticket than a Konami sex ticket. Oh my god. It's gotta be one of my favorite fun facts about these games. In fact,
Oh god.
I have something special.
Oh my god.
Is it a bully Konami ticket?
What's this? Could this
What is
be
it?
a bullying Konami ticket signed by the legendary TADA himself?
Woo!
Yes!
Yeah! Let's
That's right,
go!
I'm tight
I'd
with
clap,
the
but
Lord
I
and Savior
push talk.
TADA. Ow, fuck, that hurt. Okay. Yeah, I'm tight with TADA, don't worry about it. Yeah, for real though. If you ever wanted to know what camp I'm in, now you know. Now you know.
Alright.
Okay.
So
Moving
Tony
on.
Taka is also an artist as well.
Oh, that's actually a really fun thing you brought up, because TADA, he is not a professional artist by any means. But his art is included in the Rance games. It's, like, really bad. Like, he draws this stuff in fucking Paint, like Microsoft Paint. Like, these really crude drawings, and they get included in the Rance games as, like, bonus enemies. It's great. Like, TADA on the AliceSoft wiki, he's represented by this, like, freaking Microsoft Paint drawing of a Hannie holding a Japanese flag.
So basically, it's like Zune drawings almost.
Not
or somehow
like
worse.
Zune is at least competent somewhat at art. Like TADA is completely incompetent. It's literally like a child drawing crayon drawings. It's amazing.
Oh my god.
So one level bad.
Yeah. Okay.
You've seen the webcomic for One Punch Man, right?
I've not seen the webcomic actually.
Not the original One Punch Man comic.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Man, which is crazy considering the season 1 of the anime is like one of the best animated things ever. Oh man. Okay. Anyways, not talking about One Punch Man. God damn it.
Anyway.
Where was I? Okay, moving on. So we are currently at the 3rd generation of monsters. And the 3rd generation of monsters comes about when humanity becomes the new protagonist race. And this time, the gods decide that they need to change things up. It sucks having to design each and every monster manually, and they need more variety. There's not enough monsters right now. So, much like they've done in the past, they figure now's the time to put an end to asexual reproduction. They create 4 monster goddesses, who they call the 4 holy gal monsters, to be the progenitors, of the next generation of monsters. They're usually referred to as, mothers of monsters, and sometimes called the 4 holy mothers. So the 4 holy gal monsters are called Wenlina, Basilai, House's Nurse, and Sarah Crowless. I can spell those for you.
Please.
Ugh.
Oh, he spin.
Ah, fuck. Okay. There we go. That is a terrible A. That's fine.
Can I stand away from it so I can write it down?
Oh, yes. Okay, so, where was I? Okay, yes, there's Wenlina, Basilai, House's Nurse, and Seracrolis. Each of the 4 Holy Gal monsters are actually associated with and embody a certain kind of power. So Wenlina represents life, Basilai represents strength, House's Nurse represents the earth, and Seracrolis represents time. So, but I said before that we would put an end to asexual reproduction, but that isn't strictly true. So, not only are the Holy Gal monsters capable of breeding with, like, literally any living being, regardless of race or gender, but they're capable of using just a genetic sample of their partner in order to give birth to a child. So they can just, like, take a sample of, like, hair or saliva or something and just use that. So, when they do give birth, it creates an entirely new species of monster. But they can only breed once every 5 years. And when they, like, create a new species of monster and give birth, they lose their power, and, like... during that 5-year period, they, like, slowly, like, return back to their full strength and become capable of breeding again. So, cool. The Holy Gal monsters can create new species of monsters. But where do the rest of the monsters come from? Well, soon after the creation of the Holy Gal monsters, they create 2 subcategories of monsters called the Guy monsters and the Gal monsters. Pretty self-explanatory. They're capable of breeding on their own, but they're not capable of creating, like, new monster types. Long story short, this overhaul of the monster system means that there are just an absolute shit ton of new monsters that get created and, like, start populating the continent. And, like, it is varied. Like, there is really fucking stupid shit, like the pro wrestling man, and then there's, like... That's a real monster. And then there's, like, actual, like, ferocious monsters, like death golems and, like, dragon knights. Oh my god. I cannot get over that pro wrestling man is real. There's other really stupid monsters. One of my favorite... This is not technically a monster, it's actually an insect, but one of my favorite monsters in the Ranceverse is, like, there's a monster called an asshole, and they're like these... I can't even describe them. They're like these chibi-looking dudes who have... They literally have, I think, the Japanese symbol for asshole written on their forehead. That's an actual insect. Okay.
I love it so much.
I fucking love that shit. Okay. So, next part of the planner scenario. Poppins. Poppins are kind of similar to the Kalar. They're a subspecies of the protagonist race who are created directly by the supreme god Rovan Pan. And just like the Kalar, they, like, differ depending on the particular protagonist race that's, like, currently active in a given era. So as far as human Poppins are concerned, because we have no idea what round 1 or dragon Poppins look like, just like the Kalar, like, Poppins are essentially these tiny, chibi-looking humans that they usually cap out around, like, 60 centimeters in height, and they live in these really technologically advanced underground cities. Like, there's 2, like, subcategories of Kalar. There's one who have, like, this, like, sci-fi, like, futuristic technology, and then there's, like, another, like, Poppin society that has, like steampunk-inspired technology. Oh my god. And, like... Unlike humans, like, Poppin have really short, like, 20-year-long lifespans, and, like, they're usually seen as elders by the time they reach 15. They're super physically weak, and they're almost entirely incapable of using magic. A single Poppin is born with the ability to use magic once every 1,000 years. But... like, in order to make up for all of those weaknesses, Poppins have, like, incredibly strong constitutions. They can live comfortably at temperatures of, like, -100 to 80 degrees Celsius. They're immune to nuclear waste and poisonous gas, and they have the ability to breathe underwater or breathe in a vacuum as if there was air present. And, like, on top of being super resilient, they're exceptionally intelligent, and, like I mentioned before, they have, like, super crazy advanced technology that's way beyond that of the protagonist race. And there's more to the Poppins, but for the most part, they're unimportant. This is pretty much the only time we're going to touch on them. Like, all you really need to know about the Poppins is that they were created to be a backup protagonist race. Like, just in case the protagonist race somehow fails or is wiped out, like, they have the Poppins as a backup. Oh my god. Alright, other stuff. Before we get to, like, the last big part of the planner scenario, there's ghosts, which are, like, souls that refuse to die along with their physical bodies. They take on, like, mostly incorporeal forms and remain on the continent until they can finally accept death. Oh my god. Kaiju are these absolutely just massive, literal mountain-sized monsters. And they exist to prevent mortals from entering the gods' realm and, like, other areas of the continent that mortals were never meant to access. So among these, there's like 8 that are known to exist. There's UR, Raid Boss, Multi-Battle, Go-Go, and then there's 4 others who like guard the hidden pathway to the Gods Realm that exists in the Ancient Ruins, which we'll talk about a little later. And those are called Gaga, Zeze, Dada, and Bobo. Very incredible names, I know. Go-Go like specifically defends the pathway to Hell that's along the River Styx. And the other 3, like, that don't defend the Ancient Ruins are outliers. Raid Boss is found in the High Tide, which is, like, that event where, like, the lake, like, starts expanding around the continent and becomes an ocean. UR is, like, way far underground, and then Multi-Battle, like, flies way super high up in the sky. So, like, we're not given a direct reason as to why those specific kaiju exist, but if I had to guess, it's probably, like, to guard, like, each of the continent's edges in, like, every direction. So you have, Multi-Battle, like, preventing people from leaving through the air. You have, like, you have Raid Boss preventing people from leaving through the ocean, and then you have UR preventing people from, like, digging all the way to the fucking bottom of the continent like they're digging to China.
There isn't a China at the bottom because it's flat.
Yeah.
Just like all other drinks.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, like, it's kind of weird that those kaiju would exist to, like, guard the continent's edges, because, like, in theory, like, the continent is surrounded by an invisible barrier. It's already preventing everybody from leaving, so that, like, so the reason for their existence is questionable. It's mostly speculative. Okay.
Probably just to keep people just, like, propping up over there and having a good time.
or to keep people from just sort of leaving the battle and
Yeah.
Wait,
like,
wouldn't also people like hopping into actually die because they would fall to their deaths?
I mean, yeah. Like I said, the barrier, like, kind of makes them pointless, which is the weird part.
But
like,
the monster scared people away to keep them from going into the loop of death.
Yeah, I mean, the
Or,
kaiju
like,
that actually, like, have a purpose, like, are the ones I mentioned that guard the gate to the Gods Realm and the Ancient Ruins because they don't want humans getting there. Like, they're essentially, like, in the Ancient Ruins, which is, like, this massive dungeon, that, like, each of its different rooms has this thing called a Guardian, I forget exactly. A Room Guardian. Each of them has a thing called a Room Guardian, and the kaiju are, like, the top-tier, strongest Room Guardians. They're only beneath this thing called the Proto-God, which we'll talk about eventually. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, moving on from that. So, there's undead, which are the reanimated corpses of dead creatures created using death magic, and they totally lack souls. They're just reanimated corpses. And then there's these things called yokai, and yokai are like these really bizarre sort of spiritual beings that are like formed entirely from powerful emotions and thoughts. So, like, they don't have souls, but they're fully intelligent, and they possess corporeal bodies, despite being these sort of spiritual beings that are made up from thoughts. So, it's not directly explained how this works, but I have a theory. So, you remember Orochi, the fifth holy beast who burrows into Japan, right? Mm-hmm. So, Orochi, his power is what allows the yokai to, like, manifest themselves and come into existence. It's established in Sengoku Rance, which is the 7th Rance game, I believe, that yokai are limited only to Japan because without Orochi's influence, they're unable to exist. But we also find out that it's actually possible for yokai to leave Japan by, like, taking... I keep losing my place. Yeah, it's possible for yokai to leave Japan without discorporating if they bring one of Orochi's scales with them. So... this is never explicitly stated to my knowledge, but my theory is that, like, Orochi is essentially letting the yokai manifest themselves by using the raw souls that are a part of his body. So, like, essentially, he's doing something similar to Ludo Rathwim, except the souls are not actually a part of the bodies of the yokai. Instead, they're connected, like, the yokai are connected to the souls that are a part of Orochi's body, but, like, let's see.
While they don't have souls themselves,
they don't have souls
by...
themselves. They're linked to the souls of Orochi's body, yes. So a yokai who brings Orochi's scale with them in order to leave Japan is, like, essentially carrying their soul with them physically. This is not confirmed anywhere, but it is pure speculation. I'm just assuming that that's how it works.
Thank you, Professor John.
Alright, also, like, the yokai are not really a part of the planner scenario in and of themselves. No, excuse me, they are. My bad, I was reading a different part. There's another thing that's not part of the scenario in and of itself, that's labeled by the gods as a balance breaker. And a balance breaker is a creature, an entity, or like something else that has significant enough power to disrupt the natural balance of the world. So like they're these dangerous existences that the gods have to keep an eye on or destroy so that the universal structure of the world doesn't go into disarray. So, like, sometimes they're destroyed if they're too dangerous and don't have a good reason to exist, but the gods actually, like, intentionally leave some of the balance breakers alone in certain circumstances, and so there's actually a balance breaker that's a part of the planner scenario, which we will get to in a little bit. Oh my god. Alright. Last big thing in the planner scenario for now. Magic. The Rance universe doesn't really have a super detailed magic system in the same vein as something like Mistborn, but there are like some intricacies to it. First, as we've already discussed, an individual's proficiency with magic is determined by their skill level. Magic is a skill level in and of itself, which governs like basic arcane magic. But there are a ton of other like specialized magic types which are tied to like their own unique skills. There's divine magic, there's holy magic, yin-yang arts, cursecraft, magical science, magical metallurgy, summoning, dream manipulation, monster synthesis, guardiancraft, and like a bunch of other ones. We're not going to talk about all of those.
Does bile damage exist?
It does not to my knowledge.
Awesome.
Okay, we're not going to talk about all of those different types of magic, mostly because not all of them are documented very well, but there are some important ones. So divine magic is granted to mortal followers of the AL Church by the gods, and it's mostly focused on like healing and the destruction of the undead. Death magic is like the opposite of divine magic ostensibly. It's necromancy that's capable of summoning undead. Okay. I lost my place again. Alright, so yeah, it's necromancy, and then death magic is kind of interesting because, like, in theory, it's the opposite of divine magic, and, like, the AL Church sees it and the undead as being, like, totally evil and needing to be purged. But it's actually not. It's just, like, a type of, like, arcane magic. But in order to use it, an individual needs to either be dead, have experienced death, or to have complete knowledge and understanding on the process of death. And, like, the AL Church, they have their perception of death magic and undead being evil, but they're, like, death magic was an unintended byproduct of research that took place in the early days of the Gele era by this dude called Freak Paraffin, and he, like, uncovered magical metallurgy, which is, like, an offshoot of death magic. Also called biometal, and we will talk about that in more detail later. It's... like magical metallurgy and biometal, it allows for the creation of like metallic bodies that can like turn people into cyborgs and prolong their lifespans. Oh man. Alright, moving on. Holy magic. Despite its name, holy magic is not what you would think. Instead, holy magic is like this dark destruction magic that gets its name from a super important faction known as the Holy Magic Sect that we're going to talk about much later into the Gele era. The magic, like, holy magic itself, like, it's dark destruction magic, right? And they cast it by, like, drawing these super complex runes in the air, and, like, after they draw the runes, it, like, activates the magic spells. But, like, since it was a part of the Holy Magic Sect, which is gone in, like, present day, like, there's very few remaining practitioners of holy magic in the modern era, of, like, Little Princess era. Oh my god. Okay, Then there's the yin-yang arts. I already mentioned that the yin-yang arts are kind of like Japan's counterpart to arcane and elemental magic, and they were developed or like discovered by Geppe when he created Tenchiism and like made it a part of the religion. So yin-yang is capable of doing all sorts of like crazy stuff. They can do elemental magic, they can do summoning magic, and unlike traditional casting, there's like the magic, like yin-yang users are called either diviners or yin-yang masters. And they use these paper mediums called Rei, that's R-E-I, Rei, which you can think of as essentially like a spell casting focus, but only for a specific spell, kind of like a scroll. There's also these things called shikifuda, which are like origami sculptures that come to life and act as like servants to the one who summons them. And then in addition to yin-yang, the Japanese also have tenchi prayer, which is like the tenchi sect's counterpart to divine magic. You can basically just think of it like devil magic, even though they don't know that themselves. Okay. Alright, getting back to the topic of arcane magic as a whole, usually magic is split into 3 different categories. There's offensive magic, there's support magic, and there's intel magic. Like, each of the categories is pretty self-explanatory. Like, in terms of combat magic, there are, like, lots of specific spells we know about, most of which are split into, like, elemental schools. Actually, one interesting thing about the continent's elemental magic is that both light and darkness are considered elements, as alluded to earlier by the fact that light and darkness gods are a part of the Eternal Eight, who are elemental gods. Man. Depending on somebody's magical skill level, like, they gain new spells that are, like, available for them to learn. So, for example, 2nd level magic casters can learn these super powerful, like, fuck you laser beam spells called destruction beams that fucking vaporize people. Like, each of the destruction beams has a different color associated with, like, a certain element, and, like, the destruction beams have, like, varying levels of power, so there's, like, probably some of the most powerful destruction beams are, like, black and white destruction beams. They just fuck shit up. Like, there's this mage later on who's, like, one of the strongest mages in, like, the continent's history, and, like, his main method of attack is by casting white destruction beams. Okay. Also, like, in terms of the different elemental schools of magic, I should mention that, like, most magic casters have a flat skill level in just, like, basic arcane magic. So, for example, this dude called Ragnarok Super Gandhi, he has a magic level of 2. So, it's also possible, though, to have a skill level for just one specific element. So you can be, like, say, a 1st level fire mage, specifically. Man. Moving away from combat magic, intel magic has, like, a ton of uses, and it's essentially human society's substitute for traditional technology. Like, probably the best example of that is there's this thing called Magic Vision, which is the continent's equivalent of real-world television. And if you're curious, the Magic Vision page on the AliceSoft wiki is literally one fucking sentence that says, AliceSoft world's equivalent of our TV. Thanks. Very helpful, guys. In general, magic is just, like, a part of everyone's daily lives, in the same way that technology is a part of our daily lives. Okay. Because this is a fantasy world, there are obviously beings that have, like, innate magical power, or they have innate resistance to magic. In fact, while I was talking about the Hannies earlier, they're not up there still, that's the 4 Holy Gal monsters, I totally glossed over that Hannies have the unique ability to completely resist all magic. And it's an ability called Absolute Magical Resistance. They also have another, like, in general, Hannies are really fucking strong. On top of being completely resistant to magic, they have a special ability called the Hannie Flash, that just absolutely fucking wrecks people. Like, it does magical damage that completely ignores any and all defenses of the person that they're attacking. Like, it's fucking strong as shit. Like, I've played through Rance 1, and you die to that so many times, because it just one-shots you.
Hold on, I have a question.
Yes.
So, you say this is a hentai game, however, there's a lot of RPG elements in this.
Yes.
It's a RPG Maker hentai game.
It is not RPG Maker. Don't you dare.
That's surprising.
Sorry, usually they are.
Yeah, there's a lot of shitty, like, RPG Maker hentai games. This is way beyond that. Are you kidding me?
I'm sure it must be in
These are,
some
like,
different
fucking
system then.
big production projects.
It's an RPG hentai game.
Okay, excuse me. What was the question?
I was just asking, like, how big of a factor is the RPG element? Like, because they're spending a lot of time with lore on it, so it's like, do you spend a lot of time, like, building your skills and stuff, or is that sort of just, like, secondary stuff that, like, is a massive rabbit hole to go down when you're not banging?
So, like, obviously, if you're just, like, playing the Rance games casually, you don't have to know all of this background lore and exactly how everything works. But, like, a good chunk of the Rance games are, like, traditional JRPGs, so, like, all of the RPG elements, like, actually do factor in a major way to the gameplay. There are some Rance games that are outliers, and, like, they still have those same systems in them, but the actual, like, type of game is totally different. Like, for example, like, Kkulf-Kkulf Rance and, Kkulf-Kkulf Rance, Sengoku Rance, and Rance X are all, like, these grand strategy games. Like, there's a great meme that compares Sengoku, like, it's like, what I played, what I expected, what I got, and, like, what I played, Sengoku Rance, what I expected, and it's just like some hentai scene, and what I got is like an image, like the cover art for like Total War Shogun 2. That is basically what Sengoku Rance is like. It's amazing. It's like my favorite Rance game, probably.
That's so valid.
So yeah, like, not all of the games have like the same gameplay. A lot of them have different gameplay, but yes, the RPG elements are important to the games.
Okay.
That's a good question. 10 points.
I'm so hot.
You're
winning.
falling behind, Kyler.
No.
I'm hashtag
question.
winning.
Should give me points.
Don't push
Are
your
we even
fucking luck
halfway
with
through
that.
the lecture?
No. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. So, there aren't many other beings in the continent that have total resistance to magic like the Hannies do, but there are ways to achieve total magic resistance. In Rance 4, we meet this dude called Diocamus. He's a Tosha, which is like this cyborg robot man, and he's become completely immune to magic because he doesn't believe that magic exists. If you have the mental willpower required to completely deny the existence of magic itself, you become completely immune to it.
That's really fucking funny.
Oh, man. Obviously, this is, like, next to impossible. I'm pretty sure Diocamus is the only example of this in the entire series. And, yeah. Okay, in regards to your magical skill level as well, I should mention that technically, like, if you have a level 0 skill in magic, you can technically still learn magic and, like, use it on a basic level. But you will have a much harder time, like, grasping the same concepts and learning the same fundamentals that, like, a high-level magic user can. Like, you just completely lack, like, the inherent talent for it. Also, people are limited by their individual mana capacities, so, like, this is completely independent of levels or skills. Every being on the continent is born with a specific amount of mana that they house inside their bodies, which is why the aforementioned Anis Sawatari is so strong, because she has an insane amount of mana and the highest possible magical skill level.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Whew. Okay. Now that we've broken down most all of the planner scenario, there's a few things outside the planner scenario that I should mention. So it's established throughout the games that other planets and alien civilizations exist far off from the continent, outside the influence of the creator god in the planner scenario. One assumes that these have existed since before the creation of the continent, but we don't know anything about their origins. The first and most important of these alien races are the Horus. They're a super technologically advanced alien species of humanoid insects who come from a distant planet called the Mother Star. It's like a desolate and totally uninhabitable wasteland that's been destroyed by the high energy consumption of the Horus. Since their home planet is like totally fucked, they have to travel throughout space in search of like new planets to colonize, with like individual Horus colonies claiming habitable planets for themselves and conquering them with military force. They enslave any intelligent life forms already living there, and take those planets as that specific home planet for that particular colony for a short period. To give you an idea of how much energy the Horus consume, the planets they conquer are usually completely ruined and like all of their energy has been used up within a matter of just a few years. So they're essentially like this destructive parasitic species that sustain themselves by leeching off of planets until they die. There's actually a lot of lore on the Horus, but most of it is like not super relevant. Basically, they were first introduced to the continent during the Avel Era. And they were introduced to the continent during the Avel Era when a Horus colony vessel crash lands in the Monster Realm. And after they crash land, they get immediately attacked and defeated by the monster army of Demon King Avel, who blackmails this Horus engineer named Meglas into becoming a Dark Lord by sparing the lives of like 1,000 Horus on the ship who were still like frozen within cryogenic chambers. So, like, over 4,000 years later, those cryo chambers get opened by Rance, which leads to the Horus of that specific colony, like, integrating themselves into the continent's human society after becoming fascinated with their culture.
Thanks, Rance.
Yes, Rance is the GOAT. Okay, next, we have the Kaiju. Before you do a double take, because we talked about Kaiju earlier, these Kaiju are totally different from the big-ass monsters I mentioned earlier. They're just also called Kaiju. They are a reptilian race of monsters from an alternate dimension called the Kaiju planet, or I think the Kaiju world, excuse me, and they're super technologically and magically advanced. They live in a peaceful world entirely filled with monsters that's ruled by the benevolent Kaiju king. In their society, there's this powerful seer known as the Kaiju priest, and he's capable of seeing into other dimensions. So he sees visions of the continent where monsters are being horribly mistreated by humans. So the Kaiju king decides to send the Kaiju prince and princess along with the Kaiju army in order to visit other dimensions and free monsters from oppression. So, despite that, like, seeming important, it's really not. They are, like, a very minor part of the plot. Okay, finally, there's an alien race called the Kurupi. They live on a planet called Kurupistan, which you may recognize if you've seen my really fucking bad shitpost video where I photoshopped it over like the big-ass fucking walnut from Eggman's Rant and the Sonic Adventure 2 Hero Story fan dub.
Hey everyone, guess what? I know you want to buy my stocks, but fuck you. I am keeping the stocks. That's right, you ugly little girl. I hate you and your stupid nose. I'm taking everything from you. Give me your phone. I'm taking over Victoria's Secret. I'm taking over Best Buy. The news is mine, and everyone else can leave. You see that planet? I'm taking it too.
It's super funny because there's actually like a whole history for the planet and the Kurupi who inhabit it about how their society is eventually completely dominated by the concept of moe, to the point where all male characters are removed from anime, and moe completely corrupts the minds of the entire Kurupistonian population. But in the end, the entire planet is destroyed because Rance presses a button that, without his knowledge, fires nukes at Kurupistan and completely fucking annihilates it. It's great.
Jesus. Okay. And on that note, I need to step away for a moment.
We want to take a short recess?
Please.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Short
4
recess.
p.m.
I'm tired too. Oh my god. Oh man, yeah, we'll get to talking about Portugal a little bit later, although we're not really going to go into super detail on them.
Portugal?
Yes. Like I said, we'll explain it later, but it's a part of the, like, I think I already mentioned all the major human nations at the beginning of the lecture. It's like a independent city-state that's a part of the Free Cities Alliance.
Oh, okay. I just, like, you say it and, like, the flag of Portugal for real life pops in my head immediately.
I believe it's based off of real-life Portugal. Like, the
That's so
inhabitants
random.
of Portugal are even called Portuguese.
It's fucking insane. I have 7 pages of notes. Single spaced.
I am impressed by your level of detailed note-taking.
I want...
We're not
I
even
want to
halfway.
roll.
We're not even
I want
halfway,
to roll.
dude.
I feel so invested in this now.
Now you know how I feel, or how I felt when I initially discovered it.
Like, this is so much!
It is crazy
Holy
detailed. It's such a cool idea, too.
Oh.
Speaking of communism, we're actually going to talk a little bit, like, if you remember the...
Oh boy.
Oh man, we're not really going to talk about communism itself, but we are going to talk about, like, the Helman Republic is, like, based pretty heavily off of real-world Russia. Oh man, the more and more, like, I see myself on my camera, though, the more I love this fucking professor outfit. It's so
It's
stupid.
such a drip.
Oh man, I'm surprisingly, like, I kind of like these glasses on me. I'm surprised.
Yeah, they don't even look bad at all.
Yeah.
Stand in front of the camera and do the drip pose.
What is the drip pose? I'm
The Goku
uncultured.
drip pose.
I don't know what that is.
Oh my god.
I'm
Hold on.
uncultured. I don't know what the cool kid's like. That's
I have
why
to
I'm a
Google-
professor.
I'm googling Goku drip.
That is what I mean.
Okay, it's this one. I'm putting it in note passing because I'm passing the note to you.
Yes.
Okay.
It's awful.
Oh my god. So it's like...
Never seen that?
I've never seen... Well, I might have seen it, but I didn't remember it or realize it was like a meme, so it's like this.
Yes.
Drip pose, dude. Oh my god, yeah, I got all the fucking drip in the world. That's why TADA approves of my glasses.
Exactly.
You know, if TADA approves, that means you've got mega drip.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's like some other fun facts about TADA. Like, I mentioned before that he likes glasses girls.
Jesus.
That he's also like a huge like World War II military fanatic. So like there are things in the Rance world that are named after like I can't think of any other examples besides like the Hornet aircraft carrier. Like there's a Dark Lord later on called Hornet who's named after that.
No.
All right, are we ready to continue, everyone?
We better.
Yes.
So
All
true.
right.
Why? Why, Charlie? Why?
Okay. Where did we leave off? Okay. I see. Oh my fucking... This marker keeps falling, dude. Okay. I gotta move the chair. Okay. going back to magic, there's an important thing I should mention that exists outside of the planar scenario and ties into the existence of, like, the reptilian alien kaiju. Otherworlds. Basically, there's an infinite number of other alternate dimensions which can be separated into two categories. There are alternate worlds, which technically are still, like, existent within Ludo-Rathwim's universe and sphere of influence. Oh my god. Whew. And then there's external worlds, and external worlds are totally independent of Ludo-Rathwim and the gods, and they're not influenced by them. Alternate worlds are basically just like the vast majority of alternate dimensions we've already talked about, like the gods realm and like the devil realm and shit. And like there's Galshia's black hole portal. But external worlds are like infinite in number, and they can be like anything. For the most part, mortal beings don't really like have the ability to open gates and do interdimensional travel, but there are some that do. The Demon King has a special power called Gate Connect that lets him freely open gates to other worlds, and there's some level 3 spellcasters, like for example, there's a level 3 spellcaster called Miracle Toe, who can like replicate that same power of Gate Connect in order to do interdimensional travel. For the most part, though, there's not really any benefit to, like, traveling between dimensions, since it's, like, really dangerous, and you might accidentally, like, bring, like, disaster upon the continent if you, like, let in some, like, foreign entity from another universe. So, like, the power to travel between dimensions rarely gets used. There are also, like, these super powerful beings that kind of exist in between dimensions and freely travel between them, called parasitic spirits, and they're like, basically unkillable. They don't really, like, factor into the lore, but there's, like, parasitic spirits that are, like, secret bosses in a lot of in a lot of the AliceSoft games. And yes, there is in fact an AliceSoft extended universe. That is a thing. Parasitic spirits can travel between different, universes of the AliceSoft games. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of known Otherworlds, but there's like one super important one called Dimension 3E2. For all intents and purposes, Dimension 3E2, which was also given the nickname of Steel Horror by Miracle Toe, is basically our world. We are Dimension 3E2. It's not literally our world, but it's like an exact copy of it almost, with like a slightly alternate history. For the most part, our world and that of the continent do not intermingle, but there are exceptions to that, which are important to the lore, and we'll get to those much later. Alright. Holy shit, we finally fucking made it to the very beginning of the continent's history after the beginning. We are here at Kkulf 1, the Kkulf-Kkulf Era. We've already talked about the Demon King system and the demonic blood pool, which is created during Kkulf 1, and given to Kkulf-Kkulf, a round one who is turned into the very first Demon King, and he becomes this absolutely fucking massive, just ultra-powerful abomination, like this aberrant monster. So, 200 years into the Kkulf-Kkulf era, Kkulf-Kkulf performs an experiment on a subspecies of round one known as Alice, who have the ability to mutate in like all sorts of crazy ways over time. For reference, the round ones, which are the very first protagonist race of this era, are they're like floating, spherical, experimental forms of life that are like formed less from physical matter and more so from like raw soul matter. So they're kind of like formed from energy. They're similar in their form and shape to the Supreme Gods and the Creator God. The Liz are different. They're a subspecies of the round ones, but they have, like, white fur, clawed hands, clawed feet, and they look kind of like white Karibos. So, Kkulf-Kkulf goes and finds this super small, notoriously weak Liz called Kayblis, and injects him with some of the Demon King's blood. As we know, consuming the Demon King's blood while he's alive turns you into a Dark Lord. So Kayblis becomes the very first Dark Lord ever created. He's super fucking important from here on. We're going to be talking about him throughout the entire lecture. All right.
Okay, how do you spell Kayblis?
I can spell it on the board for you.
Professor, is that going to be on the test?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Did you actually make a quiz?
No. That would be funny, though. Kayblis. That is how you spell it.
Kayblis. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Alright. After Kayblis' creation, the rest of the Kkulf-Kkulf era is not documented super well. Sometime after the creation of Kayblis, the Round Ones are deemed a failure of a protagonist race by the gods. Initially, the Round Ones are too strong, and they end up, like, totally wiping out the Shellfish, who are meant to be, like, the antagonist race for them. So they wipe out the Shellfish, but then after the creation of the Demon King, which presumably occurs sometime after this, they are, like, far too weak to have any sort of fighting chance against the Demon King. They don't stand even a remote chance against the Demon King. He's way too strong. So they're deemed too weak. They get totally scrapped by the gods, wiped out of existence, and they're replaced by the next protagonist race, designed by Supreme God Rovan Pan, the Dragons. So, unlike the Round Ones, dragons are super strong, incredibly intelligent, and basically immortal, with each one being formed from multiple souls. And that leads to the creation of the second generation of monsters, as we discussed earlier. They do have drawbacks, though. There is only one female dragon in existence. The idea of this was to make dragon society really chaotic by forcing all of them to, like, fight over the only female in order to breed, but the dragons are way too smart for that. Instead, they decide that the only one with the right to breed with the female dragon is the Dragon King. And the only way to become the Dragon King is to defeat the current Dragon King in single combat. Throughout the dragon's entire history, there was, like, only a single Dragon King, this absolute super badass dragon called King Magihoa. And I can spell that for you, because it's weird. I don't even know how to pronounce it. I keep dropping my markers, dude. Magihoa, spelled like that. And he's, like, basically unbeatable. He never gets usurped. He is the Dragon King throughout the entire history of Dragonkind. From there on, dragons get categorized into two types. The original dragons, who existed at the beginning of, like, dragon history, and then the second generation dragons who get born from the female dragon. The female dragon's name is Camilla. She'll be important later. So,
Camilla.
Yes.
Has flashback.
I only
Starts
just
having
realized.
flashbacks.
Fucking Camilla. Okay. Yeah, also, I should
A
mention,
purple dragon.
like, Camilla is unique, and, like, she's not only is she the only female dragon, but she's also the only, like, platinum dragon. She, like, even later on, she still gets called the Platinum Dragon. Okay. This was also, like, while this was going on, this was around the same time when the Kkulf were created as a subspecies of dragons. So, like, they were basically created along with the dragon race or shortly afterwards. Oh my god. In addition, and, like, along with the Kkulf, the Poppin are also created, and the Hannies are created. Okay, now that the protagonist race, the dragons, actually stand a chance against the reigning Demon King, Dragonkind go to war against Kkulf-Kkulf for 2,000 years. So, you might be wondering, how did the dragons pierce the invincibility field that we talked about earlier? Luckily for the dragons, the invincibility field does not currently exist at this point in time. We will get into its origins later. So, because of this, they're able to fight with Kkulf-Kkulf on even terms. Well, I mean, I say even terms, but, like, the dragons win against Kkulf-Kkulf by, like, slowly whittling him down over a period of those, like, 2,000 years. So that gives you an idea of how, like, outmatched they are. Like, they have to just slowly weaken the Demon King for 2 fucking millennia before they can finally kill him. Okay, so after, like... So by the time we get to Kkulf-Kkulf 2014, the dragons finally manage to land the killing blow on the Demon King. Specifically, Dragon King Magihoa's brother, a cowardly dragon that's known as Avel, takes the opportunity to swoop in for the final blow after Kkulf-Kkulf has already been, like, super weakened, so that Avel can steal the glory of killing the Demon King for himself. And when he does this, the Demon King's blood gets splattered, like, all over him, and he accidentally swallows some of it, and he discovers firsthand that if you consume the blood of a dead Demon King, you become one yourself, which leads us into the beginning of the Avel Era, with Demon King Avel.
Yo, wait, that kind of bangs.
Alright. Before we talk about Avel, we need to talk about Kayblis. Kayblis has been around ever since Kkulf-Kkulf 200, and during that time he started to become stronger. If you remember, I mentioned before that Liz have the unique ability to mutate over time, and they, like, also have limited control over their mutations, so they can kind of, like, influence what they turn into. Because Kayblis is technically a Liz, even though he's become a Dark Lord, he retains the ability to mutate even after becoming a Dark Lord. And, like, being a Dark Lord makes him immortal. So he just keeps mutating and getting super fucking strong and huge the more time passes. So, during the reign of Kkulf-Kkulf, Kayblis ends up, like, idolizing Kkulf-Kkulf and deciding that he eventually wants to surpass Kkulf-Kkulf and break out of his subservient role and become the Demon King himself. During his time as a normal Lys, he and the rest of the Round Ones were, like, being hunted to extinction, so he lives in this, like, constant anxiety and fear of dying. But when he's randomly made into a Dark Lord by Kkulf-Kkulf, who, like, from his perspective, Kkulf-Kkulf is just this godlike, transcendent being who has nothing to fear from anything in the universe. Like, he gets motivated to stand on equal footing with Kkulf-Kkulf and use the power he's been given so that one day he can live without having to be afraid of anything. So, to Kayblis' shock, though, like, Kkulf-Kkulf actually gets defeated by the dragons, and he realizes that all creatures are capable of dying no matter how strong they are. So, fearing his own death, he immediately pledges complete and total allegiance to the new Demon King Avel. Alright, back to Demon King Avel. When he, like, suddenly transforms, he's totally caught by surprise. He's not expecting it. He has no idea how the demonic blood pool works. So, and he's significantly weaker than Kkulf-Kkulf even after he becomes the new Demon King. Like, he's not even close to the same level of power as Kkulf-Kkulf. I believe Kkulf-Kkulf is described as being the strongest Demon King in history. Which is crazy, because he didn't even have an invincibility field, and he was still the strongest Demon King in history. Okay, so he's way weaker than Kkulf-Kkulf, and so, like, immediately when he realizes he's become the Demon King, the first thing he does is run away and go into hiding. And just like any other Demon King, he gets strongly influenced by the bloodlust of the demonic blood pool over time, but it's like his sense of self-preservation wins out over, like, the bloodlust, and he spends the majority of his reign just, like, plotting and scheming and not, like, directly fighting the dragons.
You ever met somebody with such a fear of combat that they outbeat a devilish influence?
Oh my god.
This would be like being a coward in D&D with, like, a weapon that can theoretically possess you, and then being like, nope, I'm more cowardly than you are strong. See ya.
That's
Okay.
fucking funny.
Alright, so, Avel goes into hiding, and, like, he spends the majority of his reign just, like, trying to undermine Dragonkind without, like, directly facing them. So, as we've mentioned prior, eventually he meets the Horus, and he creates the Dark Lord Meglas, who's really, like, scary strong. He's capable of flying fast enough that he can almost match the speed of a Mach Pio. Mach Pio are birds being famous for being the fastest living beings on the continent, who can fly at approximately 3 times the speed of sound. Like, Meglas, like, he's not as fast as a Mach Pio, but he's fast enough that he considers the Mach Pio to be his rival.
Mach speed.
Alright, so for the first few years of the Avel era, the dragons, like, pretty much entirely ignore Avel's existence. They've defeated Kkulf-Kkulf, and they see Avel as this non-threat who, like, doesn't even approach the terrifying power that Kkulf-Kkulf had. So, like, oh yeah, I already mentioned that. So, sometime around AV11, Avel Era 11, he comes up with what he thinks is a great idea. So, not only is Avel gonna kidnap the only female dragon, Camilla, but turn her into a Dark Lord. And he completely destroys the only means of reproduction that the dragons possess. Unfortunately for him, though, violating that sacred rule of Dragonkind pisses off Dragonkind so hard that they immediately declare war on Avel, called the Final War, and they just fucking go to town. They just defeat him within, like, a period of, like, 55 years, like a fraction of the time it took them to defeat Kkulf-Kkulf. And, so by the time they defeat him, it's Avel Era 56. Now that the dragons know that killing the Demon King will only continue the cycle, they instead of killing Avel, they decide to seal him away in a dark and inescapable prison, ending the final war and eventually allowing the dragons to unify the entire continent under the banner of a nation called Tron, by Avel Era 59. And Tron is a perfect utopia without conflict, where all races live in peace. Also, with the inescapable prison that they seal Avel in, like, it's literally just referred to as a dark, inescapable pit, and there's not really any, like, legitimate explanation as to why Avel can't escape. Like, I guess we're left to assume that Magioa is just, like, badass enough to have, like, figured something out in regards to, like, sealing Avel away. They did, like, since they did have the power to just kill Avel instead of sealing him away, it might be possible that, like, Avel, like, intentionally allows himself to be imprisoned because he doesn't want to get killed. We don't really know. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, alright, class. Let's see if you've been paying attention. What is the goal of the Creator God?
To have entertainment.
Yes, exactly. There we go. Okay, so, we know that Ludo-Rathrum wants to observe the continent in a constant state of chaos and eternal conflict. He literally describes this particular world state to Planner as his superb comedic tragedy. That's a real thing.
That's
Amazing.
fucking hilarious.
Okay, so after only, like, a couple of years worth of Tron, like, being established and world peace, Ludo-Rathrum gets so fucking bored and annoyed that he deems the dragons as complete failures, and he yells at Rovenpan to clean up his own mess by hunting down Dragonkind to almost total extinction over a period of 700 years. So Rovenpan descends upon the continent while assuming the alter ego of the first-class god of destruction, Ragnarok, and he's accompanied by the second-class goddess of destruction, Lavazwald, and an entire army of angel knights. And they slowly but surely hunt the dragons down for sport, dragging it out intentionally to make it an enjoyable spectacle for the Creator God. So, the Dragonkind and Poppins get it even worse. They're, like, rounded up, abducted, and just melted alive by the gods for fun. They're totally wiped out of existence. Okay.
Ooh.
Let's go back to Kayblis for a second. After he pledges
This is some
himself...
Ragnarok level shit, man. Sorry, this is some Norse level shit, man.
Alright,
I just realized the irony of saying Ragnarok. And I was like,
Ragnarok
wait,
destroys them, yeah.
wait, hold on, let me try that again.
Yeah, all of the supreme gods have, like, alter ego gods that they can, like, whose forms they can assume that exist as a part of the gods hierarchy. So Rovenpan can become the first-class god Ragnarok of destruction. Planner can become the first-class god Nautilus, who's, like, a god of neutrality. And then, Harmonite can become, like, a 7th-class level god called Mok. Who's, like, this, he's, like, this clown guy who just fucks around all the time. Harmonite's pretty funny.
Mood.
Oh my goodness.
Me.
He just, like, does shit for fun. Harmonite doesn't give a fuck. In fact, I think I'd never mentioned this in the lecture. Harmonite is the only one of the supreme gods and the only god in existence who knows the location of the devil realm. But he never tells anybody about it because he thinks the devils are fucking hilarious.
He
I
is
fucking love this
legitimately for the lulz.
Yeah, like, he just thinks that the devils are funny to observe, so he just leaves them alone and never tells anyone, even though the devils are threatening to completely overthrow the Creator God. Harmonite doesn't give a single fuck about that. He has no loyalty to Ludo-Rathrum whatsoever.
That's the funniest man alive. I love this dude.
Oh my goodness gracious, yeah, that is a fun fact. I can't believe I forgot to put that in the lecture, but I remembered it. Okay, Kayblis. So after Kayblis pledges himself to Avel, and serving under Avel totally changes his perspective on the meaning of strength and what kind of mindset is required for somebody to become the strongest being in the world. So, Avel knew his weaknesses and believed that it was only worth fighting when he was totally certain of his victory. So he uses all sorts of cunning tricks and tactics to throw his enemies off the trail and undermine them. So witnessing this, Kayblis realizes that safeguarding your life and being cautious are just as important as the, like, patient and diligent, like, just training to try and get stronger, right? So when Avel dies, Kayblis is ready for it. He uses all of the hiding places left behind by Avel in order to escape, even after most of Avel's other servants are killed. From there, he spends the next 700 years while the dragons are being hunted down, hiding himself away and using anything he can in order to become stronger and stronger while avoiding detection by the dragons. Like, throughout this entire centuries-long period, he has no idea that the Angel Knights are hunting the dragons down. One other thing, when Avel kidnaps Camilla and turns her into a Dark Lord, Kayblis falls in love with Camilla and becomes obsessed with her. Like, it's stated that he sees her as essentially being like the ultimate symbol of Avel's triumph over the dragons, which doesn't age very well considering that Avel gets fucking murdered. But it doesn't stop Kayblis from having a huge crush on Camilla. Okay. Also, I should mention, like, when Camilla gets turned into a Dark Lord, she assumes, like, a mostly humanoid form. Okay.
Because of course.
Yeah, of course. Okay. When Kayblis finally comes out of hiding 7 years later, it's the Ssulal era. The world is a very different place. First and foremost, the dragons are gone, and there's a new protagonist race in their place. Humanity. We finally made it to the beginning of human history.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
We
No
suck.
more progenitor shit.
Alright. So during the period where Rovenpan was hunting down the dragons, he had another task. He had to design a new protagonist race in order to replace them. So far Rovenpan's had a pretty rough go of it. Both the round ones and the dragons that he's designed have been failures, and they've resulted in the creator god giving him a lot of shit. So, the round ones are too weak, the dragons are too strong, so what he really needs is he needs a race that's just sturdy enough to survive without being too pathetic or too grandiose. Still capable of dying in all sorts of horrible ways for Ludo Rathuum's amusement. So he comes upon an idea. We have angels, right? What if we just stripped away all like most of the things that make angels perfect beings, and then made that the protagonist race? Thus, humans are born. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are there. Okay.
Woohoo!
Avel is like more than likely killed or reduced to a blood pool by the gods, after they finish the extinction event of Dragonkind, and they choose a new human candidate as the next lucky inheritor of the demonic blood pool, Ssulal. And I'll spell that because it's weird. Yes, that's how you spell it. Ssulal. Demon King Ssulal. Okay.
Why does he have two S's?
I don't know. I mean, like...
Why
why
doesn't our names have two S's?
I mean, like, the literal romanization of her name, it's like, in Japanese, it's pronounced like Suraru. But it's just spelled in English just like that for some reason. Okay. So, we're at the beginning of human history. Alright, Avel is reduced to a blood pool by the gods, and they choose Ssulal as the next inheritor of the demonic blood pool. Ssulal is, like, extremely intelligent, but she's physically frail, and she's not nearly as powerful as the demon kings who came before her. Like, she's, later on in history, she's described, I think, by, there's this character named Crook Mophus who eventually becomes the Pope of the AL Church, and, like, Crook describes Ssulal as being the weakest demon king in history. And on the bright side, though, like, being really weak gives Ssulal better control over the demonic blood pool's influence, letting her, like, tame her bloodlust and be a much more tame demon king than the ones who came before her. While Kkulf-Kkulf and Avel, like, actively wage war on the protagonist race, Ssulal remains in, like, good enough control of her mental faculties that, like, she decides she's just way too afraid of getting killed and wants to just minimize her interactions with humanity as much as she possibly can. Even still, though, like, because she has the bloodlust from the demonic blood pool, she can't help but hunt humans to, like, sate her bloodlust. Like, she usually has, like, Dark Lords and, like, her other servants, like, hunt humans down for her and, like, bring them to her so that she doesn't have to go out and do it herself. Okay, getting back to Kayblis, after emerging, like, after the 700-year period at the beginning of the Ssulal era, he doesn't have a clue how the dragons were wiped out, and he can't understand how humanity, a far weaker race than the dragons, were able to somehow supplant dragons as the world's dominant species. So, after essentially hibernating for 700 years, Kayblis has become really strong. Like, fucking insanely strong. At this point, he doesn't even resemble a regular Liss anymore. He's this, like, hulking, bestial abomination the size of a fucking building, whose body has evolved with the singular focus of fucking shit up. He has these massive, like, four-clawed arms, armor plates embedded into his flesh. He has, like, an insane level cap, like, beyond 250. He's so strong that a human approaching him, like, might experience anything from nausea and immobilization to blindness and even outright death. So when he eventually finds and pledges allegiance to Ssulal, he's able to gain a high standing among the Dark Lords, like, soon after rejoining the Demon King's ranks. Okay. Now, we don't know a lot about what was going on with humanity exactly during Ssulal's reign, but they did eventually become aware of Ssulal's presence despite her attempts to remain incognito. Rumors eventually get circulated within human society that there's a super powerful being known as the Queen of Monsters, an ultimate enemy of humanity that adventurers and would-be heroes become totally obsessed with defeating. So, fast forwarding to Ssulal Era 200, Ssulal hears about this super strong insect user called insect user called Galshia, who we've talked about a little bit already, capable of housing over 20 insects within his body. So she decides to have her forces attack his tribe of insect users in an attempt to draw him out of hiding. Oh, man. So once she does draw him out of hiding, and he proves strong enough to repel like all of the assaults by the monster army, she pays Galshia a visit and convinces him to turn over to her side and become a Dark Lord by offering him food, since he's totally motivated by his hunger. Oh my god. After this, Galshia becomes known as both a traitor and a legend among the insect user tribe, and becomes one of Ssulal's most loyal subordinates. He earns the nickname Lord of Beasts. Oh my god. Alright, so we know that humans are trying to hunt down and kill Ssulal. Despite being the so-called weakest demon king in history, she's still really strong and consistently defeats the warriors and adventuring parties that come around and try to kill her. So, but, like, despite that, she's starting to sweat a little bit. If this keeps up, eventually she's gonna get killed. Like, she's physically frail, she's super reliant on defensive magic in order to keep herself alive, etc. So, sometime towards the beginning of her reign, she spends a few hundred years, all the way up until Ssulal Era 300, researching how she can contact the gods. And eventually, she figures out a way to meet with Planner. When she does, she proposes an idea to Planner. The Demon King and Dark Lord should have a skin-tight invincibility field, completely shielding frailer members of the antagonist race from any physical harm. Surprisingly enough, Planner actually obliges, but the power of the invincibility field comes at a really hefty price. Originally, a Demon King could stay in power for as long as he keeps himself alive. Like, they're immortal. Like, the only way that they can, like, get knocked out of existence is for somebody to kill them. In exchange for the invincibility field, though, Planner decides that each Demon King can only rule for 1,000 years before they're required to choose a successor. Oh, man. Essentially taking away the Demon King's power of immortality in exchange for being completely invulnerable to harm. Also, can I just say that considering Ssulal's entire goal here was to make sure she wouldn't die, giving up her immortality in exchange for the invincibility field was a very, very questionable decision. That makes me wonder... To be fair, though, it's not totally clear whether or not Ssulal knew the terms of this agreement with Planner when it was made. Like, Planner, like, he's established as having, like, a really sick sense of humor and, like, getting involved with the affairs of the continent, like, specifically so that he can pull pranks on people.
Oh my god.
Oh, man. Alright.
Oh, yay, when Loki is your day planner.
Alright, now that the new Demon King system is in place, it's only a matter of time before Ssulal's reign as the Demon King ends. But before that, there's one more important event. In Ssulal Era 420, that is real, that's not a meme, Ssulal Era 420, there's this super talented Kalar warrior known as Kselring that Ssulal approaches and asks to become a Dark Lord who'd serve as her personal bodyguard. Kselring obliges. Real quick though, I should explain something. We already know that the Demon King and the Dark Lords are not unique races and they have their power given to them. When they do though, their physical appearances change. So usually they still like resemble members of their original race and look largely the same, but some of them have like dramatic changes to their physical appearance. Camilla's a good example since like now she looks humanoid even though she was a dragon. When Kselring transforms, his appearance, at this point it's a she, her appearance, like, super, like, changes to the point where she's no longer a Kalar female, she is now a dude. So Kselring becomes a guy. It's unknown if, like, Kselring was their original name as a Kalar, or if they were given the name of Kselring after they transformed into a Dark Lord. And Kselring, like, they become this, like, vampire-looking dude who looks really similar to Alucard from Castlevania.
Oh, hell yeah.
And, like, he becomes one of Ssulal's most trusted subordinates, and she gives him the nickname Lord of the Night. Yeah, Ssulal is, like, there's not really a lot we know about Ssulal, but, like, she's the only one to give her trusted subordinates, like, super, like, edgy nicknames like this, so, like, it's kind of, like, implied that she's sort of, like, this Chunibyo type character. Yeah, there's little tidbits of information about Ssulal. Like, we know that, like, she was really fucking terrible at cooking, but it was one of her hobbies, and, like, Galshia was, like, the only one who actually liked her cooking, presumably because he just eats fucking anything. That's all side shit, though. Okay. So moving on, Ssulal Era 500. Ssulal should be about halfway into a reign, but unfortunately, Planner kind of fucks up when he's, like, instating the new Demon King system. So Ssulal accidentally gets killed and reduced to a blood pool 500 years earlier than was intended. Since Ssulal dies before she has the opportunity to choose an heir, Planner goes and manually appoints the new Demon King, this dude called Nighcisa, leading us into the Nighcisa Era. Also, when Ssulal dies, like, Kesselring gets super torn up about it, since, like, his personal mission was to, like, be, like, you know, Sulal's White Knight and, like, protect her from harm. So he becomes this, like, he becomes an even more super White Knight who, like, totally devotes himself to protecting women all over the continent. That is his goal. Alright, Gul'shia also has, like, a high opinion of Ssulal, since, like, she fucking cooked for him, gave him food and shit, he liked her. But, like, his one true love is food. He doesn't give a fuck. So he just moves on after Sulal's death. Oh, man. Also, a quick aside about the Dark Lords. All of the ones I've mentioned thus far are still around. So, currently, the, like, active Dark Lords are Kayblis, Meglas, Camilla, Gul'shia, and Kesselring. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Oh, one sec.
So true.
Fuck. Okay. Whew. Alright, so Ssulal was a pretty passive Demon King. She tried to avoid humanity and protect herself from harm. On the other hand, Nighcisa does not give a single fuck about anyone or anything, and immediately starts running rampant through human settlements feeding on people. So most of the human Demon Kings are, like, vampire-like in their nature. And, like, because he starts, like, rampaging throughout the human settlements, humans become far more fearful of and hostile towards the Demon King and, like, the, like, monsters and Dark Lords and shit. So, eventually, there's this mage called Kkulf-Kkulf who creates this super powerful, sentient, magical tool. It's sort of like this weird gemstone that turns into this eye-looking thing called RedEye that was intended to be used to defeat the Demon King. And it has the ability to attach itself to other creatures and objects and not only control them, but, like, greatly amplify their magical strength. So after giving RedEye will of its own, Kkulf-Kkulf gives it the prime directive of increasing its magical power by any means necessary. Big fucking mistake. This backfires badly. RedEye becomes obsessed with gaining more power, and he ruthlessly attacks everything in sight just to test the power that he already possesses. He's like this sadistic, parasitic psychopath who wants to destroy all life in order to become stronger.
How do you spell his name again?
From Fire Emblem.
It's a RedEye, like capital R, capital I. Let me spell it for you.
Okay. Because I keep thinking I know how to spell things, but I'm getting nervous now.
There's a lot of names. Okay.
Well, here's the easy rule of thumb. No, to remember the names, or how they're spelled. No, think about what the most humiliating spelling would be if you were a kid in grade school in this universe and you had to spell it.
Okay. Well, are we ready to continue?
Let's go.
Alright. So, like, RedEye becomes this just absolute genocidal maniac. To try and stop RedEye, Gao modifies the original Prime Directive that RedEye was given so that RedEye will die along with Kkulf-Kkulf. So, like, Gao, like, he's there to sort of keep RedEye in check and make sure that he doesn't just go rampaging and killing shit. And then when, if Gao is gone, then RedEye goes away too. So eventually, Gao gets bedridden and reveals to RedEye that both of them are gonna die together. But RedEye goes galaxy brain, and he's like, nah, your son inherited your blood, so as long as he lives, I'll still be alive. Lo and behold, that turns out to be true, and without a master to keep him in check, RedEye goes on a rampage across the continent, fucking shit up for decades. Eventually, a descendant of Kkulf-Kkulf named Suranitsa Kestina. Let me spell that.
What a name.
I had to, like, look a second time. I was like, what the fuck is that name? Suranitsura Kestina. So they defeat and subdue RedEye and turn him over to the AL Church. Presumably this takes place sometime after Nighcisa Era 700, since the AL Church is formed after the Tenchi sect, which was formed around that time in human history. They deactivate the enchantment, making RedEye sentient, and seal him with magic. Like in the depths of like the AL Church headquarters located on the island of, I think it's called Kawanakajima. We'll get to that later. So they seal him away, and then Nighcisa hears about this. He hears about RedEye being super fucking strong, and he decides to personally break into the AL Church's headquarters, unseal RedEye, and pour his blood on RedEye, turning him into a Dark Lord.
What?
Once RedEye becomes a Dark Lord, RedEye realizes that he needs to safeguard himself against any future descendants of the Castina bloodline, so he abducts them, enslaves them, and places them under careful supervision to make sure that they don't pose any threat to him. Also, since his life is tied to the continued existence of the Castina bloodline, he eventually forces each of them to breed before killing them and repeating the cycle with their offspring. So RedEye is super duper evil.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I wish I could think of something that evil for D&D. I think it would just sit there crying instead.
Yeah, RedEye is fucking crazy. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, at some point in the Nighcisa era, Nighcisa creates the Dark Lord Xavier, who we've talked about a little bit. He gives a Fire Kappa his blood. I couldn't I tried to figure out what a Fire Kappa is, and I couldn't find anything about them, so I assume it's similar to, like, real-world mythological Kappas. Oh my god. We know, like, very little about Xavier's origin. And then also, an Oni named Lexington eventually decides to abandon their buddies in Hell and venture into the continent, eventually meeting Nighcisa and also getting transformed into a Dark Lord. Oh my goodness gracious. Obviously, even though we don't know exactly when Xavier got turned into a Dark Lord, we know it was sometime before his battle with Fujiwara Ishimaru. Okay. We're gonna fast forward to Nighcisa Era 321. The fifth holy beast Orochi goes on a rampage in the southeastern corner of the continent since he's pissed off about not having any responsibilities and doesn't give a fuck. So, this causes the Eastern Holy Earthquake and splits off a huge chunk of land from the continent, which becomes Japan. Orochi burrows into it and becomes its support. At the moment, there's no bridge that exists between this island and the mainland, so its inhabitants become like totally sequestered from the mainland inhabitants of the continent and form their own nation called Japan, which develops wildly different culture and customs from the rest of the continent. Oh my god. Also, like, about Orochi, it's never explained why, like, the fifth holy beast was created in the first place, so that's kind of like, we just don't know why, like, Orochi was brought into existence. He's just kind of around. So eventually, in Nighcisa Era 440, the second-class goddess Amaterasu accidentally fucks up somehow, making an irreversible mistake that causes glowing portals to Hell to start opening in Japan, called Hell Holes. In order to apologize to the Japanese people for her mistake, she creates the Tenma Bridge, which connects Japan to the mainland, and also acts as the new support for the island of Japan. On top of doing this, she creates these three things called, these three treasures called the Sacred Treasures and the position of the Emperor, along with, like, the Emperor system and the Emperor race, which we'll get into. And then, she teaches the Japanese how to make miso soup. That is real.
That's because miso soup bangs. Next question.
Basically, this teaches them how to make an IRL item.
Yes. Okay. The Emperor system is, like, it's pretty interesting. If an individual with the potential to become Emperor assembles all three of the sacred treasures or wins a contest known as the Emperor Race, in which contestants duel each other in order to gain points and eliminate their opponents, they become the Emperor, which surrounds them with, like, glowing golden light and forces all nearby Japanese people to obey all of their commands. So they become, like, the de facto rulers of Japan if they become the Emperor. Alright, sometime after this, in, around Nighcisa Era 460, this dude named Pi R, probably not his original name as a human, like grows up to be this insane genius who's capable of organizing advanced strategies and creating technologies capable of letting humanity fight on somewhat even terms with the Dark Lords. So eventually, Pyar gets to the point where he looks down on humanity and sees them as being lowly and pathetic. So in Nighcisa Era 467, he creates a technology letting him forcibly extract the demonic blood soul from a Dark Lord. He uses it, like presumably on some unnamed Dark Lord that we don't know about, and then he takes the demonic blood soul of the Dark Lord and consumes it, and he becomes a Dark Lord himself. Real quick, let me explain how that works.
Wait, what's this guy's name again?
Pi-R. That's like pi-R.
I hate that. Thank you, though.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, like I said, Pi-R is presumably not his original name. He just probably took on the moniker upon becoming a Dark Lord. Oh, man. Okay.
The truly the most delicious Dark Lord.
Yum yum.
Alright, so, the way that demonic blood souls work in this regard, if a creature consumes a demonic blood souls are also called Makekon, which I can also spell real quick. Makekon, that is like an alternate name for a demonic blood soul. So if a Dark Lord consumes the demonic blood soul of another Dark Lord, if they're able to overcome the will of the Dark Lord whose demonic blood soul they consume, they become more powerful, and they are like their bodies are housing two demonic blood souls at the same time, but their bodies begin to quickly deteriorate. So for a short period of time, they get a huge power boost, but then eventually like their body just like withers away and they die. If they're unable to overcome the will of the Dark Lord whose soul they consume, they die instantly, and they're also reduced to a demonic blood soul. If a Dark Lord dies, like, instead of, like, permanently dying, they are reduced to a demonic blood soul, which is basically, like, it takes the form of, like, this, like, red, glowing orb. Oh my god. And it's like, it can't be broken by almost anything. There's one really dumb thing that's capable of destroying it later on, which I'll get to because it's stupid. But for the most part, demonic blood souls are like completely immune to any sort of damage. They can't be destroyed. And the only way for a for a Dark Lord to be wiped out of existence is for a Demon King to absorb the demonic blood soul of that Dark Lord back into their own body. When they absorb the demonic blood soul back into their body, it gets like reformatted, so like essentially the existence of the Dark Lord that was attached to that soul is like erased, and this like it becomes a part of like the larger demonic blood pool again. So they get like assimilated into the Demon King and they're wiped out of existence. Oh my goodness. Alright, okay. So, if anybody else besides a Dark Lord tries to consume a demonic blood soul, there are one of two outcomes. If they can't overcome the Dark Lord's will, the Dark Lord takes over their body and uses it to resurrect himself. If the person consuming it does manage to overcome the will of the Dark Lord, they become a brand new Dark Lord, taking ownership over the demonic blood soul. It becomes their own demonic blood soul, and the other Dark Lord is wiped out of existence. So, yeah, so Pyar, he does that. He overcomes the will of this Dark Lord and becomes a Dark Lord himself. And he tells humanity to go fuck themselves and joins the cool demon gang along with his sister. So, his sister doesn't transform into a demon, and it's not actually known if she willingly joins him or not, like, when he becomes a Dark Lord. Eventually, though, his sister, like, he has a huge sister complex, like, he idolizes his sister, and he's like, totally obsessed with her. His sister gets an incurable, like, terminal illness, so Pyar, like, against her will, he takes her and traps her in a cryopod, and, like, tries to do research into how to cure her illness. And eventually, this culminates in the creation of these cyborg apostles that he calls the PG series. PG is an acronym that stands for Perfect Girl, and they're supposed to be the key to letting his sister transcend as a perfect being.
I see.
He has a major sister complex.
Hey, wait. So this is a Dark Lord plan?
Yes, he's a Dark Lord.
Question. Maybe the dumbest question I will ask. The blood, as previously established, can turn one into one of these lords. Why did
there is a reason. There is a reason that he does not turn her into a Dark Lord. He sees Dark Lords as being, like, impure beings, and he doesn't want to, like, compromise the perfection of his sister, so he doesn't turn her into a Dark Lord. He tries to find some other way around it. my
Okay.
God.
Because I was about to say, like, you have not immortality,
Yeah, he
but
has the
you have
power
a
to just
method
make
to
her an
cheat
apostle and just like have her be immortal.
for at least a while. I'm not saying that it's a perfect strategy, but it's like, hey, if you don't know how long this is going to take, boom, you give them something to hold on to for a while.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
they'll still
goodness.
hate you for it, but
She'll be alive.
All right. So enough about the Dark Lords for now. Where was I? You remember the absolute Giga Chad Fujiwara Ishimaru? In Nighcisa
Yes.
Era 661, he's finally born, and he eventually allies with Geppei and this guy named Kurobe. At this point, Ishimaru was trying to unite Japan under his banner, and he challenges Kurobe to a duel for control over the Youkai Kingdom. So Kurobe, he has a super fearsome reputation. He hated humanity for, like, attacking him unprovoked because he looks like a monster. Ugh. And eventually he comes to enjoy venting his anger by just like getting into fights with people and just tearing them apart until they're nothing but bones. And he becomes famous for being insanely strong, never losing a battle, and he prompts all of the other yokai across Japan to flock to him. And he chooses to willingly accept all of the yokai who want to serve under him, hoping that it draws more attention to him and he can get into more conflict. Eventually, he has thousands of yokai following him, and they declare themselves an independent nation called the Youkai Kingdom. So they're like super fearsome. They were feared as the most dangerous warriors in the country, and they come to control a substantial portion of Japan. So Fujiwara Ishimaru just rolls up on Kurobe's turf and just goes, "Fight me, loser." Predictably, Ishimaru beats his ass extremely hard, and after losing for the first time ever, Kurobe becomes his fanboy and pledges loyalty for as long as Ishimaru never shows any sort of weakness. And then Ishimaru is just like, "Motherfucker, I have no weakness," and they become total bros.
I love
Hell
that.
yeah.
What a story.
Oh my god. Alright, before I explain this next part, let me elaborate on the hellholes. I've already explained they're like purple, glowing portals to hell that randomly appear throughout the I'm like losing it. They randomly appear throughout Japan and they burst out from the ground. They're kind of like purple oblivion gates. As bad as that may seem, the only creatures living in hell are the Oni, and they're mostly just responsible for cleaning souls and have no real interest in just like leaving hell in order to terrorize humanity. The ones that do, are like rebellious ones who take the opportunity to just like leap through hellholes and like fuck with people on the surface world. They just destroy shit and they're a general pain in the ass. Hellholes can like appear at any random point in time, but it's not very frequent. For about 200 years, the Japanese are, like, stuck just having to deal with the hellholes being there. They have no way to get rid of them. But once Geppei introduces Tenchiism and the yin-yang arts to Japan, a technique is created allowing diviners to seal away these portals and prevent rebellious Oni from fucking them up. For the most part, like, any hellholes that get opened in Japan are closed, but there is a province in Japan called Shikoku, which is translated as Death Country, where, like, they throw bandits, criminals, and cursed humans into this walled-off, like, minefield of hellholes where they're just forced to fight Oni every single day in order to survive. Okay. So, moving on. I mentioned before that Amaterasu creates the sacred treasures in the Emperor system. So, in Fujiwara Ishimaru's quest to unify Japan, at this point we're at Nighcisa Era 680, Fujiwara Ishimaru decides that he needs to get the sacred treasures and become the Emperor. But wait, there's a problem. The sacred treasures are located in Hell. That place is pretty dangerous. Meanwhile, Ishimaru is just like, dangerous, and he just leaps headfirst into a hellhole, coming back out with the 3 sacred treasures just hanging around his neck like fucking bling. Oh man, he's the only human to have ever ventured into a hellhole and come back out of it alive.
I love this guy.
Yeah, also, the sacred treasures, they consist of the Emperor Sword, the Emperor Headband, and the Emperor Ring, all of which he obtains. Oh my god. So now that Fujiwara Ishimaru is the emperor, he goes and unifies Japan under the flag of the Fujiwara House in Nighcisa Era 700. As we've discussed, Geppei convinces him to conquer the rest of the continent, and he manages to conquer more than half of it while spreading Tenchiism in the Japanese language to the point where they become totally dominant. By NC 705, the gods are, like, fucking panicking. You know, Tenchiism has spread over the entire continent. It's like, oh shit, this is bad. And they ask Demon King Nighcisa to go and kill Ishimaru before he can take over the entire continent. Nighcisa just, like, is like, fuck that shit, and just tells Xavier to go and do it for him. So Xavier goes on he goes with a massive army of monsters and just absolutely annihilates the Japanese army. He kills Ishimaru and Kurupi before being eventually sealed away by Geppei. Many of the provinces within the mainland continent split off from Japan and become their own independent nations, including an important one called the Eastern Opyros Empire, who were known as the biggest and most powerful human nation of the Nighcisa era after Fujiwara Ishimaru's death. Geppei rules Japan for like a short while, but dies only a few years after sealing away Xavier. Like, he hated Xavier with a passion for ruining his plans, so he makes the sealing ritual for Xavier a part of Tenchiism and a holy duty of the Tenchi sect. In response, Xavier, who's still sealed away, swears to one day take revenge on the Japanese and destroy Japan. Alright, despite Japan's conquest of the continent ultimately failing, the Japanese still becomes the world's dominant language, and like, all the previous languages are pretty much forgotten. With Geppei's death, Japan's provinces all get split among different houses, who start fighting each other for the position of emperor, which marks the beginning of Japan's first Sengoku era in Nighcisa Era 800. Although, I think it's listed as Nighcisa Era 800, but I think that's like way too long after Geppei's death, so I don't think we're totally sure when that happens. Alright, in the aftermath of all this, the gods come up with the human administration framework and create the AL Church, which quickly becomes the continent's dominant religion. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, now we move on to Nighcisa Era 901. The Eastern Opyros Empire get a little bit too big for their britches, and decide that they want to declare war on the Demon King. This pisses Nighcisa the fuck off. He's like, what the fuck? Humans are beneath me. These people are insects. So he gets super pissed, and he goes and single-handedly, like, just absolutely annihilates humanity. Like, entirely on his own, in a conflict known as the Death Toll War. He doesn't even use his armies. Like, he just goes into human territories by himself and makes it his personal mission to genocide the entire human race. So, it eventually gets to the point where he has slaughtered more than half of the world's human population. He's like terrifyingly strong and brutal, and thanks to Ssulal, he has the Invincibility field, so humanity can't do shit against him. Okay, so once this starts happening, Planner, like, all of a sudden has an oh shit moment, realizing that Nighcisa is gonna wipe out the protagonist race completely. He starts panicking, he doesn't know what to do, but then he comes up with an idea. How do story writers find a way for their protagonists to escape from seemingly impossible situations? That's right, a Deus Ex Machina. So he builds a Deus Ex Machina into the Planner scenario called the Hero System.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god.
Sorry, this is funny.
Oh man.
You ever have that moment where God is panicking and is just like, how the fuck do I keep things together? And then they're like, I have an idea.
No. Okay, so he creates the Hero System. The Hero System randomly appoints a person from the age of 13 to 20 as the guardian hero of the world, and they gain a bunch of special powers that grow stronger based on the current population of the protagonist race. Given their role as like a Deus Ex Machina, their powers are ridiculously strong. They can avoid any attack forever after seeing it once. They can survive no matter how deadly the situation. They are completely immortal. They gain incredible luck in desperate situations. They have a fixed level cap of 99 and never lose levels that they gain. Which remains in effect even after their term as the hero ends. And to top it off, they are super popular with the ladies.
Of course.
That part is actually kind of interesting. When somebody of the opposite sex meets the hero, who can be either male or female, their soul, like, gets fundamentally altered so that they become instinctively attracted to the hero. So they basically get, like, brainwashed.
That's sus.
That's wacky.
The hero has no knowledge of this. The hero does not know that that's going on.
Wait, hold on, I blacked out for a second. What about brainwashing?
Alpha pheromones.
Yes. That is exactly what that would be.
Alright, that's what I'm writing in my notes.
Alpha pheromones. That's amazing. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, you said you didn't hear the explanation?
No, supposedly, supposedly that's how he gets people to join his party, but he doesn't even know a lick about this.
Yeah, he has no idea. So, like, they have the ability to, like, attract the opposite sex, and, like, their souls get brainwashed, but the hero has no fucking idea this is going on. He just thinks everybody's, like, falling for him, like naturally.
Nope. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's
All
a little
right.
funny.
It is, and we'll get to the reason why that's the case. So, in addition to all of the hero's innate powers, they get this really neato sword called the Heroic Blade Escudo, which is also translated as Escued. Whereas the other powers we've discussed are like constantly active regardless of the population, the power of Escudo varies depending on the current human population, which is determined by the number of souls currently in circulation, contrasted against the world's number of living humans. In fact, there's a god known as the Heroic Guide who, like, accompanies the hero on their adventures. They're the 4th class god Kola, whose real name is Kolos0024, and they have a pocket watch with a needle pointing to, like, whichever section corresponds to the current human population, which lets them communicate to the hero when Escudo becomes stronger or weaker. Aside from that, on the surface, the role of the Heroic Guide is to, like, offer the hero guidance on how to protect humanity, but actually, their goal is to manipulate the hero in order to create drama and bloodshed for the entertainment of the creator god. So, remember, the hero is just a tool of the gods. Like, the hero is strung along throughout their entire, like, 7-year-long term and told very little about their true purpose. They don't know shit. And then, the moment they turn 20, they are, like, immediately abandoned by the gods. They lose all their powers.
Oh.
So,
unlike the other one.
Other one?
The other race who keeps their powers. Or what have you. I think you said something about that.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
The level 99 cap? Or
Level 99 cap is the hero. That is the one singular thing that heroes keep after their term. They keep the level cap of 99.
Oh, okay.
And all of their other abilities vanish. Oh my gosh. Okay, going back to the Heroic Blade Escudo, it gains power at specific thresholds of humanity's population. If 10% of humanity is dead, so the thresholds are 10% of humanity dead, 30%, then 50%, then 80% of all living beings with a soul, then when the hero is the last remaining living being in existence.
Oh.
Oh, man. Which, that includes, the Demon King and the Dark Lords also being dead, at that final mode. Each of those particular stages has a name. So in order, 10% of humanity is Dust Mode, 30% is Hesitant Mode, 50% is Instantaneous Mode, 80% is Godly Friction Mode, and just the hero is the only living being remaining is called Tranquil Nirvana Mode. So in Dust Mode, the blade has, who just disconnected?
Bye, Franklin.
Hi, Franklin.
Welcome
Hello,
back.
you're back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
What'd you miss?
Man,
No. So, the only thing I was going to say is, wow, if your protagonist is like the last living thing alive, that better be one hell of a power up, because once they turn 20, that basically assumes that race, wouldn't it?
We'll get into that in a second. Okay, so, let's see. Okay,
Did you at least hear the names, or did you disconnect before then?
Yeah, did you hear the names of the modes?
The last major thing that I heard proper was 80% and then the final percent.
Okay, so each of those particular percentages have names. So when 10% of humanity is dead, the sword is in Dust Mode. With 30%, it switches to Hesitant Mode. At 50%, it switches to Instantaneous Mode. At 80%, it switches to Godly Friction Mode. And when the hero is the only living being remaining, it enters Tranquil Nirvana Mode. So, in Dust Mode, Escudo is basically just like a normal sword. It has a few neat little traits. In Hesitant Mode, it gains a super important power, the ability to pierce the invincibility field of the Dark Lords. So it's one of the only 3 swords in existence with the ability to do so. The other 2 of those don't exist yet. We'll get to them a little bit later. In Instantaneous Mode, the sword gets the power to pierce the Demon King's invincibility field. And then after that, the remaining modes don't really serve a proper purpose within the scenario. They were devised by Ludo Rathuum as, a joke because he thought it would be fucking funny. Godly Friction mode grants Escudo the ability to kill up to first-class gods, and then Tranquil Nirvana mode grants the hero the power to defeat the 3 supreme gods. Like, it's almost impossible for either of these states to be reached. So, like, they pretty much just exist as, like, jokes made by the creator god. Like, you're not gonna see the hero ever enter freaking Godly Friction mode and go on a god-killing spree.
It'd be hilarious if it
That
did
would be
as the
amazing.
end.
Oh my god, like, end of the series, hero defeats the supreme gods. That would be fucking sick.
Speaking of Supreme Mode, Franklin, would you like to relay what my character Crunch did last night to a boss encounter?
Alright, so, in addition to, like, the Heroic Blade Escudo having the ability to harm the Dark Lords and the Demon King, for, like, each mode that it reaches, the blade grants the hero, like, a crazy amount of power. It makes them way stronger with each mode that they unlock. So, like, not only do they have the ability to pierce the field of the Dark Lords and Demon Kings, but they gain the power to defeat them as well. So they're able to, like, fight with at the point, like, with 50% of humanity dead, they can fight with the Demon King on even terms. Oh, man. When you combine that with, like, Escudo, like, with the hero's already broken traits, like, they have their insanely broken passive abilities, and then they have Escudo, they are, like, pretty much the only humans in existence capable of giving the Demon King a run for his money, provided that enough of the protagonist race is dead for Escudo to be really strong. So, in terms of, like, what abilities Escudo exactly gives, we're not totally sure on that, beyond, like, exponential improvements to the hero's strength and reflexes, and, like, the ability to rapidly drain the energy of demons that are struck by it. Also, real quick before we move on, I should elaborate on the hero's ability to survive no matter how deadly the situation. They don't just, like, get lucky and avoid death. They are literally immortal. They're capable of surviving even the most grievous and fatal wounds. Anytime the hero would die, a random soul from some other living being gets, like, plucked out of the Reincarnation Cycle and sacrificed in exchange for totally replenishing the soul of the hero. So, like, wounds the hero suffers, like, they still need to be healed. They can't, like, regenerate supernaturally, but they can still remain alive and active even after being reduced to, like, literal skeletons who completely defy death. Oh, man. Like, regardless, though, if they were, like, to be living in a state where they're just, like, fucking, like, skeletons or rotting corpses, like, walking around, like, they would be in constant, like, pain and agony. It would be miserable for them, and they would be way weaker as a result. Oh, man. And then also, obviously, like, once their term as the hero ends and they lose their powers of immortality, if they're in that kind of, like, mortally wounded state, they will just die. Okay.
Of course.
So, Planner sets up the hero system so that he can rotate generic JRPG protagonists in and out of the continent. That is the parallel. Like, literally, the guardian hero of the world, the reason they're teenagers is because they're supposed to be analogous to JRPG protagonists. That's also why they're super popular with the opposite gender. Okay. So, he makes the hero system a part of the Planner scenario, and the first ever guardian hero of the world is chosen. This dude named Keita Buno gets selected as the hero, and because more than 50% of humanity is already dead by the time that he's, like, chosen to be the hero, the instantaneous mode of Escudo gets unlocked immediately. So, Nighcisa is just going about his business rampaging, when all of a sudden this smug teenager shows up with a glowing sword, capable of wrecking his shit.
But it's like so odd to him. It's like, you know, like for years he goes unchallenged,
completely unchallenged, and then this teenager just walks up all fucking smug. Oh man. So Nighcisa, he fights Keita Buno, and he just barely manages to win the encounter. But he's so badly wounded by the hero that it shaves 40 years off of his remaining lifespan. Oh man. A few decades later, in Nighcisa Era 960, Nighcisa's at the end of his reign, since he got 40 years taken off his life, and he spent that time looking for a suitable heir as the Demon King. In his case, he wants to find an heir who's most likely to destroy humanity in his place, since he failed to do so. So, at some point before his death, Nighcisa, like, disguises himself, and he goes out on a walk in the human territories. And eventually, while he's on his walk, he finds a human girl, and she's, like, near death. She's been unceremoniously dumped onto the side of the road. She's, like, super fucked up. She's been tortured. She's missing all of her limbs. She's missing her tongue.
Oh
and
my
Nighcisa
God. Holy
decides
shit.
that this is the perfect opportunity to select an heir who will fucking hate humanity. So he performs the ritual on the spot to transform transform this girl named Gele into the Demon King, marking the beginning of the Gele Era. So Nighcisa warns Gele about the hero system, passing on all of his knowledge that he gained during his tenure as the Demon King before, he lives for a brief time as a normal human, shortly before his death. And also, unlike most of the other Demon Kings and Dark Lords, we actually know that Gele's original name before her transformation was Gele. So, originally as a human, she was called Gele, and then after becoming the Demon King, her name is changed to Gele. That's Gele. Gele. Alright, so, turns out, Nighcisa had the right idea with turning Gele into the Demon King. If you thought Nighcisa was bad, you were not ready for Gele. So, only a year after becoming the Demon King, in Gele Era 2, she destroys every human nation in the world. But unlike Nighcisa, she's not just a wanton murderer, and she's aware of the hero system. So, instead of slaughtering everybody, she enslaves all of humanity and forces them into human farms, keeping and breeding them like livestock to ensure that the population does not fall far enough for the guardian hero of the world to threaten her reign as the Demon King. From there, human society is entirely wiped out, with only a few small villages managing to just barely survive. Even for the bravest warriors, venturing out into the wilderness at night is considered complete suicide. Alright, so fast forwarding to Gele Era 12, the new guardian hero of the world, who's called Akira, goes and challenges Gele, but the population is too high. Escudo is just a paperweight, it can't do shit. So Gele completely annihilates him, and obviously, the guardian hero of the world, he can't die, he's immortal. So she slices off his limbs and his tongue, just like what happened to her as a human, and keeps him as a pet for the remainder of his duration as the guardian hero of the world.
Holy
so
shit.
7 years that he's the hero, he's just this fucking limbless, tongueless, pet of Gele, and eventually his soul reaches 100% pollution, and he gets completely mind-broken. And presumably, at the end of his tenure as guardian hero of the world, he dies. Oh my
Holy
gosh.
shit. Holy shit.
Fun times for the whole family.
It's awful, but props for actually committing to a world domination plan that is actually going to work.
Yeah.
No,
okay.
that's smart as fuck.
Okay.
I hate them, but I'm just damn. You found the one problem that you'd have to deal with, and you handled it masterfully. I can't hate that from a writer's standpoint.
And of course, because this is propagating humanity, they're abundant despite being completely enslaved, that the gods are totally fine with it. Little Rathrum thinks that shit's fucking funny.
Of course he does.
Oh man. Alright. So, you remember our boy Kayblis? Let's continue his saga. So at this point, Kayblis has become the strongest of all the Dark Lords. He outclasses all of them by a massive margin, and he's below only the Demon King. He becomes the leader of these super strong Dark Lords called the 4 Elite Dark Lords. The 4 strongest Dark Lords who have the authority to boss all of the other Dark Lords around. Alongside Kesselring, Camilla, and a Dark Lord called Nose, he is one of the 4 Elite Dark Lords, and he's the main one, he's the leader. Alright, so, now that Kayblis is at the top of the food chain, he becomes way more brash, way more sure of himself, and he goes and fucks with, all the very same monsters who once saw him as being weak. Now that he's way stronger than Camilla, by a massive margin. There's a part in one of the games where he fights Camilla and just defeats her in a single blow without even trying. So, now that he's way stronger than her, he actively tries pursuing her, much to her disgust. She still sees him as being fucking weak and pathetic and rejects all of his advances and tells him to fuck off. Despite Kayblis being way stronger than her, Kayblis still, totally idolizes her and gets super nervous around her, he's constantly stuttering and shit.
Oh my god. This is really funny because you said he's a fucked up super muscular abomination, right?
Oh yeah, he's insanely strong. He's the strongest Dark Lord in the entire, monster realm.
That's the funniest shit ever.
Alright. So, despite being incredibly strong, Kayblis' experience serving Kkulf-Kkulf and Avel has made him wary of any conflict that might endanger his life. So, he's like this major coward despite being the strongest of all the Dark Lords. That cowardice combined with like his really shitty like tyrannical behavior ends with him becoming like universally hated throughout the rest of Demonkind. Like the whole monster realm hates him. And to try and inflate his ego, he creates these two apostles out of a Wan-Wan and a Nyan-Nyan. A Nyan-Nyan is like another insect, it's the equivalent of a cat in the Ranceverse. So he uses them and creates apostles named Cabe-Nyan and Cabe-Wan. And just, like, they're really weak and, like, shitty apostles who are, like, they are not intelligent at all, but they're, like, yes-men for Kayblis. Like, they just follow him unquestioningly and agree with everything that he says and to inflate his ego. Okay. Now that Gele is the new head honcho of the continent, she goes and orders all of the other Dark Lords to fuck up humanity and destroy all of human civilization. Like, this is, like, at the very beginning of her reign. Kayblis is pretty scared of Gele. She's kind of terrifying, and he does what she says. Not that any of the Dark Lords have a choice anyway, because the Demon King just, like, mind controls them. But eventually, Kayblis, like, in his mission to go and fuck up humanity, he finds out that he really enjoys preying on humans who are totally incapable of fighting back. They can't threaten him at all. So, like, he feels totally at ease for the first time in his life. His atrocities against humanity get worse and worse, and eventually he decides that humans serve the sole purpose in their existence of being toys and playthings for monsters. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Whew. Okay, moving on. I mentioned earlier that the elite Dark Lord Nose is around. Before becoming a Dark Lord, Nose is like an Earth Dragon who lived in hiding following the, like, extinction of dragons during the Avel Era, and eventually he gets found by Gele, who turns him into a Dark Lord, and, like, makes him one of her most trusted subordinates. So, at some point, like, after that, Gele, like, decides to turn this weird-ass monster called a Panaclonic into a Dark Lord named Sieg. A Panaclonic is, like, a yellow amorphous monster that has, like, antenna and the ability to make copies of itself and transform into other creatures. Real quick, let me spell Sieg.
And Gele creates these?
Yes.
Okay.
That is how you spell Sieg.
I'm halfway through my 10th page, by the way.
Oh
Holy
my
shit.
god.
It has been 4.5 hours.
Okay, so Sieg gets made. He's like this super noble, gentlemanly Dark Lord who has the goal of spreading order and civilization throughout monster society. And he hosts, like, seminars to try and teach other monsters, like, proper manners and etiquette. But, like, all of his seminars get, like, tragically ignored by the rest of monster kind. They don't give a shit. They just like going around and rampaging. So Sieg is kind of like, he's like an outlier. Oh my god, Sieg is fucking lit. He's based.
It's like when you set up for. It's like when somebody asks you to come down to like Comic-Con or something and be like, "Hey, could you be on like this panel?" And then no one shows up.
No.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
And it's like, well, there went my week. Yeah, guess I'll try again next time.
Then no one ever comes, no matter what.
Real quick before I continue, any questions in the audience? Nothing. Okay. Okay.
I have one.
Oh, go ahead.
So much lore.
Okay, so perhaps I got lost in the thicket of cause and relationship. How is humankind still enslaved at this point, or what has
Yes.
happened in that front? Okay,
Humankind is enslaved throughout the entirety of Gele's era. For like 1,000 years, about. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Actually, I have a question that you might not have an answer for.
Go ahead.
So, with the whole hero system, has there ever been a hero that decided to just go fucking kill everyone to get more powerful?
Yes, that's a great question. That happens later on in the Rance games. Like, that doesn't happen at any point during the history that we're going to be talking about today, but that does happen in the last Rance game. That's a fantastic question. 10 points.
Yes!
Stop catching
okay,
up to
but
me.
to which house?
Gryffindor.
How's Kyler?
So, stepping back a bit, did the White Knight guy, when was
Kselring?
that guy again? Yeah.
Kselring was made in, like, the final years of Ssulal's era. He was, like, one of her most
Okay.
trusted subordinates.
So, not up to the modern era.
Ksulal is still around in the modern era. He's one of the 4 elite Dark Lords.
Oh, but is he like a major antagonist for Rance, who is just a total piece of shit against women?
I think Ksulal appears. It's either in Rance X or in Rance VI that he appears. He is an antagonist, but like, I don't think he like super hates Rance or anything. I'm not sure because that involves like story events from the games that I'm not like super duper familiar with.
Ah.
But yeah, he is an antagonist. Rance has to like fight him and shit. Okay.
I just figure their moral,
like their ideals clash, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's definitely no doubt about that. Okay. Any other questions?
Is Rance a hero?
Debatably. I mean, he does a lot of heroic things, but he's also kind of a piece of shit.
He's not like officially part of the hero system.
He's
just
not.
some guy.
He's his own.
Okay.
He's his own separate entity. Like he claims he's the greatest hero in the world, but he's totally separate from the guardian hero of the world. He's not a part of the hero system.
So he's the Mr. Satan in the DBZ universe, the claim of strongest man in the world, but not actually a Z fighter.
Actually, in the Rance games, obviously, Kyler, you asked that question about like, does the hero ever try and massacre humanity to get stronger? That hero, Arios Theomen, is actually like Rance's rival throughout a lot of the games.
Yo.
Oh my goodness. All right. Any other questions? All right.
Good now.
Oh, go ahead.
Are we at least halfway through yet?
We're about halfway through, yes.
Okay.
About?
About.
Oh my
Trying to
god.
think of something like what. Okay, so Rant. So who do you play as in this entire endeavor?
Rance. All of these events, they're not like, you don't play these events. These are leading up to the first Rance game. But throughout all the Rance games, Rance is the protagonist. He's the guy you play as. You do also get to control other characters that are like a part of your team and shit, but for the most part, you play the role of Rance.
So you don't actually play as a guardian hero?
No, you do not.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Whew. Okay, so, we talked about Sieg. Yet again, Gele goes and finds another monster to turn into a Dark Lord. You better get ready for lots and lots of Dark Lords. It's a running theme throughout this whole lecture. This time, the Dark Lord she creates is like, she creates it from a gal monster called a Hebisan. They're like usually called Snake Ladies, and that Snake Lady gets turned into the Dark Lord Medusa. Despite most of the Dark Lords hating Kayblis, he and Medusa actually managed to form a friendship based on their mutual hobby of torturing humans, something they like to go and do together for fun. And he's actually, like, Medusa doesn't really respect any of the other Dark Lords at all. Like, Kayblis is pretty much the only other Dark Lord that Medusa respects. Man. Finally, after Medusa, there is the Dark Lord Aetherey. We know a little bit more about his origins than the other ones. Originally, Aetherey was the super strong human Spellblader. Spellbladers are like, they have the ability to like combine like swordplay and magic and like use it as a catalyst for it and shit. Like back during this era, spellblading was pretty common, but eventually it becomes really rare later on in the continent's history. Man. So, Aetherey, the Spellblader, is one of the few remaining humans in the Gele era who actively tries to resist being enslaved by monster kind. So eventually he gets like really famous, and Gele decides to go and meet with him in person. This takes place around like Gele era 500. Once Aetherey gets confronted directly by the Demon King, he gets like totally overwhelmed by her power and just completely loses the will to fight. So instead of killing him, Gele offers to spare his life in exchange for, like, eternal servitude, and he accepts, and she turns him into a Dark Lord. Oh my god. Alright, so after he becomes a Dark Lord, he gets, like, super depressed about, like, being all weak and, like, failing to, like, do anything against Gele, and he attributes his weakness to human nature, which leads him to become fixated on using his newfound power to test the willpower of humans. Alright, quick refresher on all of the Dark Lords thus far. Kayblis, Meglas, Camilla, Galshia, Ksulal, Xavier, who's currently sealed away, Lexington, Pyar, RedEye, Nose, Sieg, Medusa, and Aetherey.
Yes.
And all of these people are alive.
Yes, Xavier, like, he's technically alive. He's just sealed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. In addition to
In a
making
deep
a
pit.
bunch of new Dark Lords, Gele also employs the services of this insanely strong great monster general called Stroganoff. He's regarded as being the strongest monster to ever live. Not only is he super strong, he also creates a super elite force of monsters named the Myrita Squad, for which he's the leader. So to create the group, Stroganoff goes and recruits monsters with rare, unusual mutations, and the mutations make them strong as shit, and like they get elevated to the status of heroes among monster kind. So among the Myrita Squad's members include Scholar, Muscle, King, Needle, Master Fencer, Ninja, and Stroganoff himself. So Scholar is like this mutant Akame, who are like red cylindrical monsters with like a massive eye and sharp teeth, and they can like channel magic attacks through their eyes. And he's super intelligent. Muscle is like a mutant Hambambara. They're like essentially like pigmen, and he's ripped as shit. Usually like the pigmen are like really fat. King is a mutant Ruranta. I don't really know how to explain the Ruranta. They're fucking weird. Needle is a mutant bee-girl, which is self-explanatory. They're gal monsters. Master Fencer is a mutant Samara Lee, which are like these weird-looking chibi samurai guys. And Master Fencer specifically, he can only speak in strange metaphors. And like he's considered the single greatest swordsman in the entire monster realm. And then finally we have Ninja, who's a mutant Drak, which like that's D-R-A-K. They're like giant crab monsters. And Ninja is like super good at like sneaking around and infiltrating places.
No shit.
Okay.
And did Gele create Stroganoff, or is this just happening during Gele's time?
This is just happening during Gele's time. She did not create
Okay.
Stroganoff. Okay. Now we get to talk about the Legendary Five. So, there's this guy named British who gets born in Gele Era 508.
British.
That's his name, yep, his name is British. Oh man. By the time
I
that
look
British
forward to
reaches
seeing
his
who
early 20s
America is in this timeline.
America. Alright. By the time that British reaches his early 20s, he's vowed to liberate humanity from Demon King Gele and begins traveling the world in search of a way to defeat the Dark Lords and the Demon King. He's like this super fucking strong adventurer with natural charisma who begins to recruit other like-minded individuals to his cause. By the time his adventuring party has fully taken shape, it includes a thief known as Chaos who wants to avenge his dead girlfriend named Gina, the Japanese samurai Nico, whose entire village got destroyed by a Dark Lord and she wants revenge as well. There's a priest named Cafe Artful who secretly has a crush on British, and then there's the mage Horaga, who is like, he's dedicated his whole life to the pursuit of knowledge and he wants to learn more about the Demon King and the Dark Lords. He's also a homosexual, so like he's in love with British, which is also like one of the other primary reasons why he joins the party.
These bitches gay. Good
What
for
the
them.
hell?
Good for them.
Gay people are real?
In a fictional, in this setting, you don't say.
I'm not surprised, I just think it's funny to say.
Yeah, alright. So together, all of those guys, they form the Legendary Five, the strongest group of adventurers in the history of humanity. Like, Horaga in particular was, like, really fucking strong. Since he was a third-level magic caster, he had the highest skill level of anybody in the group. Alright. So, eventually, there's another group of adventurers called the Witches Party who become the rivals of the Legendary Five, and, like, they just keep trying to kill them at every opportunity. The members of the Witches Party were Mai, Shin, and Aina. And, like, Aina was the leader. She was, like, an infamous spellcaster called the Peerless Witch. They become the rivals of the Legendary Five because Aina is, like, this temptress who, like, tries to seduce British and Horaga but fails miserably and, like, swears revenge on them. That's their whole motivation. Oh my god. Yeah, we don't really know much about Shin or Mai. Like, we know almost nothing about Mai. We know that Shin is, like, Aina's apprentice. He's the only dude in the group. The other two are girls. Okay. All of the members of the Witches Party are pretty strong, but they're, like, not anywhere near the power of the Legendary Five. Okay. So the Legendary Five go on a journey around the entire continent for a while, trying to find something that can defeat the Demon King. Eventually, in Gele Era 533, their search leads them to the Ancient Ruins. And the Ancient Ruins is this absolutely fucking massive dungeon. It is huge. It has over 1,000 floors. And they eventually manage to reach the very bottom, becoming the first and only adventurers in history to get all the way to the bottom of the Ancient Ruins. And at the bottom,
It would-
they find this portal called the God's Gate, which is linked with the God's Realm. When they first find the portal, it's closed, and it's surrounded by like these 4 pedestals, and they find out that in order to open the gate, they need to place special like golden statues on each of the pedestals. So they like explore, they go back through the ruins and explore them until they can actually find all of the statues they need. And then make their way back to the portal. Oh my gosh.
Most elaborate D&D dungeon crawl ever.
Oh my god. Okay, I think I've mentioned this a few times before, but at one point I was trying to work on like a D&D campaign like scenario like of the continent, and like one of the things I wanted to do the most was like turn the ancient ruins into a module. That would be so sick.
That would be sick as fuck. I love like super deep dungeons. That's such a good trope.
I mean, well, if you're interested, it's called the Mega Dungeon, usually. And secondly, the only major ones that I know of is that there was one for Forgotten Realms all the way over in Castle of Greyhawk, and it goes down 800 floors, but it only charts out floors about once every 100 feet.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm
So
just
it's an
stretching my
8-layer
legs.
mega dungeon, but I'm just saying, like, at 1,000, it's like, yep, that's the deepest dungeon with an end that I now know of in fiction. I am mildly disappointed.
I mean, there is the flesh pit, but I don't think that's considered a dungeon.
I don't
I love the
understand
flesh
that
pit.
at all.
I did a whole presentation like this about Mystery Flesh Pit National Park like a
Hell
few
yeah.
weeks ago.
Really?
It took like I want to say an hour, so not
Which is
nearly as
like
in
a
depth.
fraction of this, yeah.
But also to be
Also-
fair, there's less lore about it.
Significantly.
True.
There's so much.
Yeah, Ranceverse is crazy detailed. It is ridiculous. Okay.
I mean, it is probably one of the more complex universes I'm aware of. The only other ones really are Warframe, Destiny, and surprisingly enough, Ace Combat. Although that really only covers about 100 years of history,
I'm surprised
Unless you
Ace
count
Combat has
the-
such deep lore.
unless you count the creation of the universe as part of it, because
Yeah,
an asteroid is a major part of the lore.
that's pretty funny. Okay, let's continue. So, where were we? So they go to the ancient ruins. They get to the bottom. They get the statues they need to open the God's Gate. So, while they're trying to make their way back to the God's Gate, they get ambushed by the Witches Party, and once and for all, they defeat the Witches Party. They kill Aina and Mai, and they leave Shin for dead. So eventually, they get back to the bottom of the ancient ruins, they place the statues on the pedestals, and they hear the voice of Planner. And he's basically like, okay, so you found the statues, cool. Before you open the portal, fight this thing. And out comes a proto-god. And a proto-god is basically like a failed attempt by the supreme gods to create some like specific new type of god, which is like, and it gets repurposed as like the final room guardian of the ancient ruins. So the proto-god, he's described as like an enormous, unsettling, vaguely humanoid shadow, roughly 6 meters tall, about 4 times Chaos's size, and with a mostly transparent but still like physical body. He bleeds acid, and he has like the ability to merge with objects, like he can emerge from walls, like he's a strip of transparent cellophane. So the 5, they're fighting this guy, and they come up with a plan to bind the proto-god with sealing magic, and then have Horaga and like Cafe work together to blast it super hard with like big-ass nuke magic. So they do this, but the proto-god just barely lives through the magic. And he's sealed into the ground by these like wooden stakes that have been stuck into him in a triangle formation. And like the stakes are being used as a catalyst for the aforementioned sealing magic, which is called Golden Triangle Bind. But after the proto-god gets hit by Horaga's magic, he like begins dissolving into like this soot black substance, and the stakes like start coming loose from his body. So before he can escape, British runs up to the proto-god and like holds the stakes in place so that like the proto-god remains trapped, and then like tells Horaga to like blast the proto-god with magic while he's holding the stakes. So he sacrifices himself and lets himself get caught in the explosion so that they can defeat the proto-god.
Oh my god.
So
What a Chad.
Alright, so Horaga finishes off the proto-god, British gets caught in the blast, and he like barely lives. He's like near death. And boom, the legendary 5 just killed a pseudo-god.
Oh yeah.
All right, hold on.
Good for them.
Yeah. All right.
Even though they're the enemy, in theory, of humanity.
All right. So in the aftermath of the battle, Cafe like tries and fails to heal British. I mentioned Cafe is a priest. She has like super strong healing powers, and she tries to heal him. He's been severely wounded, but like no matter how hard she tries, like she can't heal his wounds. It seems like. And then while this is going on, all of a sudden the God's Gate opens behind them, and then like Planner is like speaking through the God's Gate, and like basically like, oh shit, you actually managed to defeat it. Oh man, I wonder what I'm gonna do with you guys. And then just opens the God's Gate, and like the whole goal of the Legendary Five is to like find a way to defeat the Demon King. So British, like he musters up the remaining strength to tell the others to go on without him, since he would only slow them down, and they need to go through the God's Gate to see if there's anything beyond it they can use in order to defeat the Demon King. So they move on without British, they leave him behind after an emotional farewell, and they meet with Planner. He congratulates them for defeating the Proto-God, and then offers to grant each of them a wish. They take the deal, and each make their own individual wishes. Both Chaos and Nico wish for, verbatim, the power to defeat the Dark Lords and the Demon King. Horaga wishes for ultimate knowledge about the Dark Lords and the Demon King, and Cafe wishes for ultimate beauty, since she has a crush on British. Oh my gosh.
Bestie, don't do that.
Somebody had to do the dumb wish.
Yeah, real nice job, Cafe. Way to help out the team.
Yeah, Cafe.
I mean, if you're going to exist in this universe, like it might be considered almost like a wise move to do something like that.
Okay, so Planner just laughs right in their fucking faces. He tells them he'll grant their wishes, and all of them fall unconscious. Like I mentioned earlier, Planner has a pretty sick sense of humor. So when Horaga wakes up, he realizes that he's obtained ultimate knowledge over not just the Dark Lords and the Demon King, but everything in existence. He completely loses his purpose in life of striving for more knowledge, and just like stops caring about anything. He just seals himself away in a tower for the rest of eternity because, turns out, he and the other 3 members of the 5 who had their wishes granted are no longer human, and they've been granted immortality.
That sucks.
Oh.
Yeah. So, like, they
That
can still
sounds
be
like-
killed, but they don't age. They can, Horaga physically ages up to a certain point where he looks like an old man, but he still can't ever die of old age. He's immortal.
That sucks.
All right.
Also, that sounds like the plot of one of the fucking D&D characters.
All right.
We had someone who fell prey to truth with a capital T, and I had to give him a spiritual lobotomy.
Oh my
Which,
god.
through the power of the death god, she was fucked.
Okay.
Anyway,
Let's move on. So, Cafe. She has been given ultimate beauty, but she realizes that, nobody cares about anything beyond her physical beauty. She gets, imprisoned and used as a political pawn for 3 centuries before eventually being rescued by this warrior, but, her situation under the warrior is, almost exactly the same. He doesn't give a shit about her. All he cares about is her appearance. So, eventually she just, breaks off from the warrior, she sets off on her own, and she forms an independent band of mercenaries and changes her name to Lady. It's basically just like a moniker, like a freaking, a pseudonym. Okay, so, most importantly of these 4, Chaos and Nico become sentient talking swords with the ability to shatter the invincibility field. Nico becomes the Holy Sword Nico, and Chaos becomes the Dark Sword Chaos. Chaos is this guy. It's very poorly drawn, but that's Chaos. Oh, man.
Callbacks.
Oh my gosh. Alright,
To
so...
earlier in the lecture.
Alright. Chaos's title has, it's translated in multiple different ways. So, normally I call him the Dark Sword Chaos, but it's also translated as, the Demonic Sword Chaos or the Black Sword Chaos. Real quick, there is a very important difference between these 2 swords and the Heroic Blade Escudo. Escudo has the ability to pierce the invincibility field, which basically just, ignores it so that it can, slash the Demon King and shit. But Chaos and Nico can shatter it, breaking the invincibility field for a short period of time in which anything can hurt the Dark Lords. The invincibility field just disappears for a little while.
fun.
Alright. Unfortunately, even though they now have the power to, fight the Dark Lords and the Demon King, Chaos and Nico are just swords. They can't move of their own will. They need a wielder in order to actually do something. And Chaos actually has an ability that lets him, like, control the minds of people with weak wills that pick him up. I don't think he really uses it ever throughout the backstory, though. Oh my gosh.
I mean, did he ever get picked up by someone with weak will?
I don't think so. Like, pretty much everybody who picks up Chaos or, like, tries to use him, like, either has a strong will or, like, they don't actually try and wield it. Like, eventually, like, there's this dude who seals it away, like, without, like, actually trying to wield it. Okay.
I would assume he has a fairly strong will if that was his goal.
Yeah. Alright. So, like, on top of having, like, the ability to take over people's minds, Chaos has, like, a few other abilities. He can, like, sense the power of other enemies on the battlefield, and he can, like, summon these, like, spiritual hands that are barely tangible that he uses to, like, interact with objects and shit. Okay. As for British did not go into the God's Gate with the others. So he does not make a wish to Planner, but actually manages to survive after the rest of the party goes on without him. He just barely survives and, like, spends a while, like, recuperating, like, at the freaking God's Gate at the bottom of the ancient ruins. And he waits at the now sealed God's Gate for 3 days, like, hoping that his party members will return before he's eventually forced to just leave the ancient ruins. Before he leaves, he takes the 4 statues that they used to open the gate with him and keeps them as mementos of, like, his other party members. He gives up the adventuring life, he gets married, he has kids, etc. Eventually, he finds out that Horaga and Cafe lived after going into the God's Gate, and he travels across the whole continent so that he can meet up with them. But, like, he can't help but feel like that they've just become totally different people after having their wishes granted by Planner, so they have, like, a hard time reconnecting with each other. Regardless, he gives each one of them, like, one of the 4 statues that he was keeping as mementos before they say their farewells. So now, Cafe has one of the statues, and Horaga has one of the statues. Oh my gosh.
And he has the other 2?
Yes. Where was I?
Boy. Come on.
Okay, so after giving them those 2 statues, like, eventually he, like, gets into, like, a bad financial situation, and he's forced to sell the remaining 2 statues in order to, like, make ends meet, so he doesn't fucking go bankrupt or whatever. Okay, so you remember that dude Shin from the Witches Party, the only one who survived that got left for dead by the Legendary Five? Turns out, not only is he still alive, but he's been plotting revenge against British. So British is just wandering around one day, when all of a sudden, he stumbles into a magical trap. Shin blasts British with something called the Concrete Curse, trapping everything but his head and hands in an unbreakable concrete wall for eternity, and, like, making British immortal, so that he's just trapped in this concrete wall forever. Unfortunately for Sin, I just said Sin, Shin. This isn't Guilty Gear. Okay.
So I guess you can call him the man in the wall.
God damn it. Okay, so unfortunately for Shin, using the curse drains all of his life force and Shin dies instantly. So he just, fucking, he intentionally sacrifices his life in order to deliver the ultimate fuck you upon British. And British is trapped forever now. Okay, before we move on, I should mention that there's actually a short story about the Legendary Five called Eternal Heroes. It's like a supplementary material for the Rance games, which I found out about while doing research for the lecture, which is like where a lot of the info about the Legendary Five comes from. It's one of the series' only depictions of the Gele era, and one of the only direct appearances of Planner as a character. And it's like fully like English translated on the AliceSoft wiki. There's a page for it.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Time for more Dark Lords.
One second.
Okay.
Can we take, like, a 10-minute break? I need to get dinner.
Okay. Oh my
God.
Recess.
It's
Call in
5
class.
p.m.
Oh my god. I'm so tired. We still have so much more to go.
You've been going for 5 hours. Do you want to take a break? Like, pick this up, like, tomorrow or next week?
Bro, I'm gonna finish this shit.
Meanwhile, I'm
God,
just
you'll
over
know.
here being like, yep, this is the man who translated the entire Book of Vile Darkness over the course of a year.
This is true.
I would be more shocked if you didn't have more you wanted to say.
Oh man. Yeah, like this
Also,
is like legitimately my favorite fantasy world. Like it's so fucking cool. Yeah, I guess I might as well ask while we're taking a little recess here. Anybody have any questions?
Not at the moment. It's very fun.
Here's a question. How fucking much research did you have to do for this goddamn thing?
36,000
Probably over
words.
30 hours of research. I think it's like 36,000 words.
Yeah, you said 30. 36 or 37. I can't remember.
36. It's close to 36 technically. It's like 35,780 words exactly. Is Dark Sector actually canon to Warframe? I didn't know that.
Not necessarily. It is.
Okay.
It's not technically canon, but a lot of the names and story beats come from it. Like
yeah, that's actually the case with the canon Rance games too, because I've mentioned that there's an old timeline and there's a canon timeline. The old timeline is like the original Rance 1 all the way through Kkulf-Kkulf Rance. And then the canon timeline is like the remakes of the original games, like Rance 01 through 03, and then like everything from like Rance 5D onwards is the canon timeline. And a lot of what happens after Kkulf-Kkulf Rance is inspired by Kkulf-Kkulf Rance. Yeah, that sounds pretty neato. I'm like half absorbing this because like for like the past 2 weeks my brain has literally been filled with nothing but rants.
fair.
Oh my god.
Okay, hold on. You know how many words this thing is? How many pages is it?
I don't know. I have it written as like a Microsoft Word doc. I guess I could like I think there's an option to split it into multiple pages.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me change the format and we'll find out. Print layout.
With this armor.
55 pages.
Fuck.
Jesus Christ.
That's a lot
What
of sentience.
page are we up to?
I don't know. Hold
That's a lot
on.
of sentience I gotta kill. Fuck. Protovirus. 250,000 focus gained. Okay.
I believe we are on page 31.
Maybe
I should
Vaseline
probably
for
ask you, Kyler, how you holding up over there? How you doing?
armor.
Trying really hard to focus.
You're just trying to like keep all of the information in your head. You have no idea how hard I had to like just absorb all of this shit. And even then I still need like a set script. Oh man, actually I'd probably go into more detail than I need to at some parts. Like if I just like took this whole thing and like stripped it down into just like single sentence explanations of everything, it could be way shorter, but I wanted to like properly explain everything in a way that makes sense. And it's like easy to follow. There are also some historical events I left out like in the timeline because they just don't matter at all. Like who the fuck cares who the next Kalar queen is at like some particular point of the timeline? It has no relevance. I'm thinking it is about time for us to continue. Okay.
Puts glasses back on.
Exactly.
Notes are written on the inside of the lenses.
I have them written on the inside of the sticky note. Could you imagine? Oh my god. Okay, where were we? Alright, class. It's time for more Dark Lords. Sometime around Gele Era 700, there's this super badass dude named Lay Gotham, and he's famous for being this like ridiculously strong warrior. He's like a fist fighter. And he's capable of taking on several hundred monsters at a time. So he avoids totally avoids other people in human society and like has this belief that living only for himself is like a huge part of what makes him so strong. So eventually he gets Demon King Gele's attention and she organizes this huge manhunt for this dude so that she can capture him and execute him for fun. So he goes and fights off the monster army for a while and like trying to escape until he finally gets captured. So when he gets captured, he's resisting super fucking hard even after being imprisoned, and Gele decides that it would be funny to, instead of executing him, turn him into a Dark Lord. So since he has like no real attachment to humanity, he acclimates to life as a Dark Lord pretty quickly. He doesn't really mind going and just fucking them up in the name of the Demon King. In fact, serving the Demon King gives him like a newfound purpose in life and makes him feel like valued as a person for the first time. Okay. So, sometime after Gele Era 700, a kid gets born in a human farm. He never knew his father, and his mother dies shortly after his birth, like after she goes insane. So he gets orphaned at a super young age. He suffers from this like disease that numbs all of the sensations on the right side of his body, turning it into a sickly purple. So eventually, he escapes the human farm, he finds a human settlement, and he's taken in to work as a servant at a pub in that village. And he becomes friends with the hostess at the pub. At this point, he doesn't have a name, so the hostess gives him a name. Gi. Demon King Gi. Alright. Lo and behold, Gi's village gets attacked and destroyed by a Dark Lord. Everybody gets killed, and Gi just barely manages to escape and swears revenge. So he's like, because of this event, he suffers severe mental trauma, and he develops split personality disorder, where like the numb like right side of his body gets like totally just filled with like rage and hatred and shit. So like the right side of his body turns into like this super evil, hateful personality. So he wanders around for a while, and eventually he gets taken in by the Kkullar of the Kkullar village, and they teach him how to do magic, and turns out he has like a super, like, good talent for magic. He's really fucking good at it. One day, the Kkullar village gets attacked by humans who are trying to harvest the Kkullar crystals. I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but like, because when Kkullar, like, are no longer virgins and their crystals turn blue, they get like they're enchanted with super strong magical power, which is what lets them deliver their curses on men when they die. So, like, humans harvest Kkullar crystals in order to, like, use them in the creation of, like, magical weapons and other magical items because, like, of their incredible magical power. So there's, like, throughout history, like, humans try to, like, go and hunt Kkullar in the crystal forest so that they can steal the crystals in order to make magical shit. Okay, so the Kkullar get attacked by humans, and Gi, like, without thinking, he just goes out there and rushes to their defense. And all of a sudden, his, like, other personality takes control over him because he's, like, not, like, properly, like, controlling his emotions. So now that he's in control of his evil personality, he takes up a sword and just mercilessly fucking slaughters all of the attacking humans. And it turns out he's really fucking good at sword play. He has, like, a high sword combat skill level. By the time that Gi comes back to his senses and, like, returns to his normal personality, he's killed, like, 20 people. So... Alright, so during his stay with the Kkullar, like, his, like, presence in the Kkullar village was not widely known. Like, he was being kept there in secret, like, under the care of, like, a close advisor of the Kkullar queen. So once he, like, goes out and defends the Kkullar, like, and they, like, the wider Kkullar population learns about his presence in the Kkullar village, like... since they aren't, like, normally supposed to let humans in. So they learn about his presence there, and normally, like, tradition dictates that they execute, like, any human who, like, trespasses on, like, their territory within the Kkullar village, but since Gi saved them, like, they decide, alright, we're not gonna kill you, but we are gonna exile you from the village. So they exile him from the village and, like, give him, like, magical items as gifts before he departs since he saved their asses. And he leaves, he becomes a spellblader, since he's good at sword combat and magic, and he hones his skills by joining a small monster subjugation group, of which he quickly becomes the vice captain. And eventually, he develops a relationship with a female member, the only female member of his battalion, and it makes all the other dudes super jealous, because they all have, like, crushes on this chick. So... So they get so jealous that they decide to gang up on Gi and beat the shit out of him. And at first, like, Gi's just doesn't even fucking care anymore, and he's just resolved to just let them kill him. He's just fucking tired of it. But, oh no, his evil side takes over, and he slaughters every other member of his battalion. And after this, his evil personality completely takes control over him, and for the next while, he just goes around just pillaging shit and doing whatever the fuck he wants. He becomes super scary strong. Oh, man. So, like, Gi's just going about his business one day when suddenly he gets attacked by a Dark Lord. We don't know what Dark Lord attacks him. The Dark Lord beats him, obviously, and Gi gets knocked unconscious. By the time he wakes up, he realizes he's back to his normal personality. He's no longer under the control of his evil personality. Oh, man. And from here on out, like, he realizes how dangerous his evil side is, and he tries really hard to, like, resist its influence and, like, keep his, like, emotions under control. So he's, like, trying to, like, constantly maintain a state of, like, just emotional placidness. It's kind of like the fucking neutrals from Tails Gets Trolled. Oh my god. Okay. So, like, he, like, tries to control his emotions, and he, like, wears these, like, robes and shit to, like, hide the right side of his body from view, so it's not obvious that he's, like, this fucked up dude. So, And in his travels, eventually, he becomes the first lucky guy to stumble upon the dark sword Chaos and becomes its wielder. So Chaos, like, he has the power to take over, like, people with weak wills, but, you know, Guy's pretty cool. He doesn't have a weak will, so he's able to, like, overcome Chaos's ability. And Chaos, like, he and Chaos kind of become bros because Chaos respects him for being able to, like, wield the sword without, like, having his mind taken over. So they become bros. Okay, so now Guy has a sword with the power to kill the fucking Demon King. So the first thing he does is he goes and seeks out Demon King Gele, trying to kill her and exact vengeance. Unfortunately for Guy, though, Chaos alone is not enough for him to win against the Demon King. And he gets just absolutely wrecked. He's losing hard, and in the middle of the battle, he can't control his emotions anymore, like he gets overtaken by despair, and he gets taken over by his evil side. Gele sees this, and she gets super curious about, like, his split personality, so she forcibly subdues him and turns him into a Dark Lord. Now that he's got the Demon King's blood, Guy, like, can't resist Gele anymore and gets forced to swear loyalty to her. Over time, Gele actually falls for him and makes him a part of her inner circle, giving him the title of Supreme Dark Lord, leader of all the Dark Lords, and the two of them become lovers. Oh man. Gele's affection is like super one-sided though, so like she loves Guy, but Guy doesn't love her back. He still hates her, but she just doesn't know it. Alright, once Gele becomes attached to Guy, like the other Dark Lord, Lei, she starts completely ignoring Lei and just basically tells him to fuck off. Lei, like, totally loses his purpose in life, he gets super depressed and antisocial and just goes around indiscriminately picking fights with anyone and everything, other monsters included. He basically becomes like a delinquent. Okay, fast forward 300 years to Gele Era 991. If you remember right, when Rovinpan was ordered to hunt the dragons down to extinction, he brought along the second-class goddess of destruction, Lavoswald, with him. Originally, Lavoswald's purpose is, like, it was supposed to be destroying the protagonist race in the event that the soul pollution of the protagonist race became too widespread among their population, like threatening the Reincarnation Cycle. But even with, like, the incredible hardship brought about by Gele's era, this never really becomes an issue. Like, humanity still doesn't have their souls polluted enough, like, to threaten, like, shit, just, like, not coming back into the Reincarnation Cycle. So in light of this, the gods decide that like, Love Oswald's pretty useless to keep around since she's not really serving any purpose, and they split her into two separate angel knights. Planner and Rovinpan specifically split her into two angel knights, Lacizel and Lahazel, and they give the two angel knights to Demon King Gele as a gift, and predictably Gele just takes the two angel knights and turns them into Dark Lords.
Of course.
Yeah. Since the, like, two angel knights were originally a single being, they, like, share physical and emotional sensations with one another. They're, like, they're, like, linked mentally and physically.
Kinky.
Man. I mean, you're not wrong. There's fucking CGs with them, dude.
I didn't need to know that.
I think that's funny.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, we're getting to the end of Gele's reign now. Her time is pretty close to being up, and she's starting to sweat. She does not want to give up her role as the Demon King. So, much like Ssulal did in the past, she decides to go and meet with Planner, and asks for her reign as Demon King to be made eternal. Once again, Planner obliges this request, but he reduces Gele's strength down to a mere 5% of what it was originally. So, moving on to Gele Era 1000, you remember how I said Gele's affection for Guy is, like, totally one-sided? Well, Guy has become super powerful over the last 300 years, like, getting more and more of the Demon King's blood, and just, like, generally, like, getting higher level and, like, more influential among the Dark Lords. And now, he decides this is the perfect opportunity to exact revenge on Demon King Gele and take the role of the Demon King for himself. At this point, presumably his, like, evil side of his personality is still in control of him. So, he still has chaos, so he uses it to start the Demon King War, which lasts for 4 years, all the way up to Gele Era 1004. And eventually, with the aid of the Guardian Hero of the World, who is wielding the Holy Katana Nico, he defeats Gele and plunges chaos straight into her heart.
Woo!
So, the problem here is Gele is immortal, so, like, even though he's just, like, fucking runs Gele through, she still lives, but he, like, uses the power of chaos in order to seal away Gele in, like, an alternate dimension for eternity, and he gets bathed in so much of Gele's blood after she's sealed away that he inherits the demonic blood pool and usurps her as the Demon King. Alright. We're at the Gele era now, boys.
Hey.
Oh my gosh. Okay. First and foremost, Xavier, at the very beginning of the Gele era, gets unsealed over in Japan. But, like, Japan, like, you know, they've had the sealing ritual, like, burned into their religion, so they're pretty well prepared. He gets sealed away again almost immediately. Although before he gets sealed, he does manage to create a single apostle called Tokichiro by transferring his blood over to a fucking monkey. He makes a monkey apostle.
Hell yeah. Sun Wukong time.
After 10,000 years, who is on my... Oh, dear God, no, I just got out.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so for the next 20 years after Gele takes over, like, everything is basically the same. Nothing really changes for the first 20 years. During his time as a demon, Gele lost, like, pretty much any attachment that he once had to humanity. So he doesn't really give a shit that they're still, like, totally enslaved and subjugated. Come Gele Era 20, there's a sudden human assault on the Demon King's castle by only a single person. This badass warrior named Silky Little Raisin. She defeats a shit ton of monsters entirely on her own, and, like, she goes through the whole Demon King castle, she gets mortally wounded and loses one of her arms before making it all the way to Demon King Gele himself. At this point, she's, like, barely alive. She's just like, clinging on to life. And, like, meets with Gele, and she demands that he release humanity from their oppression established by Demon King Gele. Gele is, like, super impressed by her strength and willpower, and he agrees to release humanity under the condition that Silky Little Raisin becomes a Dark Lord and, like, swears fealty to him. She accepts, becomes one of the 4 elite Dark Lords. Nose steps down from his position as an elite Dark Lord, and Silky Little Raisin takes it. Because, like, Dark Lord Nose is, like, pretty much, like, only loyal to Demon King Gele. After Demon King Gele's death, he doesn't give a shit. Like, his entire purpose in life is to try and unseal Demon King Gele. Okay. So he steps down, Silky Little Raisin takes his position as elite Dark Lord, and about 4 years after this happens, Demon King Gele frees humanity and divides the continent between the monster realm in the west and the human realm in the east. And he builds a new Demon King castle after abandoning his original one on, like, the far eastern side of the continent. And, yeah, fucking humans have the ability to be free once more. Okay.
Woo! Hey, maybe.
In general, like,
and there was much rejoicing.
Not a lot of killing.
Okay, so Gele himself is, like, a really mild-mannered demon king who's, like, he's largely apathetic towards humanity. He doesn't really care about them, so he just, like, resolves to leave them to their own devices. And he has a pretty good control over the demonic blood pool's influence, and that is, like, his own evil side of his personality. Now that the Dark Lords have been, like, ordered not to fuck with humanity, Light gets even more pissed off that he can't, like, go and just pick fights with humans, and he starts actively antagonizing other monsters and Dark Lords. So he becomes pretty universally hated throughout the monster realm.
Sucks to suck.
And that was Kayblis?
Man, we're actually about to talk about Kalis. That other guy was Lay. That was Lay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, speaking of universally hated Dark Lords, our boy Kayblis is still kicking.
Somehow.
Seeing Gele betray Gele and, like, taking the title of Demon King for himself makes Kayblis supremely confident in his ability to one day do the same. Like, he gets the same idea as Gele, that eventually he can supplant the reigning Demon King. When Gele frees humanity and relocates to the monster realm, Kayblis is, like, totally outraged, and he believes Gele has gone against everything the title of the Demon King stands for, but he still continues to serve him without complaint in an effort to win his trust and ultimately betray him. Still, he fucking hates all of Gele's policies and constantly tries to find opportunities to subvert them. Okay, so we've mentioned Japan a few times throughout the Gele era, but, like, they were in just as bad as a position as the rest of the world. They were also subjugated by the monsters. Now that humans are free, Japan is back to being its own independent nation, and immediately its different houses begin fighting for control, marking the beginning of the Second Sengoku Era. The rest of the world enters, like, an era of relative peace, with new human nations beginning to develop. Sometime around Gele Era 100, the Second Sengoku Era ends with an alliance between the Heishi House and the Genji House. Meanwhile, Gele finds this, like, human dude called Ramen C. Berksham, and not only turns him into a Dark Lord, but makes him into the new Supreme Dark Lord. And the two of them become total bros. Raymond is like Guy's most trusted confidant. And we don't really know anything about Berksham's background. Also, there's this Oni called Babolat who like escapes from hell and like goes and meets with Guy, who transforms him into a Dark Lord. Alright, quick recap of all the Dark Lords thus far. Kayblis, Meglas, Camilla, Gulshia, Kesselring, Xavier, who's still sealed, Lexington, Pi-R, RedEye, Nose, Sieg, Medusa, Aethere, Lay, La Sizel, La Hulzel, Silky, Berksham, and Babolat. That is all of the Dark Lords who are currently active.
19.
Professor's first roll call.
Oh Lord, and ay.
Okay, so
I have my inner writer is just like, okay, cool. Thanks for making the position more and more redundant over time. Yay.
I don't think
man.
it's quite redundant. It's just there are a lot of them.
there are a lot. Yeah, it's not redundant. There's just a fucking lot.
And it can have what was it, 24?
Yes, 24 maximum.
So he's getting there.
Yeah, they're getting there. Okay, so about 200 more years pass. We're at Gele Era 294, and this dude called Freak Paraffin is born. We briefly mentioned him earlier when we were talking about biometal. At this point during the Gele Era, like, magic users are, like, looked down upon, and they're just seen as being, like, these dishonorable, dirty cheaters. And, like, you know, if you're like, a sword-wielding warrior, you're, like, an honorable knight guy. Man. But Freak becomes a magician anyways. He has, like, an innate talent for magical research. And he, like, makes big strides in magical science. About 3 decades later, in Gele Era 327, there's another soon-to-be mage called Luca Rune who gets born. He is super important. As soon as he learns how to wield magic, he becomes this crazy powerful prodigy who eventually becomes the strongest spellcaster in the history of the world.
This is Luca or Freak?
This is Luca Rune.
Okay.
His power was so great that, like, he learns magic capable of, like, altering space and time. He's, like, totally untouchable. So, around Gele Era 350, Luca Rune meets Freak Paraffin at the Magic Academy. Like, he's still pretty young at this point. They become super best friends, and Luca refers to Freak as his mentor. At this point, Freak is starting to get pretty old, and is, like, he's approaching the end of his life. And this sends Luca into a panic. He doesn't want to lose his mentor. So at some point, like, Freak accidentally discovers death magic as, like, an unintended byproduct. As an unintended byproduct of his magical research. So Luca takes death magic and uses it as the basis for a brand new type of magic, biometal, which is also called magical metallurgy. The ability to metallize body cells and give people, like, immortal cyborg bodies.
Wow.
So, now that he's discovered this cool new magic, he decides to put it into practice by creating metallic super soldier bodies called the Tosho. They're also known as warlords or combat marshals. To turn somebody into a Tosho, their entire body has to be metallized with the sole exception of their brain and their left eye. The process involves, like, you tie somebody down and you pour metal coating over their entire body, then, like, carefully remove all of their, like, biological components which you're replacing. And then after you do that, you affix, like, accessories, clothing, and armor, and then apply, like, permanent coatings of anti-corrosive and anti-rotting magic. That way, like, their, like, few remaining biological components won't rot and their metal never rusts. So, once somebody becomes a Tosho, they, like, require regular maintenance in order to continue functioning at peak capacity. Like, they need, like, a special kind of fuel. But they're essentially immortal cyborg super soldiers. They're way stronger than any regular human. So, as soon as Luca figures this all out, he uses his newfound technology on Freak, turning him into a Tosho and preventing his death. But he doesn't stop there. Oh no. Now that he's created the Tosho, he starts to realize that, hey, this technology is fucking incredible. We could do way more than just save lives. We can defeat the Demon King. So in Gele Era 353, he teams up with Freak in order to assemble a group of 100 other elite mages and form an organization known as the Magic Sect. Dedicated to unifying humanity, defeating the Demon King, and ushering in an era of peace where technology would preserve humanity for eternity. Luca Rune changes his name to MM Rune, short for Magic Master Rune, and he starts something called the Tosho program, turning willing volunteers into Tosho and enlisting them into his army. Now, the Tosho do have one big weakness. They're vulnerable to magic. Since their human brains are still intact, mind-affecting magic can easily fuck them up. So as the magic sect expands, Rune takes advantage of this by casting spells of absolute obedience on every Tosho that's created from this point onwards. So they're like totally loyal to the sect. They have to follow the orders of Rune. Okay, so we fast forward about 7 years later to Gele Era 360, and the magic sect has grown in power and become pretty infamous. They're starting to expand. So, as mentioned prior, magic users are pretty universally hated at this point during the Gele Era. So there's an empire called the Balsheen Empire, who decides it's had enough of the magic sect and just declares war on them. They go and like assemble an army of 20,000 soldiers and attack them head on. So, but unfortunately for them, they underestimate the power of the Tosho. Rune sends 24 Tosho to face their entire 20,000-man army, and the Tosho absolutely wreck them. They don't suffer even a single loss. They defeat their entire 20,000-man army with 24 guys. And it's like, this war is so short that it lasts only 3 days. It's called the War of the Iron Soldiers. And after this, the Balsheen Empire is totally destroyed and left in ruins. They abandon their capital city, and Rune builds his capital city of Detna-Luka atop the ruins of the Balsheen Empire. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Also, a very accurate representation of World War I. It's just like, hey guys, what's that? That's a tank. What's a tank? Fucking run, man!
Oh my gosh.
Do I need to post the charge gun video again?
Okay, boys. So, we are now at the beginning of the Magic Era. After the Magic Sect takes over the Balsheen Empire and becomes a major world power, they expand so rapidly that they conquer the entire continent in just 3 years. At Gele Era 363. They unify humanity for the first and only time in the continent's history. After a super strong Tosho called Bastet defeats an entire army of 2,000 monsters entirely on his own, the popularity of the Tosho program skyrockets, and everybody starts signing up to become like Tosho. Over the next couple of decades, by Gele Era 389, the Magic Sect builds these super crazy, like, floating city/battle fortresses called Toshin Toshi, which is literally translated as Battle God City. And the Magic Sect starts using these as dropships for the Tosho. Not long after this, they start working on these absolutely crazy strong, giant robots called the Toshin, also called War Gods. So, the War Gods, they have strength on par with that of the Dark Lords. Instead of directly, like, altering someone's body and turning them into a Toshin, like they do with the Tosho, the Magic Sect decide that they'll link each of their 24 Toshin Toshi cities with one Toshin each, and then they have members of their inner circle link their minds with the Toshin by mummifying them in these, like, there's these things called holy caskets that are hidden deep within the Toshin Toshi fortresses. And inside, like, the controller's lifespan gets expanded indefinitely. They're, like, mummified and embalmed. They're subjected to Rune's mind control. They have absolute obedience cast on them. And they gain the ability to control the Toshin linked to that Toshin Toshi as if it was their own body. And they become something called an embalmed controller. Each embalmed controller has, like, 3 important tasks given to them by Rune. They channel their magic through the buoyancy staff, which keeps the Toshin Toshi floating in the air. They follow any orders that they're given by Rune from the capital city of Detna-Luka, and they operate the Toshin for combat against the Dark Lords. Because the embalmed controller, Toshin Toshi, and the Toshin itself are, like, integrally linked, the destruction of any one of those 3 results in the others being deactivated. So if a Toshin dies, the embalmed controller is killed, and the Toshin Toshi just plummets from the air and hits the ground. Okay.
Interesting counteraction maneuver.
Alright, each of the Toshin Toshi and their respective Toshin have code names. So, in order, there is Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Theta, Iota, Kappa, Lambda, Mu, Nu, Xi, Omicron, Pi, Rho, Sigma, Tau, and Upsilon. All of those Toshin get activated and used by the sect over the course of their history. There's another
so it's just the entire Greek alphabet.
Yes, that is
awesome.
And there's another 3 Toshin that are called Phi, Chi, and Psi, who were, like, planned to be built, but the Holy Magic Sect never completed them. Alright.
The final 3.
Yes.
There's the rest of the alphabet.
And
Somewhere
along
Sector
with
7
those,
from somewhere Sector 7 from Blaze Blue is very happy right now.
yeah, Mu, Nu, and Lambdas, like these Toshin. It's just like BlazBlue, dude. That's what I thought the first time I read it. Okay. Okay, so on top of Phi Chi and Si, it's Phi Chi and Psi, who were planned but never built. There was also two other Toshin who were built, called Omega and MM, but they were never activated. You can probably guess who the last one belongs to, which MM Rune, that was his Toshin. And as for Omega, Omega was intended for Freak Paraffin, but he was too afraid of losing his sense of self to actually, like, assume control over it. MM Rune doesn't want to force his, like, longtime best friend into using it, so he has it sealed beneath the ground in a frozen land. Oh, man. Alright. Quick explanation of Toshin MM. MM Rune wanted to build a super strong Toshin for himself as, like, a trump card. And he makes it more similar to a Tosho in that, like, instead of controlling it from afar, he would literally become the Toshin, like what happens when you become a Tosho. So he builds this thing on his own entirely in secret. Nobody else knows about it. He has it hidden in the depths of the holy capital Detnaluka. Oh my god. And he gives it, like, a ton of crazy abilities. The most important being the power to manipulate the energy of the Dark Sword Chaos, which theoretically would give Toshin MM... oh my goodness. The power to pierce the invincibility field. Unfortunately, MM Rune does not have Chaos at the moment. So, before he can finish Toshin MM and transmogrify his soul into its body, he has to figure out where Chaos is. One. Okay, so I just rattled off a lot of Toshin names, but at this point in history, the Magic Sect finishes only one. Toshin Alpha. Once they finish Toshin Alpha, they change their name to the Holy Magic Sect, and they declare Detnaluka as the holy capital city, and they give Toshin the name of War Gods. MM Rune becomes totally obsessed with finishing all 25 Toshin so that he can wage war against the Demon King, and he starts an intensive production project in order to complete the remaining Toshin. In addition to building the Toshin, MM Rune also creates these things called Holy Skeletal Fighting Marshals, and he uses the corpses of magic users as, like, the skeletal structure of these guys, and the medium through which they're able to cast magic. They have no souls, and they're not, like, considered undead. They're like these skeletal robed, like, automatons that follow all the orders given to them by the Toshin and by MM Rune. Hold on.
Oh, bye.
Who just,
Ooh, who's it?
okay. Don had to leave.
Don has to go.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
Tell me, Odins, we found the origin of Mr. Bonypants.
Yeah, so they're automatons, they follow all of the orders they're given by the Toshin and by MM Rune himself, and they mainly fight by using an invention of MM Rune called Holy Magic. We talked about it a little bit earlier. It's just super flashy and powerful dark destruction magic that you cast by drawing complex runes in the air. They're capable of using holy magic to, like, indefinitely sustain themselves, so they're, like, pretty much immortal. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my gosh, let me look at note passing. Oh my goodness. It's gone on so long that we've lost one of our students. Okay.
Tragic accident.
Alright, real quick before we continue,
Tragedy, ain't it?
you may know Toshin Toshi as the name of another game series made by AliceSoft with the very same name. The Toshin Toshi series is, like, partly canon to the Ranceverse. The first game takes place following the events of Rance 4. Aside from the first game, though, which I believe is indeed canon, like, there's the Toshin city where the game takes place is built on top of Yulapu, which is a Toshin Toshi that gets grounded at the end of Rance 4. The following games in the Toshin Toshi series take place in an alternate universe version of the Rance world, so they're not canon. I'm not very familiar with the events of the Toshin Toshi series, and my understanding is that the first game doesn't really have very much, like, important lore in it, so this is going to be, like, one of the few times I mention these games. There's 3 other games that are canonical to the Ranceverse. There's 2 of which that happen around the end of the Gele Era, and there's another one called Kairu no Panyon, which happens at the same time as the very first Rance game in LP1. We'll get to those, remaining 2 games that I didn't name. They are actually really important to the lore. As for Kairu no Panyon, it involves, like, the origin story of this character who appears in Rance IX and Rance X. His name is Poron. Okay. Fast forward all the way to Gele Era 420. Again, 420. They like using that. So the demons are starting to sweat a little bit. They're just watching the Holy Magic Sect build these super fucking death robots capable of fucking them up. So at this point, the 20th Toshin has been completed, and the Dark Lords start pressuring Demon King Gi to launch an invasion of the human realm. Gi realizes that he can't afford to ignore humanity anymore, so he initiates the First Dark Lord War. The Dark Lords are told to just do as they please, and they set about trying to attack the Holy Magic Sect. The Holy Magic Sect is totally blindsided by this sudden declaration of war. They're not ready for it at all. They scrap 3 of their planned Toshin and prepare all of the rest to fight. Okay, real quick, I should mention that Toshin have no ability to pierce the invincibility field, even though they're comparable in strength to the Dark Lords. Instead, their purpose is supposed to be to, try and force the Dark Lords back so that the human realm can gain territory. But it's still not nearly enough. Presumably, the Holy Magic Sect is, attacked before they have the opportunity to, figure out a real endgame for the Toshin. Okay. Let me ask you a question, class. Do you like Goku versus Frieza?
Yes,
Oh,
Goku!
Alright.
I've never watched Dragon Ball.
If you thought Goku versus Frieza is long, you are not ready. You are not ready. Okay, first up, we have Toshin Lambda versus Galchia. This one actually isn't too long, because Toshin Lambda is powerful as shit, so it completely wrecks Galchia. He doesn't stand a chance. Lambda's an experimental Toshin whose body frame was adapted from the dead body of an Earth Dragon, so it makes him way larger and stronger than the rest of the Toshin. His strength is on par with that of the 4 elite Dark Lords. So Galchia gets beat badly, but Lambda still can't pierce his invincibility field and just, repels him. Now we get to the good shit. Next is Toshin Theta versus Dark Lord Nosei. Theta was one of the strongest Toshin, but, Nosei is not fucking around. The two of them get into a super intense fistfight that lasts for 70 days. It ends in a stalemate after Theta's embalmed controller is nearly assassinated. Oh my god. Although, we don't know, the exact specifics of what happens. The wiki is not totally clear on this. Also, Toshin Theta was actually the only Toshin to be constructed with a female-type body. Both Theta and Lambda were originally members of the 5 Aces, which are, the most important members of MM Rune's inner circle. Freak is also one of the 5 Aces. Okay. So, a 70-day fistfight between a giant fucking dragon golem who's ripped as shit and this giant death robot. That's already pretty sweet, but there's still more. Toshin Zeta versus Babolat. Real quick, just take a guess how long these two motherfuckers fight each other. Vote now on your phones. What do you guys think?
I'm going to guess. So what do we have in each corner? Do we have a death robot and a Dark Lord?
Yes. It is one
What
of
is
the
their
Toshin
medium
versus
of
one of the
attack?
Dark Lords. Babolat is he's this super fucking strong, giant who just fucking overwhelms people with his raw strength. I don't think Toshin Zeta has any special stuff that's unique to him. He's just he's a generic death robot.
I'm going to assume 2 weeks.
Okay. Anybody else?
Because so far, outside of the dragons, nothing has lasted that long.
How long did you say, Charlie?
30 years.
Okay. Anybody else?
69 years.
Oh!
Alright. Josh, any opinion?
It has to be in the years, knowing these fucks.
Any guess as to how many?
No idea, honestly.
Okay. Alright. These two assholes somehow managed to fight each other for 7 straight years without stopping. They get caught in a total stalemate until one day Zeta gets the bright idea to run up on Babolat and blow up its own mana battery, sacrificing itself in order to hit the Dark Lord with a massive explosion. Babolat's invincibility field still can't be pierced, but the explosion is so huge that he gets trapped beneath the earth for the next 3 centuries. Despite Toshin Zeta's destruction and Babolat technically surviving, he's totally out of the equation for 300 years, and the battle is seen as a huge victory for the Magic Sect. Okay, enough of this DBZ fight scene shit. Moving on from that, Dark Lords Nosei and Lexington form a rivalry during the war and try to see who can destroy more Toshin Toshi, the floating cities, not the death robots. Eventually, there's a super intense battle on Toshin Toshi Upsilon, in which Nosei backstabs Lexington, burying him underneath the floating city's falling rubble and leaving him for dead. he gets reduced to a demonic blood soul, and Lexington's apostle Atlanta takes it and safeguards it until it can eventually be revived. Atlanta's like, she's a major character in the Toshin Toshi games, but a very minor one in the Rance games. She's like this scepter-wielding, devil-looking chick with like grayish skin and blue hair. Okay. RedEye goes and gets into a short fight with Toshin Gamma at some point, trying but failing to control it, with the battle ending in a stalemate. Eventually, Toshin Toshi Gamma, the floating island, gets sunk, the embalmed controller gets killed, and the Toshin itself is deactivated. So RedEye takes this opportunity to control Toshin Gamma and make it into his own body. As if RedEye wasn't already scary enough, now he's a Toshin. He's a fucking death robot. In other news, Toshin Delta manages to fend off 13 separate Dark Lord attacks, one of which is from Dark Lord Aetheray, and it eventually gets defeated, but it becomes, like, legendary. Oh my god. So, okay. So the first Dark Lord War keeps going on for about 30 years, which leads us to the events of Gele Era 451. Despite their best efforts, the Holy Magic Sect is losing. The vast majority of their Toshin Toshi have been destroyed, leaving only Toshin Toshi Upsilon and its corresponding Toshi. As a consequence, public opinion of the sect deteriorates badly, and humans begin to revolt against the sect. Most of the Tosho can't revolt since they're enchanted with absolute obedience. Rune sees humanity revolting against him, and he just completely loses his shit. He goes completely mad with power and declares all human surface dwellers incapable of using magic, and those who sympathize with them, as barbarians, and gives all Toshin, Tosho, and Holy Skeletal fighting marshals the prime directive to hunt down these barbarians in addition to monsters. Anyone not part of the Holy Magic Sect is also considered a barbarian. So, since Toshin Upsilon is still active, the first thing he does is go and utterly annihilate some random kingdom. We know very little about it. And he kills everyone. Freak Paraffin witnesses this and realizes that Rune has just totally gone off the deep end. So he uses death magic in order to preserve the soul of the kingdom's princess, Princess Misley. He turns her into a Tosho named Replica Misley. Despite Freak and Replica Misley being Tosho, neither of them have spells of absolute obedience cast on them, so they're free from Rune's control. Oh man. Also, when Freak creates the body of Replica Misley, he uses Mithril, which is a rare metal that repels and nullifies magic, which makes Replica Misley completely immune to magic. Now that Freak is buddies with a magic-resistant Tosho, Freak comes up with a galaxy-brain plan to just have Misley assassinate Rune, since she can't be affected by any of his magic. Before they go out and put that to the test, though, they ally with Hunty Kalar. For the record, Hunty Kalar is born all the way back in the Avel Era, but only now does she make her first appearance. She's one of the strongest magic users on the continent, though she still can't hold a candle to Rune. He's way stronger. So, Freak, Hunty, and Misley all confront Rune and Detna Luca and tell him that his free trial of living has expired. At this point, it's Gele Era 452. Rune is, like, pissed off that Freak has betrayed him and tries his best to kill him, but his godlike magic can't do shit against Replica Misley, so she just runs up and stabs the shit out of him, killing him and ending the reign of the Holy Magic Sect. Oh my god. Okay.
How to kill a mage. Step 1. Make a robot that is immune to magic. Step 2. Sit robot on mage. Step 3. Laugh maniacally in the background.
Oh my goodness. Alright, also, as far as Hunty Kalar goes, I mentioned earlier that she's the one singular dragon Kalar who's still remaining, in the human era. In the canon timeline for Rance, Hunty Cap's level cap is around 90, which is already really high. But in the original timeline, her level cap was 1,000, higher than any other living being on the continent.
Even higher than a hero?
Yeah, I mean, Heroes is 99, so, that doesn't even approach 1,000.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I think her original level cap gets retconned, sometime after Rance 6. During Rance 6, I believe her current level was 127.
It's just imagine, if she actually had, the 1,000, she would be able to take on
1,000,
gods.
she would kill gods. Yeah, she would be insanely strong. Okay. Hunty Kalar, with her, suddenly appearing in the human era, she explains herself that she has no idea how she survived to the Avel era, or, how she became, human-like. She, when all of the other Kalar are getting, rounded up and melted by the gods, she, blacks out in excruciating pain, and then suddenly wakes up later on with, a human, form. And it's she's pretty much identical to a normal Kalar, but she just has, black hair. Okay. Now that Rune is dead as fuck, the Holy Magic Sect completely crumbles and the First Dark Lord War comes to an end. Demon King Yi calls back all of the Dark Lords now that the threat of a unified humanity is dealt with. The whole world splinters into a bunch of small nations that fight with each other for control, and for the next 400 years, mages are persecuted, and any remaining traces of the Holy Magic Sect get destroyed by those who held a grudge against the mages for the actions of the sect. This is largely orchestrated by Alice, the god of the human administration framework. She tricks the AL Church into believing that the Holy Magic Sect and anything related to it is completely evil and has to be purged from existence. Meanwhile, the remnants of the sect are left without a controller and become wholly hostile towards humanity. Since nobody is a part of the sect anymore, Holy Skeletal Fighting Marshals and the remaining Tosho see all of humanity as being barbarians and become completely genocidal.
Dear.
Toshin Upsilon gets stuck with that same order, but he gets sealed away along with his embalmed controller within Toshin Toshi Upsilon, which eventually becomes... Oh?
Hi, I'm back.
Yo!
Return.
Oh, man.
Nothing like a self-fulfilling prophecy of, hey, let's team up against the murderous death robots. Murderous death robots have no controller and start indiscriminately killing people. And it's like, see? We're justified.
Yeah, so... before Toshin Upsilon can do any damage, he gets sealed away along with his embalmed controller in Toshin Toshi Upsilon, which eventually becomes known as the abandoned floating city of Yalapu. I don't know how to pronounce it, I'll spell it for you. So, as for the name Yalapu itself, there's actually a reason why the floating island is called that. Yalapu is a portmanteau of Ys, as in the action RPG series Ys, and Laputa, which is a floating island from Gulliver's Travels.
Yeah, Laputa, yeah.
Yeah.
Could you scoot? Where's the name?
Oh, right here.
Ah.
Yes. That is the name of Toshin Toshi Upsilon that it's given long after the fucking fall of the Holy Magic Sect. Okay.
That's the I guess recent name for it.
Yeah.
Because no one actually knew what it was
originally it's
called.
just called Toshin Toshi Upsilon, and now people just call it Yalapu. Okay. Alright, so, Freak, Hunty, and Misley work together to seal away Toshin Upsilon, and Replica Misley gets tasked with ensuring that Toshin Upsilon is never reactivated for the next 500 years. Freak is totally devastated by the death of his best friend, Rune, and he sticks around to help Misley while primarily dedicating the next few centuries to the study of magic. Meanwhile, humanity enters a dark era of huge technological recession as all of the advanced technology created and knowledge gathered by the sect is utterly eradicated. Now that Japan is once again back to being its own independent nation with the fall of the sect, it splitters yet again into pieces, starting the Third Sengoku era. And that era ends after only 2 years, leaving Japan under the control of Ashikaga Takauji, leader of the Ashikaga house who gathers all 3 sacred treasures and becomes the second emperor in Japanese history.
You love to see fucking post-apocalyptic stories.
Yeah. Alright. Fast forwarding to Gele Era 500, Xavier gets unsealed once again by his apostle Tokichiro, the monkey. But this time, he's ready to handle Tenchiism and avoids being sealed away immediately. He creates 4 more apostles called Suzaku, Seiryu, Byakko, and Genbu, and uses them to quickly set about trying to destroy Japan. He does a significant amount of damage when all of a sudden, the guardian hero of the world shows up wielding the holy katana Nico and tries to defeat him. The hero very nearly kills Xavier, but suddenly, the hero turns 20 in the middle of the fight and loses all of his powers.
Oh.
That's really fucking funny.
I have so many questions.
What poor timing, right? What a fucking idiot.
You just... Okay, well, I'm just thinking no magic was used, nothing of the like. What happened is they were 19 years old. They found them the day of, and they were like, I need to finish this fight before I turn 20. I need to finish this fight before I turn 20.
And of course
and
they
midway
fail.
through the fight, they're like, fuck!
Fucking shit.
Actually, that brings up a question.
Yeah.
Do the heroes know about the time limit that they lose their power when they turn 20?
They don't know about it. Good question. 10 points.
No!
Yo!
Fuck you.
That's a cruel thing. This
Yeah, they
is
have,
gotta
they
be
have no idea the nature of their existence.
there's gotta be an instance where a hero peacefully existing and then loses it in hey.
Okay,
I
yeah.
wonder if there's ever been a hero that just doesn't realize they have the powers.
Nah, like, when a hero gets crowned, like, the heroic guide shows up and informs them that they're now the hero. So, like,
Okay,
they know. There would be no way for them to be oblivious to it. Okay.
What if they lose their memories in the middle of their journey?
I don't know, I guess the heroic guide could, like, just tell them they're the hero after, like, they wake up from their freaking amnesiatic sleep. Oh my goodness. Alright, so, they turn 20 in the middle of the fight, they lose all of their powers, and they're basically just back to being a normal human. Xavier realizes this, and he just unceremonially grabs the hero's head in his hands and just crushes it. And he assumes that he's won. He thinks that he's, like, totally won. But, actually, as the hero is fighting Xavier, the Tenchi sect is in the middle of preparing a modified version of Gepei's original sealing ritual. They split Xavier's soul into 8 pieces and seal it away in these things called the sacred gourds. They're kind of like Horcruxes.
This man cannot catch a fucking break.
It's the Mafuba!
Meanwhile, every apostle besides Tokichiro is sealed away within the bodies of Tenchi sect diviners who pass down the sealed apostles through their bloodlines. Okay. As all of this is going on, Hunty Kalar goes and meets up with the current Kalar queen, Index Kalar, and the two of them work together in order to form the Kalar nation of Pencil Cow within the Crystal Forest. This is the formation of Pencil Cow. And they unify the Kalar race under a single banner and surround the whole Crystal Forest with magical barriers and traps that prevent humanity from hunting them in order to take their crystals. Oh, man.
Fine. You think now's a good time for another recess? It's been about an hour, I think.
Yeah, we can take a recess. Oh my goodness.
Wait, so was it the who splintered Xavier again? Was it like
It's like diviners of the Tenchi sect created a modified version of the ritual to like split his soul into pieces and seal it within the sacred gourds, of which there are 8.
Okay.
Oh man, like I said, sacred gourds are basically like Horcruxes, except they're not beneficial for Xavier at all.
It's been 6 hours. How do you feel?
Tired, but still able to continue.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness. I might as well see if anybody else has got questions while we're waiting.
Have we even like gotten to like gameplay? Like, how does the game play exactly?
No, we're not going to be discussing that. I've basically, like, they're JRPGs. Like, not all of the games play the same. Like, they have different mechanics between games. A good chunk of the games are, like, traditional, like, turn-based JRPGs. Oh, man. Like, the original Rance 1 is, like, a really, like, straightforward, like, basic JRPG.
So, I shall ask something because I'm interested in this from a personal standpoint. What the fuck drove you to want to make all of this happen?
I am a AliceSoft
blood
Omega fan. I am a huge fan of AliceSoft Rance in particular. Like I said, it's like pretty much my favorite like lore of like any fantasy world that exists. Oh my god! Actually, I found out about Rance because like this was a few years ago, back when Hentai Haven was still like a big thing, right? And at the time, like they posted the like anime adaptation of Rance 01 to their site, and like I went and watched that. I had no idea what Rance was, and I was just looking in the comments and I saw somebody explaining that Rance was like this super classic like series in the eroge industry, so I went and looked it up. I went on the wiki and I got completely sucked into the lore. I just spent like weeks reading all that shit. As for the inspiration to do a lecture like this, like specifically, like recently I was watching like the lectures by like the PCP University guys about like Sonichu, Kokoro, Wish, Animorphs, and I was like, you know what I should do? I should do a lecture on the Ranceverse. That has plenty of lore for me to go through.
Yes, it does.
So, question.
Yeah?
Are you sure all this lore is for a porn game?
Yes.
Yes!
At this point, I feel like it would be less of a porn game and more of just like a JRPG, but there's just sex in it.
Honestly,
You know what
that's
I
kind
mean?
of what it's like. Like, the adult content is, like, totally secondary. The games themselves are, like, the actual cool part.
That's really funny.
Oh my god, like there's a mod that I really fucking love. I'm sure you guys have heard me talk about it. Darkness Hero Rance, a mod for Sengoku Rance, and there's no adult content in that. Like they intentionally stripped out all the adult content so it would be safe for people to stream. And I fucking love that mod. It's so awesome. It's particularly great for like a Rance lore nerd like me, because it's basically like it incorporates like all of this shit. It's awesome.
That's really funny. I like that.
I feel like I should know more about the lore of things I like now.
This is probably like the thing I know the most about in terms of lore of like all the like game series and stories and shit that I like.
You know, I'm just a lore hound. I live for this shit.
I think as I've gotten older, I live more for the storytelling of the lore rather than the lore itself.
Yeah, you could
Because,
argue for a while about like whether or not the actual storytelling in the Rance games is good. It definitely gets better as they like get into the later games, because like, you know, you play Rance 1 and it's like it's super fucking basic. The original Rance 1 has not aged well, but like the later Rance games actually have really neat stories, at least in my opinion. Like the absolute vast majority of the Rance lore is like actually in the games like themselves. There's not much of it that's like supplementary material. Yeah, by the way, I'm gonna throw out this random thing that I have not written in the lecture. If you remember, like the Dragon King Magi-Hoa that like rules over the dragons during like the entire their entire era, after like when the dragons get like hunted down to extinction, he's one of the few dragons who lives, and presumably he gets transformed by the gods into like this like humanoid like riddling cat called KD, and like he appears throughout the Rance games and just like gives Rance like stupid quizzes. He's pretty great. If you're curious, KD stands for King Dragon. That's why he's called that. Nobody knows it, though. Alright, boys. It's time to continue. Recess is over. Alright. Alright, so we stopped there. With Ashikaga Takauji becoming the second emperor. Xavier, his soul split into 8 pieces. Apostles are sealed. Hunty Kalar helps to form Pencil Cow. Alright, here we are. This is where we left off. It's time for another Dark Lord, baby! So, in Gele Era 513, there's this guy named Kakutomi Kite, who's born in like a small, peaceful village. He's just chilling for a while throughout like the first 5 years of his childhood, and then one day, his older sister contracts a disease called greening disease. It's an incurable, terminal illness that affects girls between the ages of 10 to 19 and turns their skin green and slowly kills them over a period of 10 years. So, his parents are super afraid of the disease, so they send her sister away to Green Village, which is a close community consisting of only those afflicted with the disease that's located near the border of the monster realm. It's like on the outskirts of what eventually becomes Zeth. And like they essentially quarantine all of the people with greening disease in Green Village. At this point, Kite is only 5, so he tries to go and visit his sister, but he gets caught by his parents every time. Like, his parents are really shitty, and they just physically abuse him as punishment. And they're like, don't you fucking go and try and chase after your sister again, you little shit. Okay, so Kite figures his own physical weakness is the only thing keeping him away from his sister, so he leaves home and he goes on a journey to try and toughen himself up. Turns out he's a natural at fist fighting. He becomes a martial arts master and manages to win a major fighting tournament at only 15 years old. So now that he's like this total badass martial artist, he decides he's finally ready to go and visit Green Village. He fights his way through this monster-infested forest surrounding it. But lo and behold, by the time he gets there, his sister's already passed away. It's been 10 years since she was sent there. So, like, he goes to Green Village and he finds out they're, like, horribly mistreated, like, they constantly get attacked by monsters, they don't have any supplies. So he's, like, totally disgusted with this poor treatment of the Green Village's inhabitants, and he dedicates the rest of his life to protecting them and preventing them from suffering like his sister did. Kite goes and he uses the prize money from the tournament that he won previously in order to buy supplies for the village. Then he goes off and he enters every other fighting tournament that he can find, while also constantly patrolling the village's perimeter in order to ward off monster attacks. Eventually, he gets to the point where he's won every single organized fighting tournament on the continent. He gains a legendary status and becomes known as the world's strongest man. Kite doesn't really give a shit about any of this praise, though. Like, at this point, he's come to hate humanity for, like, their callous indifference towards the people of Green Village, and just sees himself as the last bastion of hope for the village. Since, like, humanity doesn't really have any interest in finding a cure for the disease. So, he goes into the monster realm and he seeks out Demon King Gi, asking to be made into a Dark Lord so that he can watch over the Green Village for eternity. Kite is, like, strong as shit, so Gi jumps at the chance to have him as a subordinate, and Dark Lord Kite is born. Kite just totally abandons his identity as a human, and, like, he never strays much further into the human realm than Green Village itself. Alright, moving on to Gele Era 352. The human realm is still split among a whole bunch of small nations. One of those nations is called Helman. It's led by this super badass named Zanagath Helman. His armies aren't big enough, so he decides to take his nation's expansion into his own hands. He challenges the strongest warriors of more than 60 other nations to one-on-one duels in which they bet their territory and wins each and every one. He, like, conquers 62 other nations. By the time he's finished, Helman is this absolutely massive world power called the Helman Republic. Unfortunately for Zanagath himself, fighting all of these battles takes a huge toll on him, and he dies only a year later. We've reached the first human nation that's still active in the current era of the Rance games. Oh my god. Okay.
Like what, 5-6 hours into this, and we just finally had our first one nation that's actually still around.
Yeah, it is like the first like major world power to be founded that still exists in present day.
6 hours, 14 minutes to be precise, because I believe we started at 12:07.
Okay, so
I'm starting to think a great deal of this civilization should have lasted a great deal longer if psychology or therapy existed a few centuries ago.
Okay.
Just like the incompletely dissolved sense of like humanity, grief, and such. It's just like, good God, man! Someone invent medicine already.
All right. So, Helman Republic is like a super large nation that's located in the north of the human realm. It has a really like cold and unforgiving climate and like a major shortage of natural resources. It's like a super militaristic nation that relies on warfare in order to maintain its economy, and most able-bodied young men are drafted into military service. The national budget is like spent primarily on army maintenance and training facilities. In fact, they're the biggest military superpower in the human realm. They have an army of over 310,000 soldiers, which is split into 6 divisions that are responsible for defending different areas of the nation. A little less than half of those forces are a part of one single division, the Helman Second Army, who are all garrisoned at this massive fortress called Fort Banra. It's garrisoned with over 150,000 soldiers, and it's intended to wall off Helman from the bordering monster realm. So it's like this absolutely massive fortress that extends all throughout like the board, from one side of Helman's border with the monster realm to the other. Oh my god.
Hey, we found America.
We have to build a wall. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Fort Banra it was built around the same time that Helman was founded, so it's been around since the founding of the nation. So aside from warfare, the mineral trade is also another really big source of income for Helman, since it's the one natural resource that they have a lot of. Oh man. Yeah, Helman is not a super great place to be. Poverty is rampant, the wages are poor, and there's a super strong separation between the upper and lower classes. Society at large is notoriously sexist and discriminatory. Since most of the men are drafted into the army, women get left to do the vast majority of the labor. Because of the harsh living conditions they've grown accustomed to, with everything being really fucking cold all the time, Helman citizens are really well built and sturdy and huge. Oh man. Following the death of Zanagath Helman, the nation becomes a constitutional monarchy where the emperor rules alongside a group of political leaders called the Council of Eight, who are intended to prevent the emperor from attaining absolute power. Real quick, I should mention that at the time Helman was founded, it controlled even more territory than it does now. There's a great image that I actually want to post to the Discord showing how much territory they controlled at this time.
That too.
Okay, so there we go. At the time of the Helman Republic when it was founded, this is how much of the continent that it controls. It controls a huge portion of the continent.
That entire segment right there?
Is it all the blue?
Yes, all the blue is Helman.
Wow, what's the white? with the rest of the
The
continent.
white is like just the rest. Like it's not really like there's no major world powers that control the rest at the moment. It's all like small nations.
And off to the left there is the
Monster realm, yes.
Okay, wow, holy shit.
If you see that like towering spire, the big mountain, that's the soaring dragon spire. To the left of that, that's all the monster realm. The whole western half of the continent is the monster realm.
So where's the water?
The water, is that on the map? It should be on the map.
South side, I think?
Is that
if
like,
you see that lake there? It has
like,
an island in the middle. There's like
Okay,
a waterfall
that's what I
like that's spilling over the edge of the continent. You can see it.
Okay.
Okay. So, now you understand how huge Helman was during this time in history. Okay.
Then wait, so there was at one point there was a single unified one?
Yes, the Holy Magic Sect unified humanity. They controlled the entire human realm.
That's gotta be like terrifying for them to like hold. It's like
Yeah, the demons were like, the whole reason they declared the first Dark Lord War because they were afraid of humans growing too powerful and being able to defeat them. That's why they initiated the war. Oh, man.
It is China, but colder. Or Rome, but colder.
Alright,
So Russia.
Yeah, I could go into more detail about Helman, but you get the gist. As far as I'm aware, it's based off of, like, real-world Russia. There's, like, a full breakdown of Helmanian culture on the AliceSoft wiki that's, like, super thorough and just way too long for me to get into. So, shortly after the formation of the Helman Republic, they build the capital city of Langbao atop the ruins of Detna-Luka, which was the capital city of the Holy Magic Sect, which prompts Freak Paraffin and Hunty Kalar to go searching around Langbao just in case any remnants of the Holy Magic Sect are left behind that might be dangerous in Helman's hands. Remember how I said Toshin MM was built underneath Detna-Luka? Yeah, they just kind of find Toshin MM hanging around beneath Helman's capital city, and they kind of start to panic. They cannot let Helman activate this thing and use it as an instrument of war. They are fucked. So they decide to join Helman's Council of Eight in order to safeguard the secret of Toshin MM's existence. Okay, so only a year after Zanageth Helman's death, there's this dude called Zeth-Leazas, and he's like super pissed about being absorbed into the Helman Republic. And he decides to split from the Helman Republic, assembling an army to take over the fertile lands to the east and founding the Kingdom of Leazas. They rebuild the castle abandoned by Gele at the beginning of the Gele era and turn it into Leazas Castle, around which they build the capital of their new kingdom, the Leazas Royal Capital. Oh man. The second of the major human nations that's present in the Rance games, Leazas is the continent's most prosperous nation. It has considerable wealth, rich agriculture, an abundance of natural resources, and the huge advantage of not bordering the monster realm. It's ruled by like this absolutistic monarchy that it's inherited by the offspring of previous rulers. The king or queen has the power to do whatever they want. Though in practice, the aristocracy are responsible for like administrative affairs of individual cities and territories within the kingdom. There's actually an important reason why Zeth-Leazas decided to do things this way. After building Leazas Castle, he discovers that the Dark Sword Chaos has been left behind, hidden beneath it by Demon King Gele, and it's like being used in order to seal away the Demon King Gele. Fearing that somebody will eventually take Chaos and break the seal imprisoning Demon King Gele, he goes and meets with Horaga of the Legendary Five, because like at this point Horaga has just like totally shut himself into his tower, so Zeth-Leazas goes and visits him in his tower, and he asks him to reinforce the seal that's imprisoning Gele. Horaga agrees to this because he, like, hates Demon King Gele. He has a really deep-seated personal hatred for her since he lived during her era. So he creates these special artifacts called the Holy Items. There's the Holy Armor, the Holy Sword, and the Holy Shield. And then he places a special seal upon, like, the room in which Chaos is hidden beneath Leazas Castle. And in order to, penetrate the seal, an individual has to possess all of the holy items and also carry the Leazas bloodline. So nobody besides descendants of the Leazas royal bloodline have access to the sword. And the holy items get passed down from ruler to ruler as, like, Leazas' national treasures. Okay. Whew. Alright, compared to Helman, like, Leazas is not nearly as strong as a military power. Their army is composed of about, like, 100,000 soldiers, which is about a third of Helman's. Like the Helman army, the Leazas army is, like, split up into different divisions. There's the Black Corps, the Blue Corps, the Red Corps, the White Corps, the Mage Corps, and the Royal Knights. Most of these are, like, largely unimportant, with the exception of the Red Corps, which is a group of, like, 800, like, super badass soldiers capable of, like, decimating entire armies of regular soldiers on their own. The Black Corps are, like, the normal soldiers of the army. The Blue Corps are, like, specialized soldiers that are trained in, like, defensive strategies. The White Corps specialize in, like, reconnaissance and sabotage. The Mage Corps are, like, self-explanatory. And the Royal Knights are elite warriors that are responsible for defending the Leazas Palace and the royal family. Oh, man. Sometime shortly after Leazas is founded, a group of traders who want to operate independent of any other nation form their own city-state in the southeast of the continent, nearby Japan. Like, other people eventually follow suit and create, like, a whole bunch of city-states get created in this area, like, in the southeast, resulting in the creation of the Free Cities Alliance, which is usually shortened to just the Free Cities. And the Free Cities Alliance is a group of independent city-states that eventually grows large enough to be recognized as a major world power. So each of the cities making up the alliance has its own unique culture and government. The leaders of each territory are required to maintain contact with each other in order to, like, regulate their power. Once the free cities become a big deal, Leazas establishes a strong trade relationship with several of its individual city-states, a mutually beneficial agreement that makes them even more wealthy. Since the free cities lack any sort of formalized military, they rely upon, like, larger nations with whom they have friendly relationships to defend them from invasion. They're mainly afraid of getting invaded by Helman. Oh, man. Alright, so there's a ton of different city-states within the Free Cities Alliance, so I'll just list off, like, some of the more important ones. There's, like, Portugal, which is a super wealthy trading hub that's directly bordering Japan. It's the only exporter of Japanese goods in the world. Kaftom is the most technologically advanced of the Free Cities. There's Toshin City, which we already explained is the setting of the Toshin Toshi games. There's the Kingdom of Parancho, which is, like, that's where the protagonist of Karu no Panyon is from. He's, like, the prince. The O is the largest and most wealthy city in the Free Cities Alliance, with, like, super huge economic power and influence. Red is, like, the city made entirely of red bricks that's controlled by this dude called the Red Lord. And then there's Ice, which is home to, like, a huge adventurers guild called the Keith Guild, and, like, an incredibly large pharmaceutical company called Happiness Pharmaceutical.
I love how red is just completely red themed. I love the game. And the Red Lord. Can't forget the Red Lord.
Alright.
So true.
Real quick, this is an amazing fun fact. There is a priestess from the city of Red called Kkulf-Kkulf. Like, the character herself isn't really important. She's basically this super devoted nun from the Avel Church and a high-level divine mage. Actually, though, Kkulf-Kkulf is the short version of her full name. This is from Ranceverse 3, and it has not been properly translated, but it is revealed that Kkulf-Kkulf's full name is, and I quote, Seru setento mai kalafuri jiristiku paipono suringan katsi gorufu. That is her full name.
Oh my god. That's really long.
Oh my god. Yeah, this, like,
I hate it.
Let's see. Also, I mentioned Happiness Pharmaceutical briefly. They are extremely important. They are one of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies. In the Gele Era, year 1009, they invent this super effective medicine called Serogan that's capable of, like, emulating the effect of a healing spell, essentially creating a drug that functions like a healing potion. It's prevalent throughout all the Rance games. It is the Rance world equivalent of, like, using potions. And it's universally used by all adventurers.
Yes, the most powerful thing in the universe. Rogaine. I mean...
Oh, man. Yeah, funny thing, Serogan can also be translated as ibuprofen.
Amazing.
Okay.
That's so fucking funny.
Alright, once it becomes, like, the hot new thing, Serogan gets mass-produced and sold pretty much everywhere and anywhere. Like, even in extremely small and remote towns, they're selling Serogan. Also, the name, like, obviously ibuprofen is obvious, it's a deliberate misspelling of ibuprofen, but Serogan comes from a real-world Japanese digestive drug. Oh, man. Alright, so, Leazas is founded, it establishes a pretty good relationship with the Free Cities, and for the next decade everything's pretty sweet, they're having a fun time over there. But oh no! Over the last 10 years, by Gele Era 544, Helman decides that it can't suffer Leazas to exist any longer and declares the first Helman-Leazas War. Helman's way stronger army just goes in and absolutely bodies Leazas. But Leazas manages to resist just well enough that their territory doesn't get reconquered by Helman. So following this, these wars continue on for the next 40 years in 10-year intervals. Come Gele Era 554, the second Helman-Leazas War happens, again resulting in Leazas's, massive loss. At this point, I figured they just, leave Leazas their land just to take the piss on them. Gele 564 comes around, and yet again Helman wins, but doesn't take over Leazas. Now, you can probably guess what that war was called, the Third Helman-Leazas War. Oh my goodness. Fast forward once more to, Gele 574, and boy oh boy, it's time for Helman to dunk on Leazas again. Fun for the whole family. The fourth Helman-Leazas War breaks out, but surprisingly, Leazas finally get their shit together and recruit this amazing tactician over to their side. He comes up with these crazy strategies to totally repel the Helman army, and Leazas wins the war. Fast forward again to Gele Era 584, and all of a sudden the hunters become the hunted. This time, Leazas declares war on Helman, resulting in the fifth Helman-Leazas War. But even with Leazas' newfound combat prowess, they just can't overwhelm the sheer military might of Helman. The war ends in a stalemate, the two nations sign a peace treaty, and, the annual war stopped for a while. Alright. Gele Era 618. Over in Japan, there's a bit of a crisis brewing. If you remember the holy beast Orochi, ever since the construction of the Tenma Bridge, he's no longer required in order to hold up Japan, since the Tenma Bridge has become the new support for Japan. Now that Orochi no longer has a purpose, he's, constantly growing restless in his slumber. And, when he starts to, get restless and start rustling around in his slumber, he's starting to cause these really massive earthquakes. And this has been going on for a little while now, and just, constantly getting worse. So the Japanese, figure they have to do something about this, or, the whole fucking nation's gonna get destroyed. So they create an organization called the Miko Institute. And healing Mikos of the Institute have the ability to purify the soul pollution of guys. They can have sex with guys and, absorb the soul pollution from their souls into their own soul. And then, using that soul pollution, they get sacrificed to Orochi, and, the more soul pollution that they have, the more it, calms Orochi so that he doesn't, cause earthquakes and shit.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty lewd, I know. Let's move on. Okay, so this whole time, if you remember Babolat, the dude who fought with, Toshin Zeta for, 7 years, he's been trapped under the earth for 3 centuries. So, his body, he has a trait where his body continues to grow infinitely larger, but his brain does not grow along with his body. So he continuously grows larger and larger and gets stronger, but he becomes less and less intelligent. Oh my god. So, by the time that Gele Era 762 comes around, his body gets massive enough that he just breaks straight through all of the rocks that he's buried under. He just climbs out and casually walks back to the Monster Realm after realizing that the First Dark Lord War ended fucking 300 years ago. Okay. Now we go to Gele Era 797. This elite platoon of soldiers from the small kingdom called the Dallas Kingdom gets sent on a mission to the floating city of Yelapu in order to, try and unearth the secret weapon hidden there by the Holy Magic Sect, which would be Toshin Upsilon. Unfortunately, Dallas Kingdom loses contact with the team that they sent to Yelapu, and they get, destroyed not long afterwards, presumably in, the Southern Proxy War, which we're about to talk about. Okay. Now we are at Gele Era 800. So Helman and Leazas uphold their peace treaty for a little over 200 years, and then finally decide that it's time to lock horns again and start this war called the Southern Proxy War. They're trying to take over the land to the south of Helman that's either unclaimed or belongs to a bunch of super small vulnerable kingdoms that stand no chance against the massive armies of Helman and Leazas. Such as, for instance, the Dallas Kingdom, which is why I assume that this is probably where it perished. Okay. Eventually, the monster army also gets involved in the war and try to secure more territory for themselves to, make it a part of the monster realm. Presumably they didn't want to let either Leazas or Helman grow too powerful and take over too much territory. Oh man, before anything gets too crazy though, there's this mage called Parsley Rig Zeth, and they eventually meet and become best buds with Berksham, the Dark Lord, and his apostle Lucy Julietta. they unearth a Tosho that's left behind by the Holy Magic Sect and use it, Parsley Rig uses the Tosho, teams up with Berksham, and repels all 3 attacking armies. Oh man. One assumes that, since Berksham and Demon King Gi are bros, shortly after Berksham starts working with Parsley Rig Zeth, Gi probably withdraws the monster army pretty quickly. I should also mention real quick, Berksham is this super wise, enigmatic future seer. He can see visions of the future, so he probably aided Parsley to try and make important events happen later. Because otherwise he wouldn't really have any motivation for it. Oh man. Once the gang managed to repel the invaders and win the war, at which point it is Gi Era 802, the war lasts for 2 years, Lucy Julieta, Berksham's apostle, convinces Parsley Rig Zeth to create a magic nation where mages from across the continent can gather. And, forming a magical society not unlike that of the Holy Magic Sect. At this point, mages are, still being actively persecuted, and they have been over the last 400 years. So Parsley figures it's about time to finally put a stop to that shit. So she forms the magical kingdom of Zeth. All of the southern continent's smaller nations get absorbed into it over time, as mages from across the continent travel to Zeth, and they turn it into the final major world power in the human realm. We did it! We covered the origins of every major human nation that persists into the Rance games themselves. Also, Lucy Julieta, Berksham's apostle, she actually sticks around after Zeth is formed and becomes an influential political figure within the kingdom.
Lovely.
Okay, Zeth itself is this super magically and technologically advanced nation, which uses lost technology, or once lost technology of the Holy Magic Sect as the basis for a lot of their own technological advancements. So, in fact, magic is so prevalent within Zeth that non-magic users in the country are seen as being inferior and labeled as second-class citizens. They, get traded among first-class citizens, they're used for slave labor, and they're treated as being, complete subhumans.
Damn.
Yeah, despite, there's an overwhelming, number of mages in Zeth. It is where the majority of the continent's mages gather. But, 80% of the population of Zeth is still non-magic users. The magic users are 20% of the population. Oh man, so the vast majority of Zeth's population are second-class citizens. Most of the, nation itself is, a relatively barren desert with, really sparse vegetation and, cactuses everywhere. But, the mages there are able to cultivate the land and make it so that they, can actually have, good agriculture. Oh man, the nation as a whole, as far as I'm aware, it's loosely inspired by both India and France.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
Wacky. All right.
Imperialism.
Okay. Zeth is a monarchy. It's ruled by either king or queen who are descended from the royal family. But most of the actual ruling is done by these guys called the Four Lords of Zeth. They order around all of Zeth's top officials, those different ministers and secretaries who manage their own divisions of government. The Four Lords have the final say over all national executive decisions. They possess huge political power, and they're the masters and primary defenders of these these super fortresses called the Four Towers. They're incredibly technologically advanced and house mana batteries that are critical to the continued operation of this mega fortress called the Maginot Line, which we'll talk about later. When Zeth gets formed...
Really?
Yeah.
The fucking Maginot Line. Okay.
This is
What
how you spell
are the German stand-ins just going to go around it and invade not France
Okay.
again?
So, when Zeth gets formed, the Four Lords are selected from, the most politically influential individuals among Zeth's noble families. But eventually, much later into the Gi era, people get appointed to the position based on actual merit rather than, their political standing. So, as for, the Four Towers, each of the Four Towers has a name. There's the Champion Tower, there's the Jump Tower, the Magazine Tower, and the Sunday Tower. Each of the towers is named after a real-world weekly published shonen manga magazine. In order, there's Weekly Shonen Champion, Weekly Shonen Jump, Weekly Shonen Magazine, and Weekly Shonen Sunday.
I see.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it makes sense, but why?
Alright, so in terms of military strength, the Zeth army is obviously made up primarily of mages. They're really fucking strong despite being smaller in size than the armies of Helman and Leazas. Just like the other armies, it's separated into like 4 units. There's the Fire Army, the Ice Army, the Thunder Army, and the Light Army. Super self-explanatory. Each army has a hierarchy that's divided into mages of low rank, middle rank, and high rank, which is based solely on the individual power of each mage. Also, second-class citizens are also a part of the army. They're soldiers that are called meat shields. That is real. They serve as frontline defensive fighters with the sole purpose of making sure the enemy combatants cannot reach the mage army itself. And they're like, despite being treated like shit, they're actually a super important part of the army. And like, without them, like, the mages would just get run down and slaughtered. Oh my gosh. Okay. Moving on. Gele Era 813. Let's talk more about our boy Kayblis. He's bored as all hell. Like, he's just been sitting around doing jack shit for the past while because, like, Demon King Ge orders him not to fuck with humans. So he decides that he needs to just go and kill some humans in order to blow off steam. Demon King Ge be damned. He doesn't give a shit. So he decides to go and fuck with the newly established Kingdom of Zeth. You know, it's close by. What's the harm in just going and, like, killing them a little bit? So this results in an event called the Kayblis Dark Year, where Kayblis just...
I just love every time Kayblis comes back. He's like an old friend at this point.
I know. Alright, so the Kayblis Dark Year. Kayblis just fucking swagger walks into Zeth, and he casually murders a huge chunk of the population. He goes around killing people, pillaging shit, and destroying everything in his path for a period of about 3 months, until he just gets bored and leaves. Like, Zeth isn't capable of putting up any kind of meaningful resistance against him. Oh man. Only 2 years after that, in Gele Era 815, Medusa decides to follow her best pal's example, and does the exact same thing, only worse, resulting in the Medusa Dark Year. This time, Medusa does not leave on her own, so Queen Parsley Zeth from earlier, makes a deal with a wandering devil known as Zakalite to exchange her soul for help defeating Medusa. Zakalite is a third-class devil, and he has like this special power to absorb souls into his own body instead of sending them to the Devil King Rathuan. So he's like totally defected from the Devil King, and like his whole purpose is to go around tricking humans into giving him their souls. And like getting stronger and stronger over time. Zakalite, he takes the deal, and then snatches up Parsley's soul, which essentially kills her, and takes advantage of her poorly worded request to just like attack Medusa a little bit and then retreat. Only technically holding up his end of the contract, while like leaving Zeth to just fend off Medusa on their own. Oh my gosh. Against all odds, Zeth somehow manages to push Medusa back into the monster realm, barely surviving. Not knowing what happened between Parsley and Zakalite, they falsely commend Zakalite for saving them from certain doom. Oh my gosh.
How do you spell Zakalite?
I can spell that up here for you. Like this.
Alright, classic.
Alright. Okay. Alright, so following the end of the Medusa Dark Year, Zeth realizes that this isn't going to be the last time this shit happens. They need to prepare. They draft plans to build this absolutely massive and super elaborate defense system called the Malazell Line across their border with the Monster Realm. It's like a fortress split into like 10 sections and filled with like all these traps and magical cannons, and the cannons are capable of firing white destruction beams at incoming intruders automatically. And there's like electric towers that are capable of covering the entire mountain range with an electric fence, and the fortress also has boulder catapults that are placed throughout. It is like way more advanced than Fort Banra, and it takes them like 30 years to build.
Oh,
okay. Alright, so only a year after the Medusa Dark Year, in Gele Era 816, Helman declares the Helman-Leazas War on Zeth in a bid to conquer the fertile land that's east of the Crystal Forest. So Zeth initially gets overwhelmed by Helman's like sheer military might. But they come up with a plan to gather every magician in the country in order to cast this super secret forbidden magic. And they turn that like fertile land that Helman is trying to conquer into a completely uninhabitable desert called the Kinani Desert, killing tens or even hundreds of thousands of Helman's troops when they cast the spell. So, like, now that Helman has lost their way to attack Zeth, since they can't cross the desert, Helman calls off the war. Alright. Now that there's a huge-ass fucking desert in the middle of the continent, eventually there's this desert trader named Luce Descoco the 387th. He comes across that, like, he's traveling through the desert, and he comes across this cool-looking magical lamp, and the magical lamp has the genie Aladdin. Aladdin offers to grant Luce Descoco 10 wishes. So, the first wish he makes is to become the ruler of a hidden paradise within the Kanani desert called Shangri-La, and then he wishes for Aladdin to create and give souls to wooden dolls identical to humans that serve him unquestioningly. After this, he, like, presumably uses another wish in order to capture House's nurse, the holy gal monster of the earth, and then he imprisons her beneath his royal palace and uses her power to conjure hidden passageways through the desert, making Shangri-La almost like it makes it so that he and his desert guides can navigate through Shangri-La, but like Shangri-La and his fortress is completely impenetrable by any outside forces. So with that, he establishes an independent nation within the desert. He trades goods from the desert with other nations that are like impossible to obtain anywhere else. And I mentioned the desert gods a second ago. They're like these hooded men native to Shangri-La, and they have the ability to easily navigate the desert. So they serve as ambassadors for Shangri-La, and they can tame like sandworms for combat in the event that they get attacked.
Are they the people or wooden dolls?
They're people. It's not exactly clear what they are. We don't really know if they're human or not. Oh my goodness.
I see.
Okay. Whew. I should also mention, like, with Luce Descoco's history, it's not really clear how he's still alive in present day. Like, some of the background that he has, like, kind of conflicts with details of the canon timeline, since he mostly appears in the old timeline of Kkulf-Kkulf Rance, and it's not really fully explained how he's, like, still in power. In Kkulf-Kkulf Rance, he's born in, like, Gele Era 920, and is presumed to have founded Shangri-La at some point during his lifetime, since Aladdin doesn't have the power to make him immortal. It's one of the wishes that Aladdin cannot grant. Although it's possible that Aladdin can, like, grant the wish to, like, extend his lifespan, but not make him immortal. That could be a potential explanation. Okay. Whew, just in case you aren't already sick of Dark Lords, we've got another one. This time, there's a human called Warg Aka. She gets born with this, like... No.
Wait, how many are there currently?
Currently, I don't know. By the time we get to the end of the Gele era, there should be like 22, I believe. Alright. So, there's a human who's born called Warg Aka. She's born with like this super rare magical ability that she cannot control to produce pheromones that forcibly put people to sleep when they inhale them. So any living being that gets close to her falls asleep like almost immediately. On top of this, she gains like the ability to manipulate dreams and peer into people's memories. Initially, like when she's first born, like her powers are unnoticeable, but they become stronger over time. So by the time she's a teenager, they like inadvertently threaten everyone that like comes near her. Like, the rest of the people living in her small village are, like, really afraid of her, and they, like, totally ostracize her and her family. Her parents, like, try to, like, completely avoid responsibility by just neglecting Warg until she's, like, completely exiled from her village. She gets, like, super depressed, she just curses her own existence, and she wanders off into the forests bordering the monster realm, hoping that she'll get killed by monsters. That suicide plan fails pretty badly, since all of the monsters who approach her get put to sleep, and eventually her wandering leads her all the way to Demon King Gi. He decides that her strength could potentially be useful to him, and turns her into a Dark Lord. Unfortunately, though, even after her transformation into a Dark Lord, she still can't control her powers, so she secludes herself in an isolated area of the monster realm and grows distant from her peers. Alright. Oh man, I gotta scroll... Alright, now we get to move on to Gele Era 845, and boy oh boy, the Mazel line is finally complete. Just in time, too, because 2 years later in Gele Era 847, Medusa tries to come back for round 2, but she gets swiftly repelled by the Mazel line, like, in a just crushing defeat. Like, she brings, like, an army of, like, 100,000 monsters, and the Mazel line kills 50,000 of them, like, almost immediately.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Build shit.
Where was I? Alright, a few years later in Gele Era 851, Demon King Gi suddenly realizes that he needs to start looking for an heir. His time as the Demon King is slowly but surely coming to an end. We're like 850 years into his 1,000-year reign. So, for a while, he roams around and tries to find an already existing human who's suitable for the role, but he can't, like, find anybody who's, like, would actually be a good fit. He's not satisfied with any of his available options. So, he comes up with the idea of just, fuck it, I'll just make an heir myself. And he goes on a sex spree until finally one of the human women that he fucks with gives birth to a daughter called Hornet that he considers a suitable heir. So with that squared away, he takes Hornet back with him to the Demon King Castle and just starts raising her to become the next Demon King. A little bit later in Gele Era 859, he goes and snatches another, like, young human girl that's Hornet's age, called Satella, and, like, he, like, brings her to Demon King Castle and, like, has her and Hornet become best pals. They're childhood friends. Oh, man. Only a year later, Gi informs Hornet of her true purpose as, like, the heir to the throne of the Demon King. And both she and Satella get turned into Dark Lords and given special education regarding, like, you know, how to be a cool, edgy Demon King. Alright. Eventually, like, once she gets older, Hornet becomes the new Supreme Dark Lord. She replaces Berksham. Oh, man. Alright. Gele Era 885. Our good old pals over in Leazas and Helman decide, you know, they want to fight again. It's been a while. So they start the 6th Helman-Leazas War. I said Leazas, excuse me. This time, though, there's a huge-ass fucking desert in the way, and the only way that they can, like, get to each other is, like, by going through the mountain pass that's, like, bordering the two nations. They eventually realize that shit is whack. Like, they just, like, can barely even fight each other, like, funneling all their forces through this mountain pass. So they call off the war. Oh, man. Only 3 years later, in Gele Era 888, Zeth is, like, really starting to hate bordering the monster realm. They have been fucked over by the Dark Lords one too many times. They're sick of it, and, like, they decide they need to invade Leazas so that they can get the fuck away from the monster realm. And they start the Zeth-Leazas War. They advance, like, they do a really good job for a while. They advance all the way through the three cities and eventually reach the Leazas royal capital, but then their king is suddenly assassinated, prompting them to sign a peace treaty with Leazas that ends the war. Alright, fast forward a couple decades to Gele Era 910, and, like, shit's starting to go down over in Japan. The Ashikaga house crumbles, the sacred treasures are lost and scattered throughout Japan, and the 4th Sengoku era begins.
Turkey's pretty nice.
Alright, so a couple years later, so now we're at Gele Era 912, RedEye is, like, eyeing up Zeth, like, trying to figure out how we can deal with the Mazel line to, like, go and fuck their shit up. And he has an idea. You know, if I can take over anything and use it as a body, could I take over the Mazel line? Sure enough, he absolutely can. So he does that, and he initiates the RedEye Dark Year. Which, it's called the RedEye Dark Year, but it lasts for 3 decades.
What are the dark years at that point?
30 dark years. Oh man, he uses the Mazel line against Zeth to just completely fuck their shit up. So for 30 years, the Zeth army is, like, struggling against RedEye until finally the guardian hero of the world comes to their aid in Gele Era 940. He's wielding the holy katana Nico. Like, at this point, I'm starting to question if the heroes just pass it on. I don't know how every one of them manages to find Nico, but he has it. And he aids the Zeth army in finally repelling RedEye from the Mazel line. There's, like, this thing that happens called, like, Operation Bomb the Mazel line, where the hero just goes and fucking defeats him and repels him. Oh, man. Now that the RedEye Dark Year is over, like, Zeth have had enough of this bullshit, so they start a project to upgrade the Mazel line into the Maganaut line, which is an even more technologically advanced and impenetrable fortress. And that takes them 40 years to build. Oh my gosh. Also, during the RedEye Dark Year, the second-class citizens of Zeth, like, try to take advantage of the chaos in order to rebel, but they fail miserably. They just get annihilated. Oh my god. Alright, following that, in the year, Gele Era 956, like, eventually a group of second-class citizens, like, come together in order to form a non-magic user rights organization called Pentagon. They're like an extremist organization. Oh my gosh. There's also, like, I don't think I mentioned this in the lecture, but on top of Pentagon, who are, like violent extremists, there's also Ice Flame, which are, like, a non-violent, like, second-class citizen rights organization. Okay. Whew, boy howdy, we get to talk about our boy Sieg again. The year is Gele Era 965, and Sieg has just found out about a disadvantaged lycanthrope gal monster who's being abused as a part of a circus sideshow in the Helman Republic. So he disguises himself as a human aristocrat and goes to rescue her. He's like observing the show, and eventually he offers to purchase the gal monster from the guy running it. So the dude demands that Sieg pay like 10,000 gold. And Sieg is like, bitch, please, those are fucking rookie numbers. And he gives this guy 1 million gold. It's trying to emphasize the much greater value of life compared to material wealth. So he grabs the lycanthrope and he starts to walk off, and the circus owner gets a bright idea. If this dude just casually threw away 1 million gold, he's gotta be fucking loaded. So he runs up on Sieg and tries to stab him from behind, only for his attack to bounce right off of Sieg's invincibility field. Sieg gets exposed as a Dark Lord, reveals his true form, and he kills the man in retribution for, like, his foul play. And then, like, all the other members of the circus staff charge him, and he just fucking defeats them with ease. He massacres them. And he just...
How? How? Okay. Real talk.
Yeah.
If you just saw your boss run up to a
Oh, I know, like the complete
unkillable,
morons. Like, you think they would run.
unkillable individual who basically just murked your boss, and you realize, wait a second, now we can have like the million he just gave us. Why in the world would you go? Let's kill this dude.
Yeah, they're fucking idiots. No doubt. Okay. So, like, Sieg just casually massacres these guys without even, like, barely even having to lift a finger. And, like, the gal monster is pretty, like, terrified, so he tries to ease her fear by, like, he removes the chains that she's bound to, and he asks her what her name is. She doesn't have a name, so he gives her a name, Aurora. And then following this, Aurora becomes, like, Sieg's, like, super big, like, fangirl and most loyal supporter. She's the sole individual who ever attends any of his seminars. And eventually she becomes such a devoted follower that he turns her into his apostle.
Aw, how sweet.
Alright.
Apparently, making apostles is really easy.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
it
it
works
is.
the exact same way as Demon King making people Dark Lord. They just have to give somebody a little bit of their blood. Okay.
What? Bloodshed in small amounts, in large amounts.
Okay, so the year is Gele Era 979. It's about a year before the Magonaut line is set to be completed, and the AL Church are about to crown a brand new pope called Isuel. She's the very first female pope in the church's history. In case you forgot, the AL Church is still the world's most dominant religion. It's prominent in every single human nation besides Japan. I don't think I've mentioned this, or I did briefly mention it earlier, but their headquarters is located on the island of Kawanakajima in the religious city of Kais. I can spell those. Hold on.
Wait. This is still trash.
Also, I will just say the most recent Dark Lord just basically choosing to raise who's going to be the next Dark Lord seems oddly sweeter versus the prior methods of ascension to this point.
Yeah, for
It's
real.
just like,
Honestly.
it's just like, hey you, yeah, I'm going to give you an education so you can take over my job as the Supreme Dark Lord. Okay, what's dark? Okay, we'll start with physics.
Oh my goodness
Darkness
gracious.
is caused by a lack of light.
Alright, so yeah, this is how you spell Kawanakajima, this is how you spell Kais. Kais is the royal city, Kawanakajima is the island. Okay. So, anyways, so Isuel gets crowned the new pope, and at this point, she's a loyal follower of the AL Church. She's like completely believes all of the doctrine, and she's like been a loyal follower for years and years. Like the people who like have the ability to become popes are called bishops. There's like a hierarchy to the AL Church, and bishops are like the second most influential besides the pope himself. And there's usually 4 bishops that like all have the potential to become the next pope. So once she becomes the pope, she meets with Alice for the first time, and she finds out the truth about the human administration framework. So she finds out the truth about the nature of the AL Church, and she decides to rebel against the gods. She abandons her position as the Pope, and she tries to find a way to fight them. So eventually, she figures out that 100% polluted souls cannot return to the Creator God, and they get expelled from the Reincarnation Cycle. So she creates a secret organization called the Shepherds, who are dedicated to polluting the souls of humankind in order to undermine the gods. Oh man. Isabel herself actually has a 100% polluted soul. Like, usually if you have an 100% polluted soul, it drives you, like, completely mad. Like, you completely lose your sanity and sense of self. But Isabel actually manages to retain, like, her sense of self, somehow. She's really uniquely dangerous. She's the only human being in history that possesses a third-level conversation skill. So she's incredibly charismatic and persuasive. She's freaking silver-tongued. Oh my god. Also, on top of having such a high-level conversation skill, she's like a second-level divine magic caster, and she has the level cap of 80, which she's actually reached. It is the highest level cap reached by any human.
Besides heroes, I assume.
I don't think there's any hero who ever reaches the level 99 cap. Like, they have a cap of 99, but none of them ever reach it, to my knowledge. Okay. So, oh my god, we're starting to close in on the end, boys.
Yen's in sight.
Yes, we are closing in. It is the
I'm only
year.
on page 14.
It is the year Gele Era 998, and the absolute mad lad himself, Rance, is born.
Hey.
I never thought we'd see the day. Oh my god.
And he's not an actual, like, hero.
No, he's a normal dude. Okay, so Rance is born. We don't really know the circumstances of Rance's birth, so we'll get back to him in a little bit. In that same year, Patton Misnarge is born as the son of one of the Helman Emperor's many concubines, named Paelina Misnarge. Hunty Kalar and Paelina Misnarge become friends sometime before Patton's birth, and shortly after Patton is born, Paelina gets assassinated by the cronies of this super evil dude called Stessel. At the time, Stessel is working his way up to becoming the Prime Minister of Helman. So before Paelina's death, she asks Hunty to look after Patton, and so Hunty Kalar agrees to look after Patton Misnarge. Since the Emperor has no legitimate heirs at this point, Patton becomes the primary candidate for being the next heir to the throne. And Hunty Kalar is also kind of bros with this dude named Toma Lipton, and Toma Lipton ends up, like, helping to look after Patton during his younger years. And also, like, Toma Lipton's son, Hubert Lipton, becomes, like, close childhood friends with Patton. Okay. I think I mentioned some of this earlier, but this next bit, sometime around Gele Era 990, there's this dude called Fletcher Modell, and he's become the most powerful martial artist in the world. He's like a commander of, like, the Helman army. He's obsessed with finding strong opponents to fight. He's a total battle freak. So he goes and challenges Dark Lord Kite to 1v1 him on Final Destination with no items. They grab their GameCube controllers and Kite turns on his Game Shark. He activates his invincibility field and tells Fletcher to get fucked. But wait, this whole time, Fletcher actually has a secret plan. Using his mastery of the martial arts, he's able to redirect Kite's own attacks back at him, getting around the invincibility field and actually harming a Dark Lord. Like, the match ends in a stalemate, but Fletcher becomes, like, a legend for managing to actually harm a Dark Lord. Oh, man. So yeah, that is, like, one of the other few ways in which you can get around the invincibility field. I believe, specifically, both Fletcher Modell and Kite are masters of a martial art called Kenpo. Man. I think, Kite has a second level skill in martial arts, specifically Kenpo, and I believe Fletcher Modell has a third level skill. Okay.
So he's just that much cool.
Yeah, Fletcher Modell's a fucking badass, which is funny because, like, I don't know, this is kind of spoilers. Do you want me to spoil this for you?
No.
I mean, I'm probably not going to play the games.
Okay. So Fletcher Modell, eventually in Rance IX, we meet Fletcher Modell in modern day, and, like, at the point you meet him, he's like, he hasn't done any exercise in, like, decades. He's gotten to be this, like, super fucking, like, overweight, like, just, like, he is just a fucking shell of his former self. He doesn't have anywhere near the same strength that he originally had. So at one point, he's the strongest man in the world, and then eventually he just totally lets himself go. Oh my god, and just doesn't do anything for, like, several decades.
Sucks.
Alright, so, now that we're done with that, the year is Gele Era 1000, and Demon King King Gee's reign has run its course. Hornet has spent her entire life preparing to be the next Demon King, and she's fucking ready. So everybody sets up the ritual for Demon King Gee to pass on the demonic blood pool. Unfortunately, though, things don't go the way Gee would have imagined. Turns out, some people are totally incompatible with the demonic blood pool and therefore incapable of becoming the Demon King. And Hornet just so happens to be one of those lucky motherfuckers. The ritual fails spectacularly. Hornet's body violently rejects Demon King Gee's blood, and Demon King Gee starts panicking. Oh fuck, I'm at the end of my reign and I need to find another heir. What the hell am I gonna do? So, there's a 15-year grace period that's granted to the Demon King by Planner, in which if they still haven't found an heir, they can use the 15-year grace period they're given to look for one. So with his 15-year grace period, he goes off in search of a new prospective Demon King, and he comes up with the idea to broaden his search into other worlds. Just in case you've forgotten, the Demon King has the power of Gate Connect, which lets them open portals into other worlds. So he eventually manages to find this girl named Kiolana who's capable of inheriting his blood, but she kills herself before the ritual is completed. Back to square one it is then, says Demon King Gee while holding back bitter tears.
This poor bastard. You had a reason. The one guy where I'm like, you actually have a reasonable plan for succession, and the Destiny was
work.
just like,
Poor dude.
Alright, so, time for some lore about Rance himself. 4 years after Rance's birth, in Gele Era 1004, this unnamed dude, simply known as the One-Armed Knight, shows up at a small village called Gamora Town. He's injured and he only has a single remaining arm, but he's carrying the 4-year-old Rance in his remaining arm. So, a few days later, he succumbs to his injuries and Rance gets taken in by the village. It's presumed that Rance is not actually his original name. The One-Armed Knight refers to him only as Rance, and after the One-Armed Knight's death, it just sticks. Like, the rest of the members of the village call him Rance. Rance decides that, he's cool with it. Oh, man. Also, one of my favorite fun facts about Rance himself is that eventually he changes his full name to Rance Super King.
That sucks.
I'm sorry, what?
That is his full name. Rance Super King, baby. Oh my goodness.
That
All right.
might be one of the dumbest decisions I've ever heard in this series. And
It's
now,
fucking great.
I can say with the history, that's saying a lot.
Okay, so, a year later in Gele Era 1005, the Emperor of Helman's second wife, Pamela Helman, gives birth to a legitimate heir to the throne named Shayla Helman. Actually, though, this is a complete sham. Pamela is secretly in love with Stessel, who we mentioned earlier. He's finally succeeded in his goal of becoming the Prime Minister, and Shayla is his child. Stessel uses Shayla as a pawn in order to remove Patton as a potential heir, and splits Helman between the Shayla faction and the Patton faction. Patton is he's kind of a dude, bro. He's not very princely, so Stessel uses that to discredit him while convincing everybody that Shayla is a much better fit for the position of Emperor, which eventually leads to Patton becoming, depressed. And he becomes a delinquent and he gives up on inheriting the throne. Stessel's ultimate end goal is to make Shayla a puppet emperor and seize total control over Helman. But there's more. It turns out Stessel's full name is Stessel Ignan. He's a descendant of one of the 5 aces of the Holy Magic Sect. He knows about the existence of Toshin MM, and he wants to prime it for reactivation and use it as a bargaining chip to force every other human nation to surrender to Helman and achieve total world domination. Oh man, there's a lot more to this, but if I go on, I'm just gonna end up reciting the entire plot of Rance IX. He's like the main antagonist of it. Okay, back to Rance himself. So at the same time all that other shit is going on in Gele 1005, Rance goes out wandering into a monster-infested forest one day and gets lost. All of the villagers just they can't find him, they assume that he's probably dead. But oh shit, he's actually a badass, and he comes back to the village completely covered in blood. Oh man, a year later in Gele Era 1006, his strength in fistfights, makes him become, a leader of the village's delinquents. He's technically an adopted son of the village chief, but at this point, he's being raised as a servant. He's not really, a proper part of the village chief's family. 4 years later, in Gele Era 1010, he graduates from elementary school, and the village chief, like, he really wants to get a higher education, but the village chief refuses to let him do so, and, like, he just employs him as a full-time servant of his family. Oh, man. Okay, so now it's time for an event called the National Extermination of Foreign Cultures, which takes place in Gele Era 1011. Oh, man. There's
I
not
wonder
really
what
that
this is going to be about.
Yeah. There's not really that much info about this, but basically, around this time, there's like a huge debate in the Kingdom of Zeth about what can and can't technically be considered magic. Oh, man. So eventually, they come to the conclusion that insect users, druids, and lycanmen are like lycanthropic shapeshifters. I have no idea what druids are supposed to be. There's like no info on them. So they determine that these three types of people are not actually mages. They don't really wield proper magic. So they set about genociding them. They're completely wiped out. Their societies are destroyed, and their cultures are just they just evaporate into like the annals of history. Oh man, I wish I could give like a more detailed explanation as to why this happens, but there really isn't one. Okay. Back to Rance. In the same year that the National Extermination of Foreign Cultures takes place, Rance meets the elder and younger daughter of the village chief. So, like, the younger daughter is, like, kind of an asshole. She, like, constantly gives him shit. But the elder daughter is, like, sympathetic towards him. So he and the elder daughter get along. But Rance eventually starts, like, abusing the elder daughter's kindness to just, like, play perverted pranks on her. The village chief finds out about this, and Rance gets super heavily punished, and he's told never to approach either of the village chief's daughters again. Oh my goodness. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're gonna move on to Gele Era. What was that?
So true.
Oh, fuck.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so now we're moving on to Gele Era 1012. There's some shit brewing over in Japan. There's this yokai called Omachi. She's like a nine-tailed fox lady who becomes the second yokai king, and she declares war on Japan with the goal of taking over the whole country and establishing yokai supremacy. So it's like some of the yokai disagree with her approach towards humanity, so the yokai get split into two factions. There's the yokai kingdom led by Omachi, and then there's yokai serving this dude called Dokoganryu Masamune, and he's allies himself with the Oda house in order to fight Omachi in the yokai kingdom. The original Oda Nobunaga, the leader of the Oda house, and Masamune, they become total bros. They fight on the front lines and try to defeat Omachi to prevent her from taking over Japan. Omachi is like starting to get kind of steamrolled, so in desperation, she unseals this super dangerous yokai called the Soulbinder. The Soulbinder has the ability to transmit a deadly curse to anybody who touches her. The curse kills anybody who like gets afflicted by it, traps their soul within their body, and then like they can't like have their soul like freed from their body until they've touched 5 other people and like spread the curse to them. Like they basically become zombies who spread a zombie plague. The original Oda Nobunaga and his eldest son die to the plague, leaving behind only his youngest son Kazu Sanosuke, and he inherits the name of Oda Nobunaga, and like becomes the leader of the Oda house. So like, you know, Masamune like has this epic final battle against Omachi. He manages to defeat her. He seals away the Soulbinder and stops Omachi from taking over Japan. After Omachi gets defeated, she actually falls in love with Masamune. She marries him, and Masamune becomes the 3rd yokai king. In other news, this dude named Arios Theoman becomes the new guardian hero of the world once he turns 13, following an attack on his village by monsters in which the hero guide gives him the power to save the village. He repels the monster attack and he goes off on an adventure to get stronger and one day defeat the Demon King. Oh my gosh. Okay. You ready for some lewd shit? Okay. Shit getting real now. Just in case you forgot, these are hentai games, and Rance is not an upstanding guy. In Gele Era 1012, the younger daughter of Gamora Town's village chief sexually assaults Rance. Didn't see that coming, and he experiences sex for the first time. So he's like totally blindsided by like just this seeming ability to just completely subdue this girl who was like originally just a piece of shit towards him. So he gets the bright idea to go out and try the same thing on like 8 other girls in the village, including the elder daughter of the village chief. So the village chief naturally finds out that his daughters have been violated, and he beats Rance within inches of his life before exiling Rance from the village. So Rance is kind of fucked. He's just wandering in the pouring rain when he has a chance encounter with this adventurer called the Female Warrior. We don't know her actual name. Immediately, like, he meets the Female Warrior, and the first thing he does is he tries to assault her. But she's an adventurer, so she just casually beats the shit out of him. Man. After this, for some reason, the Female Warrior decides to, like, take Rance under her wing and become, like, his mentor, and teach him, like, the ways of the world and, like, the adventuring lifestyle and shit. Oh man, by the time Rance is 16 in Gele Era 1014, Rance has gained newfound respect for the Female Warrior and, like, actually considers her as his proper mentor. But the Female Warrior gets killed during an adventure and Rance is by himself again. So, at first, like, he tries going and joining a vigilante group, but he gets quickly booted out for, like, being an insubordinate piece of shit. After that, he tries, like, hopping between all these, like, different adventuring guilds, but he can't really find a place in any of them. He doesn't like any of them. So finally, he decides to go and join the Keith Guild that the Female Warrior was a part of. Keith himself, like, the leader of the Keith Guild, was an old friend of the Female Warrior, and he takes Rance under his wing. So Keith becomes, like, sort of a father figure for Rance. Oh my gosh. Oh man, here we go. We're about to get into the real shit. It is Gele Era 1015. The last year that Gele has in order to find a successor to the throne of the Demon King, and shit is about to hit the fan. Demon King Gele is, like, searching and searching for a new heir, and eventually he discovers the alternate dimension 3E2, our world, and he abducts this girl named Kurusu Miki from, like, our real world Japan, who has the potential to become the next Demon King. This leads into the events of Little Princess, which is a text adventure game that was released before the Rance games, whose events were later retconned and made canon to the Rance universe. Oh man, since, like, the events of the games themselves are retconned, I'm not going to describe, like, the exact events of the games in detail. I'll just give, like, a breakdown of the shiny new canon version. So, when Kurusu Miki gets abducted, her childhood friend Ogawa Kentaro is there, and he chases Demon King Gele through the gate between worlds, and ends up on the continent. Eventually, Kentaro manages to catch up with Demon King Gele, but at this point he's too late. The ritual transforming Kurusu Miki into the Demon King has already been completed, which gives birth to Demon King Little Princess, marking the beginning of the Little Princess era.
Woo!
And that's why it has such a dumb-sounding name.
Yeah, it's because that was the name of the original game. That's why she's called Little Princess. Okay, so Gele, because he's given the demonic blood pool to Miki, he's reverted back to being a normal, albeit very strong human. But Kentaro has an ace up his sleeve. During his trip to rescue Miki, he found something called a harami lemon, also called a purification fruit. It's an extremely bitter citrus that has the ability to prevent the demonic blood pool from exerting its influence upon the Demon King, which essentially prevents Miki from fully transforming following the ritual to transform her, despite the fact that she's now harboring the demonic blood pool in her body. So after this, Demon King Gele, or well, he's not the Demon King anymore, he's just Gele. He's finally free from the influence of the demonic blood pool after more than 1,000 years, and he gets racked with guilt over what he's inflicted upon Miki. So he willingly lets Kentaro kill him. Oh man, which... Also, Kentaro, like, by the time that he's reached Demon King Gele, he's actually found the Holy Katana Nico just, like, randomly inside of a bandit camp while he's, like, in the middle of his journey to go and rescue Miki. So he's the owner of the Holy Katana Nico at the sort of Little Princess era, year 1. Ugh. Okay.
Let it be said, the last Demon King... Demon? Not as bad as some of your predecessors. You're the first one I would have actual respect for at a certain level.
Okay, so a lot of the events, like, the original events of Little Princess are, like, kind of different. So, like, originally, like, in Little Princess the game, Demon King Gele was just, like, Count Dracula, who's, like, a vampire who kidnaps Miki to try and turn her into, like, the next Dracula, the next vampire lord. And that leads us into the events of the sequel to Little Princess, Little Vampire, a direct sequel. It takes place immediately after the events mentioned prior. Also, much of these events are strongly implied to take place nearby or within the Helman village of Walkland. It's built, like, dangerously close to the Demon King's castle, and it's like the small village which is built close to a secret source of harami lemons, and which is unknown even to the village's occupants. And it also stands nearby the ruins of the Tower of Evil, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Oh man. There's, like, rumors that suggest that the town, like, sometimes, like, changes, like, It just like sometimes moves from place to place of its own like volition, which is why it's called Walkland. Oh man. Okay, so after Kenjiro saves Miki, he flees with her to the human realm and takes refuge in Walkland, finding the source of Harami Lemons nearby to prevent her from turning into the Demon King. So not long after this, Dark Lord Berksham hears about the circumstances of Guy's death and resolves to complete Guy's task of fully transforming Miki into the next Demon King. He goes and finds Miki and Kenjiro, cornering them at the summit of Mount Salin, which is this big-ass mountain nearby Walkland. And Kenjiro tries to protect Miki, but he just gets knocked out in a single attack. He's just like a normal human dude from real-world Japan. He doesn't stand a chance. So he's knocked out, and then Berksham carries Miki with him to the Tower of Evil. The Tower of Evil has the unique power to awaken the evil within a person's heart. So Berksham plans to use the Tower of Evil in order to awaken the power of the currently dormant demonic blood pool within Miki. Before he can manage this, Kenjiro wakes up, he finds this Nito artifact called the Red Tear, and then he uses it to summon a sea of blood that washes away Berksham and lets him rescue Miki again. Berksham doesn't die because he has the invincibility field, obviously, but he gets incapacitated for a while. Kenjiro and Miki flee the monster realm, and then all of a sudden, the Dark Lord Nosei shows up while Berksham is still incapacitated. He's like sensed Guy's death, and Nosei takes the opportunity to kill Berksham and feed his demonic blood soul to this creature called an Ogun Gimp, which destroys the demonic blood soul permanently and like straight up kills Berksham. If you're curious what an Ogun Gimp is, I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. It's bullshit. There's just some random creature that has the ability to destroy demonic blood souls. That's only ever mentioned in this one instance.
John, you're the teacher. You're supposed to say something more to the effect of, after intensive research, I'm sad to tell you the fact that there's no credible source telling me anything about this particular instance.
Oh, man. Yeah, so we don't know what the Ogun Gimp is. It destroys Berksham's demonic blood soul and permanently kills him. So Nosei, after killing Berksham, he sets in motion his plan to unseal the Demon King Gele. Oh my gosh. Before Guy dies, he leaves behind a letter for Supreme Dark Lord Hornet which contains his last will. With Miki Kurusu as the next Demon King, rule the monster realm and maintain peaceful coexistence with humanity. So Miki's like, she suppressed the Demon King's power and she's trying to avoid capture. So this last request by Demon King Guy becomes pretty difficult for them to fulfill. If you remember our boy Kayblis, he finds out about Guy's last will, and as usual, he questions Demon King Guy's intelligence and what the fuck he was thinking. But then, he realizes something big. This is the perfect opportunity to finally fulfill his dream of becoming the next Demon King. So he recruits a whole bunch of Dark Lords over to his side, goes against Guy's last will, and decides to kill Miki and consume her blood, becoming the next Demon King himself. Thus, the Kayblis faction is created. Oh, man. Even though
I'm actually happy for him at this point. Like, holy shit!
Alright, so, like, even though at this point,
Dark Lord had a contingency plan that was not bad. What the fuck? This is like the third most intelligent guy who's taking up the mantle.
Oh my goodness. So
it's just like, how do I make sure that this person who I've raised for the last few years of my life isn't going to get immediately screwed over as soon as I die? I have an idea. And then the universe was just like, you tried to plan. That's cute.
Oh man. It's all Planner's fault. A dastardly motherfucker. Okay. Oh my goodness. So Kayblis creates the Kayblis faction. Even though, like, most of the monster realm, like, the universally hates Kayblis, he's able to unite, like, a lot of the Dark Lords and, like, monsters in the monster army by, like, using their hatred for Demon King Guy. Because, like, there was a lot of monsters in addition to Dark Lord Kayblis, who, like, really hated Demon King Guy's policies. So he uses that to unite a lot of them. And the Kayblis faction becomes big, way bigger than the next faction we're about to talk about. Everybody who's loyal to Hornet joins the Hornet faction, which is dedicated to finding Miki and turning her into the next Demon King, like following the last will of Demon King Guy. So, since the two sides, the Kayblis faction and the Hornet faction, are aiming for completely opposed goals, the monster realm explodes into this massive civil war called the War of the Factions. Also, you may ask yourself the question, don't the Dark Lords have invincibility fields? Like, how can they hurt each other? I don't think I've explained this, but Dark Lords, like, ignore the invincibility fields of other Dark Lords. The same is also true of the Demon King. So, like, if they're fighting each other, like, they don't have to worry about invincibility fields. Oh, man. Real quick, I will break down all of the Dark Lords that are currently still active and which factions they are a part of. So first, we have the Kayblis faction, which includes Kayblis himself, Camilla, Sieg, Lost-Sizal, Kesselring, Medusa, RedEye, Lay, Gulshia, Pi-R, Babolat, Kite, and Warg. Then there's the Hornet faction, which includes Hornet herself, Satella, Silky Little Raisin, Laholzel, Meglas, Aetheray, and Nosei. In addition to the Kayblis faction and Hornet faction, there's also Xavier is still around, but he's like sealed away by Japan at the moment in the Sacred Gourds. Lexington is currently still a demonic blood soul in the ownership of his apostle Atlanta. And then Berksham and Guy are dead. They are no longer Dark Lords. Oh my god. So, in total, there are currently 22 Dark Lords, including Xavier and Lexington. 13 of them are a part of the Kayblis faction, and 7 of them are a part of the Hornet faction. Despite the Hornet faction being outmatched in theory, like, the Dark Lords of the Kayblis faction don't work very well together. Like, Kayblis isn't a very good leader, and he himself stays away from the battlefield because he fears a scenario in which he has to fight multiple Dark Lords at once. He doesn't want to go out there and endanger himself. So, initially, at the start of the War of the Factions, the Kayblis and Hornet faction get locked into a stalemate. Oh my goodness. As all of this is going on, Helman is getting, like, super desperate to conquer Leazas, and they form an alliance with Zeth in order to make that dream a reality. It is, like, when this happens, it's Gele Era 1015. And that leads to a massive battle known as the Conflict at the Para Fort. Leazas' Red Corps, at this point in history, has gotten really strong, like, unbelievably strong. And Leazas' victory in the battle is largely attributed to this ridiculously strong general called Rick Addison, who kills hundreds upon hundreds of soldiers and mages entirely on his own. And he earns the nickname of the Red Reaper of Leazas, also called the Red Death of Leazas. Fuck. Helman and Zeth's tenuous alliance, like, after they get defeated at the conflict of Para Fort, their alliance just immediately breaks apart and their invasion fails. The war ends. Oh my god. Okay, so, after joining back to Rance. So Rance joins the Keith Guild, and eventually Rance gets hired as a bodyguard for a slave trader. And while he's working as a bodyguard for the slave trader, he buys a slave of his own called Sil Plain. Originally, Sil Plain was like a divine mage who was born into a rich family from Zeth, and she somehow got captured and sold into slavery. So Rance buys her, he shells out 15,000 gold, and the two of them become like an adventuring duo. Oh my god. And not long after this, in Little Princess 1, at which point Rance is 18. Rance gets contracted by the Keith Guild to find a missing noble called Hikari Mi Blanc, leading us to the events of Rance 1. It's over. Oh my god.
Yeah!
Shit, and we've only just made it to the very first game.
That is the very first game. Oh
That
my
is
god.
only
Oh my
the first
God,
game.
Oh my lord. You
Oh
know,
my
like
God.
those... Okay, I'm not sure
me.
if anybody in the chat knows this. There was a thing that IGN did for a small time where they were like, for newer game releases, they tried to like surmise like the lore or major plot beats of like a franchise in like 5 minutes. So they were like, BioShock in 5 minutes. Everything you need to know before playing Infinite. Spoiler alert. And then they tried to basically blitz the entirety of it to get to where like Infinite would start. And I'm just like, good god. Rance is long enough that it takes nearly 6 hours to get to that point.
No,
Good
not
God.
It's
All right.
been 7.5.
Alright, we're about to wrap up. Before we do, any final questions from the class?
No final questions except I'm going to share my notes.
Oh, fuck, please do. Please do.
Did you... I'll ask the really goofy question. Did you have fun?
Yes.
I did, despite being extremely tired. That was fun.
It's 14.5 pages.
Oh my god.
Way to shorten it.
Which, to be fair, that's only 7,000 words, which is less than 36,000.
Man, well now you motherfuckers know everything about the Ranceverse, like with the exception of the games themselves. So you guys are Ranceverse experts now.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. Anybody else have any final questions before we get to the closing?
Is this how normal, organized people take notes? What the fuck?
This is how
I don't know what the notes
all
look
throughout
like.
college.
I need to look at them still.
The John the John lecture notes.
Oh my god. Okay.
No, this is just extremely well presented notes.
Anybody have any remaining questions? Any lingering thoughts?
Not really.
All right. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, a few final words before we end the lecture. Big shout outs to everybody over at the AliceSoft wiki. Those motherfuckers are awesome. The wiki is like a crazy, like detailed, fantastic resource. Now, speaking of the wiki, if you happen to be interested in playing the Rance games yourself or any of the other AliceSoft games, there's a page on the wiki that lists all the translations for each game and where to find them. Oh my gosh. I literally, just a couple of days ago, I bought their newest game, Donna. Since I've mentioned already, I'm a major AliceSoft fan. And, like, an English translation of that got released very recently.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember hearing someone talk about Donna
Yeah,
a
man.
different server.
Yeah, and actually, like, since I was messing with the settings the other day just to make sure it was all good, like, I actually found out Donna has an option to disable NSFW content, which is kind of neat if, like, all you care about is the game itself. Okay, I only briefly mentioned this during the lecture, but the Rance games themselves are, like, they're split into two timelines. So, I've already expressed there's the old timeline and the new timeline, and I'll list all the games that are a part of each. The old timeline is Rance 1, and these are Roman numerals. So there's Rance 1, Rance 2, Rance 3, Rance 4, and Kkulf-Kkulf Rance, in that order. That timeline is actually fully English translated, and all of the games in that timeline are freeware, so you can just go and download them.
Did y'all already finish?
Yeah, we're just wrapping up now. Oh my
I had to
gosh.
deal with some fucking ants for like, what, 30 minutes? Less?
Alright.
Less.
Then, moving on from the old timeline, there's the canon timeline. And the games in the canon timeline, in order, are Rance 01, these are the remakes of the original games, Rance 02, Rance 03, then Rance 5D, Rance VI, which is Rance 6, Sengoku Rance, Rance Quest, which was like, it was updated later on and it became Rance Quest Magnum. There's Rance IX, Rance 9, and then Rance X, Rance 10. In that order, that is all the games of the canon timeline. You may notice that there is no Rance 04 in the canon timeline. Unfortunately, a remake of the original Rance 4 was never released, and it's unlikely one will ever be released, so we're left to fill in some of the blanks in between Rance 03 and 5Ds, just based on the events of the original Rance 4. Oh, man. Yeah, so the old timeline's fully translated. All the games in the old timeline, yeah, right, they're freeware, I already said that. So, like, out of the games in the old timeline, I highly recommend Kkulf-Kkulf Rance. It is fucking awesome. It's where a lot of the current lore in the, like, canon timeline originally comes from. Oh my god. Yeah, actually, like, at the very beginning of the lecture, I mentioned that Kkulf-Kkulf Rance is, like, still one of the best-selling eroge games of all time. Like, at the time that it was made, it's basically like a Fire Emblem Awakening scenario where, like, AliceSoft was like, they were starting to go out of business, so they just decided for their next Rance game, they're gonna go all out. They're gonna incorporate all of the stuff that they've thought of for the Rance universe into this, like, final game. And, like, the game is fucking badass, and it becomes a huge financial success, saving the company and leading them to develop more Rance games.
And then that awkward moment where they're like, hey guys, our company is saved! And then everybody's just kind of like closing down their laptops and such and being like, wait, oh shit, that means we have to make another one.
Oh
Where's
my
the
gosh.
alcohol? We're gonna need it tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Going to the canon timeline is mostly translated. There's only a few outliers. Rance 03 has still not been translated, and there's no, like, translation project for it that's currently in the works. Rance X is in the process of being officially translated by MangaGamer, but it's not going to be available for a while. And Rance IX is also being translated by MangaGamer and is set to release very soon. They recently updated the project status as being 100% complete. Oh, man. So, as for the canon timeline, I strongly recommend Sengoku Rance. It's fucking awesome. Like, even NSFW content aside, Sengoku Rance is fucking sick. And I mentioned there's that great meme of, like, comparing it to Total War Shogun 2. I can actually share that, because I have the image. Yeah, like, Sengoku Rance is pretty fucking awesome. Oh my god. And speaking of Sengoku Rance, I mentioned Darkness Hero Rance. That is, like, I mentioned for a Rance lore nerd, it's fucking awesome. And it doesn't even have any NSFW content in it. It's basically like an attempt by the creator to like take Kichiko Rance and like bring it into Sengoku Rance, only like with even more shit in it.
Better engine, I assume.
Yeah. Okay.
I know.
Yeah, like Darkness Hero Rance, it changes the game's free-for-all mode specifically, and like makes it span the entire continent. And also, it supports local multiplayer. You can actually play in multiplayer with like a ton of people. You can have like dozens of people all playing different factions.
Fun.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that's not gonna work.
Oh man. Also, there's the other games canon to the Ranceverse. Karu no Panyon is fully translated, and then Little Princess and Little Vampire are translated, and at least Toshin Toshi 1 and 2 are translated. I would not recommend playing Little Princess or Little Vampire because they're really, really outdated, like, text adventure games that have aged very poorly. And I don't really know much of anything about Toshin Toshi. They're basically like normal JRPGs. Karu no Panyon is pretty cool, though. It's like a strategy game, and it actually has very little NSFW content in it. Oh my god. Alright, we're done. Class dismissed. Thanks for watching this incredibly lengthy lecture. If you'd like to get the full experience, I'd recommend checking out the original audio for the first section, which I performed live. Aside from all of the Rance games I've mentioned, I'm also working on a mod of my own for Sengoku Rance, which substitutes the continent for the world of Teleus from Fire Emblem Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. It'll include all the characters from both of those games, in addition to all the characters from Fire Emblem Three Houses, and a bunch of other cameo characters from games across the series. It'll probably only be released through private channels for a multitude of reasons. It's built on top of the last version of Darkness Hero Rance that was compatible with the Yandere Translations version of Sengoku Rance. It's using sprite artwork, which is sourced from all over the internet. I would rather not get sent to cease and desist by Nintendo, etc. If you're curious about the excellent original soundtrack of the Rance series, I also made a mod a while ago for Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, which replaces the entire soundtrack with songs from throughout the Rance games. It's not as cool as it could be due to technical limitations, but I tried to make sure each song fit the mood of whatever it replaced. I can't really disseminate that one here either, since it is a direct edit of the ISO, so let me know if you have interest in either of these mods.